Welcome to the VIR Speed Tour. Absolutely beautiful morning. I don't think we could have ordered up any better weather. Sprint Race 2. We're at the false grid. Founder, President Ken Fangler has some cool announcements to give us here with International GT. Ken, take it away.
Thanks, Ben. Well, you know, you got it all right, but I'm now past president. Wonderful announcement with that passing the torch on after this is our 14th year, 13th year, and I'm moving on. But person has been with us and really, you know, behind the scenes and everything. Now stepping forward, Julie Bentley, turning on. Has been there 11 years with us, and we're very excited and happy that she's taking over the reins as I move on and get closer to retirement, so to speak.
Nice. I love it. And Julie couldn't happen to a better person. I know the whole paddock was excited. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited to take over this series and see where we're going to head and what we can do next and grow it. And it's all great.
Nice. I love it. Well, there you go. Ken Fangler, Julie Bentley, the people that have really built International GT to what it is. And now we're going to walk through the grid. You guys, thank you very much. So, in this beautiful Lamborghini here, we've got Jason Craver starting out in first. Unbelievable car. He had a great go of it yesterday. He's running an exhibition. Then, kind of a local here, Dr. Reg Williams in the 008 Porsche, qualified P2. How you feeling?
Feeling great. It's my race to win.
What's your, how are you, once we drop that green flag going into turn one, you going to try to get around this Lambo, or are you going to try to keep Woody behind you?
Well, so the deal will be this. You know, I mean, this Lambo is super, super fast, right? I think he missed a shift on the race yesterday, and I got a whole shot. I mean, I had a good car-and-a-half length lead, and by the time I thought, well, maybe I'll tuck in front of him, he was, you know, just accelerating like a bat out of hell. Problem was his tires weren't really up to temp, and so you went really wide in one, so I just told him, stay in your lane. But, you know, if I get the whole shot again, I'll probably tuck in front of him, but we'll see.
Nice. We'll see, he says. I love that. So Dr. Reg Williams, who considers this one of his home tracks. Now, this car here of Woody Witchard, he had some issues yesterday, as you can see in yesterday's race. But his crew was here working on the car till 2 a.m. last night. I want to show some things because we didn't think that he would be here on grid starting third. They had to put this thing back together, Frankenstein it. But unbelievable effort from he and his crew. Like I said, here till 2 o'clock last night. So unbelievable. Then we go over here, Boyette, who had so much fun with us just a few weeks ago at Watkins Glen. How are you finding VIR?
Really good, really good. Had a great qualifying effort. You know, after that mix-up in turn one yesterday, it kind of set us back a little bit, but we're glad to be here. Want to thank Matrix Motorsports, my company Boyette Well, for allowing me to be here. And the guys worked all night on Woody's car and got it back on grid this morning.
Yeah, but the Matrix cars, we've got a few of them here, so nice job. Thanks for coming out. Boyette, watch for him. But then Cliff Kayer was here. Early on in the season, he said his only goal is just to make it onto the podium. Well, yesterday he finished P1 in his group, made it on the podium. How you feeling about that, Cliff?
We're feeling really good today, actually. The team got everybody back in. We had to fix a rear end. We had to put a new axle in, and we had to do another rear end. So we're feeling really good. Team was up really late, so kudos to Matrix Motorsports for getting us here. Thank you.
How you feeling? Did you sleep well?
No, I did not. So we're all caffeined up, ready to go.
Caffeined up, ready to go. Then, leaning on his competitor's car, starting right behind, Lucas Pank, who has won here at VIR over his dad a few years ago. He's running in the Bay Saber Technologies number 40. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I got semi-new tires to me, so hopefully we can put it all together and then get some good laps in. I've got a lot of people to pass here, so it'll be tough.
Nice.
Yep.
Lucas Pank, former International GT champion, will come around here from the front. So we talked about Lucas Pank and the Ultra Performance car, talking through here. But Oliver here, how are you feeling? Looks like you're going out in another Matrix car. Matrix was here late last night. How did you do yesterday?
I did pretty good. I mean, the start was pretty crazy, but we got through it and hoping for a better start this morning.
Nice. So green flag drops. You've got Lucas with you. What's your strategy?
Well, we've got a little bit more straightaway speed, so I'm hoping to get him early and stay in front of him.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming out. Another Matrix car. Some beautiful wraps on these cars, by the way. I absolutely love it. Then we come over here. We've got Tommy Ballister running for another championship. Our champion last year. Unbelievable. Car looks great. Quirt, how you feeling? The car looks amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you a lot. Between Watkins and here, we just we really pushed to get everything put back together, and yeah, we're ready to go. We got a win yesterday. Hopefully we can back it up.
Nice. I love it. I love it. And then Bob Wyson is in the car, the number 27. How's he feeling?
Hopefully good. We were up till about midnight fixing the car from yesterday's start. It crunched the back, so we replaced Quirk, gave us their brand new done in exhaust, so we changed the headers, the bumper bars, rewired, got it back together about midnight. So hopefully it's all going to be running good, and we'll have a clean race today.
Nice. I love a clean race today. I love it. That's what we're all hoping for, right? Mike Ward in the 07 in the Cayman. Beautiful car. Look at this. These are the not carbon fiber. This is actually hemp fiber. Unbelievable. This beautiful number 7. And man, these Caymans, these are such great cars. Are you having fun in this?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot more power with the RS over the regular club sport, so can run with the guys down the straight. It's just a whole lot of fun. It's a great car.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you so much for coming out. So watch out. So we have the exhibition class. Then we have the Stuttgart Cup class, which are the Caymans like this. You'll see this with the yellow stripe going across. Then we have the Mission Foods GT3 Cup trophy cars. We've got just a little bit of everything out there. This is Kurt Kropp in the 641. Then we're missing John. Then Thomas Kirk in the 22A. Then we come back here, Maria. This is one of the first times we've seen her. She fought for a championship in the Stuttgart Cup just a few years ago. Finished runner-up. But Maria, she's running to get her PhD right now, so she hasn't been able to be at many events. So welcome back.
I am so excited to finally be able to take a break and be here. Love it. Love this track. First time at this track. What a challenge. What a beautiful day there.
It is a challenging track. Now, we talked about this. When is this going to say doctor?
Hopefully in about a year and a half, it'll change from Am Mejia to Dr. Mejia.
Nice.
Yes.
I love it. Well, congratulations on that. Woo-hoo. See, our drivers, they're always trying to improve on the track and improve off the track. There is the number 41, Brian Norman. Not sure where he is. And then we'll come through because Tom Pank is starting from last. And if you know anything about International GT, if you've been following along, Pank's starting from the back in a different car. He's driving his Audi R8 because of an incident yesterday. So he has to start from the back in this beautiful Audi R8 that's a Flying Lizard Audi R8. You can see Kurt talking to him right here. Not sure what he's going to do out there in this car. Beautiful car. We don't get to see him out here very much. Let me ask him. So, Tom Pank, you're in a new car. You're starting from the back. You don't seem to be one of those personalities that's going to let the tires come to him and you know, let the race come to him starting from the back. Are you just going to try to take off? What's your strategy?
I still have to be careful. I mean, I'm going to get as much heat as I can in the tires on the out lap, and I'll get the rest of the heat while I'm working through the traffic.
Nice.
You know, I'll just do the best I can.
So, what's your goal for finishing position?
Front.
What's that?
I want to get the Lambo.
Oh.
The problem is he's got a way lead while I'm going through traffic.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's realistic, but if I get a hot lap, a clean lap, then on the next race I'm starting up front.
Nice. All right, well, Tom Pank and this... Uh-oh.
I only have, in the last 4 years, only about 6 or 8 laps in this car.
Oh, wow.
So I got to get a learning curve to get up to speed.
Wow. All right. Well, Tom Pank in the Audi R8 says he's got about 6 or 8 laps total in the car. So we'll see how he does in that beautiful Audi. Then we've got the 3.8 liter here. Trying to see who's behind the wheel. He's got the XGT badge on it. Unbelievable car. And the 991, I wasn't seeing any numbers on it. and I'm not even sure who is behind the wheel of that car. I'm sorry, it's not on my sheet, ladies and gentlemen. Then we come up here, the 272. This is Troy Peterson. I love these cars. Look, he's giving us the thumbs up. He's got a little dog on the side of the car. I like that. The Royal Pet car, highly visible. Richard Grant, one of my favorite Trans Am competitors here in one of these Stuttgart Cup, the Caymans. Then we're going to come up here running Cameron McIntyre, also an exhibition. We don't see this car very much, the KTM car. Cameron McIntyre, check this thing out with the kind of Power 70s livery. But I got to point this out because Cameron McIntyre's got some good taste in music. Or maybe he's sponsored by the Deftones. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the 20 cars here at the International GT Grid. The pace car is rolling out. They're about to start engines. So, Ralph, I'm going to send it up to you in the booth, and I'm going to come join you there shortly.
Well, good morning, everybody. Ralph Shaheen here with you. Thank you, Ben. And just for those of you a little behind the curtain peek, that's always a gutsy move by Ben to throw it to me up here because he never sees me in the morning, so he doesn't really know if I'm here. It's kind of a wing and a prayer. I'm going to throw it up there, and hopefully the old guy answers the phone. So here we are, ready to go. International GT at one of the prettiest circuits in the country, Virginia International Raceway. Look at this view as our drone pulls back up. You see the false grid there down in the paddock area. And look at the countryside surrounding Virginia International Raceway. Way off, it goes all the way back up to the very left corner of your screen. That's where the old oak tree would have been, way, way, way up there by that big section of trees over there. Of course, the first corner, way down to the bottom left of your screen. Some panoramic shots from our camera positions around the circuit. Just an absolutely beautiful layout here. I was thinking about it this morning as I was driving into the track. It's like pulling into a national park. All the woods you drive through to get into the main gate, and then you come in past the South Bend Villas and all the different parts of the track, ponds all around here. Just stunning countryside here in Virginia. Not far from Danville, just a couple of miles down the road. There's a big shot up over the paddock here, which stretches out. And we are right there on the left in that red building right down there at the exit of Pit Lane. Second floor up there is where we are. There's another look at it. And while we fly our drone all around and check out the different sites here at VIR and we get closer to racing, let's go ahead and take a quick break, take care of some business so we can show you all the racing of International GT when we come back to Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back here at Virginia International Raceway. The Ginetta safety car out front of the field, making their way around. A very cool Lamborghini at the front of all those Porsches.
Ralph Shaheen, being a huge Lamborghini fan, loves seeing that.
Oh, yeah.
He's running in exhibition class. That's Jason Craver starting in first. I'll run through the grid here quickly. Dr. Reg Williams in second. Woody Witchard third. Michael Merritt, our points leader, in fourth. John Boyette fifth. Cliff Kayer sixth. Lucas Pank seventh. William Oliver eighth. In ninth is Tom Ballister, last year's champion. Bob Wyson is 10th. Mike Ward is 11th. Kurt Kropp 12th. John Entile 13th. Thomas Kirk starting 14th in that 22A. Maria Mejia, soon to be Dr. Maria Mejia, starting 15th. 16th is Brian Norman. 17th, Cameron McIntyre in that KTM GT4. Richard Grant in the Cayman 4-liter Porsche GT4 Club Sport. Troy Peterson is in the number 272 in 19th. And then Tom Pank starting 20th in exhibition in that Audi R8. Usually they do 2 pace laps. So, yeah, the lights are still on as they come down. International GT, Ralph, you've been with us the whole season. They have provided us with some great racing. They usually tend to be the first early morning race on some of these weekends, and it is very fun to watch.
It's a great way to wake up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which we could have done right here, too, because there is basically a hotel right here, which I've stayed at before, which is very nice.
And if you rent those garages that were just at camera right, there's suites that you get above them.
Yeah.
So there is the starting position as they come into the Cube 3 Turn 1 section. VIR is a very challenging track. And
boy, isn't it?
It's one of those things like we have a track map up here, and there's a couple of turns like 5A, 6A. In normal tracks would call that a separate turn. And this track could probably have 24 turns if they named it like that. But there's a bunch of like 17A, 17. There's 17. There's 17A. There's 6A, 5A. But this is a very challenging track as we're seeing the great drone shots here. There are trees everywhere. One of the prettiest tracks. I love coming here as a videographer because you can point the camera anywhere and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's one of the challenges with our tour. You go to Road America and you go, welcome to one of the most beautiful tracks in the country. And then you go to Lime Rock, welcome to one of the most, in Watkins Glen.
Yeah,
and
it's unbelievable.
Laguna Seca, it's like, you feel like you're saying it every week, but some of these venues truly are just gorgeous how they're laid out.
Paul Newman, when he used to race in the Trans Am series here, said this is heaven on earth.
Yep.
And it is a beautiful track, really well laid out as we go through these kind of uphill S's, which these cars are going to try to do flat out here once the Pirelli P0 tires come to them.
And that will test your mettle.
Oh, yeah.
I've driven on this track numerous times, and flying up through those S's will definitely get your attention. This is where the old oak tree used to be.
Yeah, this is the Mission Foods oak tree section. Turns 11, 12, and then this just long straightaway.
Yeah. You still tear up every time you come here, and that tree just isn't there anymore.
Yeah. Now, there is son of oak tree that keeps growing, and it's bigger than I was anticipating this year.
It's going to take a while, though.
Yeah. You can see him warming up tires. We ride on board here with Lucas Pank. Lucas's body language is showing pretty relaxed.
In the interviews you were doing down there on the grid, some of these guys sound like they've already got their elbows up and they haven't even taken the green flag yet.
Yeah.
Turn 1 is really going to be interesting.
Yeah, there's a long drag race down to turn 1, and then it's a 180 basically, and it makes for some very interesting races, especially here, because some people take it as one apex, and the faster way to take it is 2 apexes, but you've got to take the 1 apex to run that defensive line.
Down through roller coaster here. Headed over to Hog Pen and out onto the front straightaway. 17A is the last corner. There's Tom Pank at the back of the field with that Audi. Here we go on the front straightaway, waiting for the green. We are racing at Virginia International Raceway on this beautiful Saturday morning. All right, let's see who sharpened up those elbows as we get down to turn 1. So far, pretty clean, Ben.
Yeah, side by side through that section. Everybody stayed clean. Now they should be able to get in more of a single file line as they come through the really twisty bits here.
Yep, that's NASCAR bend. And then over to the left hook. Right here. And you start working your way through the snake and up into the S's. This is the snake.
Yeah, now they should be able to get to their top gear coming up flat out through these S's, which is a little bit hairy because the car loses its weight. You go to 0 gravity there for a second over the hill.
Oh, it's a lot of bit hairy.
Yeah.
In all honesty, it truly can be.
They get way off balance here. Now they're into the Mission Foods section. Mission Foods, Too Fast, Too Tasty. Juan Gonzalez is usually running with us, but had some work requirements this weekend. So, Juan, we miss you, but love seeing the Mission Food branding out here. There's Michael Merritt with that gold stripe.
Yep.
Beautiful car. And Woody Witchard, who the staff was here till 2 a.m. last night working on it, still. He's up there, I think, in 3rd place right now.
When you see the speed they pick up down that long back straightaway. Headed into the roller coaster here.
Such a difficult part of the track.
It's so much fun, too. And you can see how much elevation you drop down through there. Significant amount. Back down that front straightaway, and you can see that bright sunshine right in their eyes as they're headed down to turn 1. Don't miss your braking point here. And look how the light changes so dramatically as you come out of that with the sunlight now to your back as you head to NASCAR.
Brave pass by Lucas Pank on the outside of Cube 3, turn 1 over Cliff Kayer. The grip level on the outside of turn 1, you never know. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it isn't.
Yeah. Craver in that Lambo up front, still being chased by Williams. Then Weichard and Merritt, Boyette, and Pank.
That's a difficult section there, that turn 10. A lot of times you would think people would run off wide there, but they actually overcorrect and then come back across to the inside, and that's, you'll see a lot of tire marks there. That's what really catches a lot of people out. They overcorrect to try to fix it. They'd be better just to run off into the grass.
Using up all the racetrack as they come out onto that long back straightaway.
There's Troy Peterson in that Porsche GT3R.
And we say back straightaway, but it's not. It's just a very long back section.
Mm-hmm. You still have to put input into the wheels.
Yeah.
Here comes Tom Pank on his good friend Bob Wyson.
He's moved up a few. He started back in, 20th, and he's up to 14th now.
I don't get to see Tom racing this car very much, but it looks very well planted. Tom wants that Lamborghini, Ralph. You think he can get there?
He got a lot of work to do in 14 and a half minutes.
You're a Lamborghini person. Is the Huracan Super Trofeo and the Audi R8, are they the same chassis?
I believe so.
I know that they work together.
The Huracan as a street car should be as well.
Look at the great drone shots through there. You see Lucas Paint getting a little bit squirrely. John Craver, just like he did yesterday, just kind of took off. But Reg Williams behind him with the headlights on, and that's right there. That's where the cars get light.
Yes.
Not so much that Lamborghini because of all of the downforce that it has, but they do go zero gravity there for a little bit.
And unfortunately, being a Lamborghini guy is not the same as being a Lamborghini owner, which I would much rather be.
The car looks great, though. Looks very hooked up as he comes through. I'd love to know what the top speed of that is coming up through that long back straight. Right behind him. Again, Jason Craver is running in the exhibition class in this Lamborghini, but doing a great job. It's a 2022 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Bouncing, just absolutely bouncing down the roller coaster section. Oh. Lucas Pank and Cliff Kayer. Cliff Kayer coming right back at him, and then there's Michael Merritt in front of Lucas Pank with Boyette in front of Merritt. Getting some 70s dissolves for your morning here as we ride on board with Lucas Pank. Coming into Q3 architecture, turn 1. And you can see the visibility going into turn 1 at this time of day is not great. And now it opens up. Ooh, Michael Merritt getting squirrely, Ralph.
Yeah, buddy. Merritt, of course, chasing that championship and inching closer to it. And by the way, those frames are the same.
Are they the same?
Yes.
The Audi and the
Lambo.
Oh, he got around Merritt. So we've got a guy running for a championship being passed by a former champion in Lucas Pank as he comes through. And watch his hand inputs. Watch this section up through here. 120 miles an hour, 130 as he comes through, 130, 140. Look at this now. Right here, he gets real light. You got to make sure you're pointed in the right direction.
And he got as high as 152 miles an hour through there.
Track you come through, there's shady parts of the track, so the temperature of that is about 20 degrees less than the temperature in the sun. And now he's going to hunt down Boyette.
And let's see if he climbs up over 150 again down here through the back straightaway. Back stretch.
He looks very relaxed.
Yeah. And you can see the difference here too, Ben. Not as much input, same speed, not as much input as on the other side of the track, right? Just shy of 160 as he sets up here.
Can't tell, doesn't look like he's made any ground on Boyette.
And that left-hander he just went through there, you kind of fall down through that because the track kind of goes away from you.
Comes down, and there's this little bend on the front straight. And then there is your starter stand to the right.
And the front straight is really, even though it too has a bend in it, so it's not straight, but it's really the only place on this track where you can really take a breath. Because down that back stretch, it's long, and then, yes, it does have a big bend in it, but you're really thinking about everything that's coming up in front of you. You're not really relaxing for very long.
Hopping the curbs, Michael Merritt.
Tom Pank, by the way, now up to 10th, so he's gotten another 4 cars. There he is. Here he comes into the S's, seeming the tail end of this field. So he's not that far behind Lucas. Lucas is running 5th, and his dad is running 10th.
There he is.
So Tom's hustled past quite a few cars.
Yeah.
But as you get up to the pointy end of the spear,
it gets more difficult.
It gets a lot more difficult.
You want to be able to try to get around cars where he is now at the straightaway. He wants to get a good run out of here, and maybe he can get Michael Merritt by the time they come to the roller coaster section, but I don't know. See what kind of top speeds he has. So he's at 150.
I think this is Ballister, is it not?
Yeah, he went to 163, I think.
Yeah, he got a little bit more than Lucas did out of it.
Yeah. Last year's champion, Tommy Ballister. Coming up to Michael Merritt.
This is the front straightaway. Right past us. Flag stand. Here's your braking points. There's Tom Pank right behind him.
Yeah.
So Pank now fighting for 8th.
And Troy Peterson, who started 19th right behind Pank. And Owen Trinkler is here this weekend helping out Peterson and will be in the Enduro tomorrow. But look at Peterson. Looks like he's being able to outbrake that Audi.
I was just going to say Peterson is doing a great job on the brakes.
Look at the livery of that car. I love it.
Tom looking inside here. Might get another one. He will. So move Tom Pank up to 8th.
You can see the cars getting light through that section. Now Peterson trying to get around Ballister. Ballister was with him. Ballister.
Did you see the front end of that thing moving around?
Got a little bit squirrely there. Peterson's going to try to capitalize on that.
Boy, moving around like that through the slow stuff up there where the old oak tree was, I can only imagine what that feels like in the fast stuff. And here comes Pank attacking again. This is Merritt, not those two, but just in front of them, as we see Ballister lose another spot to Peterson. So Ballister has dropped from 8th to 10th on this lap. Pank did get around Merritt, so Tom's up to 7th. Boy, if we had a hard charger award, he'd be taking that one home, no problem.
Sure. But he's also got Peterson right behind him.
Yeah.
Who started 19th. Ballister's not letting Peterson get away from him, though.
Nope.
Later on the brakes.
And he carried a lot of speed in there, didn't he?
As they come through this Cube 3 section, now into the sunlight.
You see that steering wheel moving around a lot. He's fighting the handling on that car.
Yeah.
Oh, a little smoke coming out of Peterson's car.
Yeah, Ballister's running the quicker line through that section.
All is not perfect with Peterson's car, although he made the pass through the snake. And here we go, charging up under the bridge, headed to the S's.
That is such a cool section. You can rent those villas there on driver's left. Beautiful place to watch a race.
South Bend Villas, I believe they're called.
As they come through the Mission Food section. Oh, Michael Merritt right behind somebody. Richard Grant in our Cayman.
Merritt's going to get around him.
So Tom Pank up to 7th. Lucas Pank up to 5th. We might see a Pank on Pank battle here coming into turn 1.
Could very easily. And we've got 5.5 minutes left to go. So Tom's got to dig deep. See if he can get a couple more here. I don't think he's going to catch Craver at the front of this deal. But he might have a shot at getting 1 or 2 more, including his son.
So Ballister still right behind Peterson.
It's high above turn 1. Horseshoe, appropriately named. Headed over to NASCAR Bend.
Do you know why it's called that?
What?
NASCAR Bend?
I heard this story. I'll get you that answer.
All right. Maybe our comment section on YouTube knows the answer, but I've always wondered that. So here we go. Tom Pank coming up through the S's, the uphill S's here. There's Peterson. And then Ballister. Man, that looks so fast. So Lucas Pank through the Mission Food section.
So apparently, the King and the Silver Fox, Richard Petty and David Pearson, ran a Trans Am race here in the 60s and struggled through that section of racetrack. And so the folks who were running VIR at the time decided, well, we can't call it Richard Petty Corner or David Pearson Corner. Let's just call it NASCAR Bend, since they were struggling with it. So there you go.
That is fun.
A couple of great wheelmen there.
Lucas Pank looking very good. I want to know where his dad is on the track, because this is going to come up here pretty soon. And they talk on the radio when they're both in their Porsches. I'm not sure they move that system over.
Well,
today.
Lucas is up to 4th. Tom is still in 6th.
Tom probably has him in his sights, though.
Tom is flying. All the credit to Tom Pank. He is putting on a show here. 3 minutes to go. I mean, he's passed 16 cars. Well, or 10, I should say.
The first
14.
race.
I got to take the shoes off to get this all figured out.
Ooh, but I don't see Tom now. There he is. I think he's just coming in. Okay. So he's got a while. He can probably just see a glimmer, but he doesn't have the time, I don't think, to get Lucas.
And waiting and waiting and waiting. There you go. Is that
no,
it?
Next
No.
one.
Is he having a problem?
It's the next card. Well, there is the 11, John Boyette, who had a very good outing with us at Watkins Glen. Then there's Lucas, Woody Witchard.
Let's see if we can hold on this shot here and widen
out. There should be one car between them, a lapped car.
Okay,
there he is. And then, something's happened to Pank.
Yeah.
Tom Pank. Not sure where he is on track.
And I'm looking at pit lane. I don't see him on pit lane. Do you? Huh. I wonder if he just wore out that Audi.
I don't know. And look, they're having that front bonnet problem.
Yeah.
This, iteration of the Porsches do. A lot of people put helicopter tape on there to keep it from flapping. And you see Michael Merritt now still coming down, running for the championship this year. He will have Evan Slater, I believe, joining him in the Enduro tomorrow.
Pank had moved from 20. White flag is out. Tom had gone from 20th to 6th, and now he's dropping. So he's, like a rock, too. So something is wrong with Tom Pank.
Well, Ralph, here's our leader in exhibition.
Jason Craver.
Coming to take the checkered flag in about a half a lap.
In a 2022
There's
Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Oh, smoke billowing out of it a little bit.
Looks like that's at turn 2, just driver's right.
Yeah.
There's McIntyre in that KTM.
The Expo.
Yeah. Lucas is going to try to get around him.
He did. Aggressive move on the last lap to get it done.
William Oliver. Lots of Matrix cars here. Love seeing the Matrix cars. Thank you for bringing so many cars out here. Hopefully they're having fun this weekend.
And the Lambo takes the checkered flag. There he is. Craver will take the win. How can you not like that, Ben?
He is a great looking car. He won yesterday as well. So there's Reg Williams flashing his headlights.
He will take second.
Well, he's the overall winner because Craver's in exhibition.
Yeah.
And then let's see, Boyette and Pank. I think Boyette was a little bit too far ahead. There's Maria Mejia finishing the race.
Pank goes across finish line.
So good performance from Dr. Reg Williams.
Boy, what a tough break for Tom Pank. He really was putting on a tremendous show.
Michael Merritt finishing 7th. Peterson, nice job, all the way up to 8th from 19th. Had we had a full course caution, that would have been a totally different race. I think Peterson and Pank might have gotten up there, but not sure what happened to Pank. It looked like he had a temperature issue because he pulled over and there was some steam coming out through the Mission Food section. Reg flashing his lights, all the corner workers.
Like the "Don't Panic" on the back.
Yeah.
There's the Ligier results. Craver, Williams, Boyette, Pank, Weichard, Kayer, Merritt, Peterson, Ballister, and Weiss in the top 10.
Mike Ward, Kurt Kropp, Thomas Kirk, William Oliver, Eric Gray, Maria Mejia, Brian Norman, Cameron McIntyre, Tom Pank, and Richard Grant. Good start for the VIR SpeedTour.
Yeah, we've got some open wheel racing coming up next. We'll take a quick break here from Virginia International Raceway and stay with us. The Ligier Junior Formula Championship will be coming up next here at VIR.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Try.
has said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Driving for Berg Racing, the number 28 car. This is my first year with the team, so it's been really great for the first 2 weekends.
My name is Harbir Das. I'm a engineering student at Georgia Tech, and this is my second year with Berg Racing, also second year in these cars. And it's been a great season so far. We had a really good one at NOLA, but yeah, happy to be here. Love working with Berg Racing. It's honestly like a kind of laid-back culture almost, but not quite laid back, but not quite like strict. Don't talk unless you're spoken to kind of vibe. It's a perfect medium, like a happy, chill vibe, I guess. And yeah, it's great. We're fast. We always know what we're gonna do with the cars. We always have a plan, and if that plan gets messed up, we always have a plan B. And everything always seems to, like, for the most part, fall our way. We were struggling with pace this morning. Well, not pace. We were struggling with some electrical problems, but we luckily got that sorted out.
So working with Berg Racing has been awesome. It's a really nice culture. So all of us are really good friends with each other, and you can tell through the weekend that everyone's very invested. Like, everyone really cares about securing good results. And so kind of fitting into that puzzle. Now that we used to have one driver, now we have two, and I'm trying to do my best to represent what all of the team has worked so hard for. Well, in my opinion, you only really need 2 cars. I think once you get into a bigger team with 4 or 5 or even 6 cars, you have the possibility of people getting lost kind of in that system. So if you have a team that's very focused on a couple of very specific things, that you can work a lot better and a lot more effectively than if you have kind of a bigger machine going on.
Well, on the track, it's all about position. Yeah, we'll battle to the death on track as long as we don't hit each other.
We just have a mutual understanding that each of us needs to maximize our own races. So we try to help each other as much as possible, but when it comes down to it, it's got to be, you got to look out for yourself as well. So I think we've done really well navigating that relationship. We've been really good friends for a while, so it's not been an issue for us. I think this is something that Berg Racing has been working up to for a while. Obviously, through the start of last year, VIR saw a lot of progress with that team, and I tried to progress as a driver as well. So when I was able to join them, I felt like it was kind of the perfect storm. So we were just what a privilege to be like so successful right out the gate, and now we get to try and build on that at Road America. It's been a great weekend so far, and really looking forward to the rest of the season.
I think for me personally, if I try to think about it too much, it's just never going to happen. So it's like I'll be following a car, and just I want to get the pass on as soon as possible. See the moment, see the opening, go for it, and just kind of work my way up there. I work a lot better at the front than I do in the back.
I think when you approach any race weekend, and any session really, driving a race car is a lot of management. So through a 30-minute race, there are a ton of things you'll have to manage. You'll have to manage the temperature of the brakes, temperature of the tires, and your position in the pack. Obviously, there are points where you need to go fully aggressive and try to make some moves. But I think it's really important in a racing career to never stagnate. So you always need to be growing. You always need to be progressing on to the next big thing. And if you're sitting around and not improving at all, then you're wasting time. So that's kind of the mentality I try to attack each year, each season, each day with.
I think it's kind of like a little bit of an underdog story. We have 2 cars going up against much bigger teams, and kind of just working our way up there. Like, we had a really good showing at the beginning, and now we just got to keep trying to keep that momentum. And also, as drivers, I think we both have ambitions of what we want to do. I want to try to get up as far in the F1 ladder as I can, and then probably end up back in IndyCar. So I think that, along with just stories of like each of us on our own, like we're both engineering students. I'm mechanical engineering at Georgia Tech. He's motorsports engineering at Purdue, also business. And yeah, I think we have a lot of things going on at the same time.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the VIR Speed Tour, the false grid for the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Now we're starting to get to the downhill part of the season. Getting late into the season, Drew Such, qualifying P1, is second in points. So he's doing very, very well, going out there in brand new hand-cooked tires. But all season long, we've seen two cars with Berg Racing. This weekend, they've brought four cars along. So unbelievable. We're actually going to see Alec Berg out there today in that pink helmet. Alec Berg ran in this series a long time ago, meaning 2-3 years ago, and now he is back. So super excited about that. So Drew Such looking really good with Trend North. I want to mention that. And the team concept Now we come over here. Beckham doing very, very well, representing Next Gen. He's got all kinds of stuff here, but the P1Docs.com, Impact System, Stonica, lots of things going on. Then the Rick Motec Racing Simulators. He is a very famous simulator driver. Beckham, welcome to VIR, doing very, very well. How are you feeling about this track?
Yeah, track's very fun. Definitely one of my favorites so far that I've been to. But yeah, it looks like the racing will be pretty fun. So excited to get out there.
Nice. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Beckham Jasir doing very, very well. Then we come up here, Harbir Das with the Das Psych North Coast Medical Group, also doing really well. Harbir, how you feeling about VIR?
It's a really fun track. It's really long, really fast. And there's not much of it that's actually very straight.
Yeah, not a lot of sections that are very straight, he says, as the leaves are falling down on the car. I saw Alec Berg walking up to talk to Drew Such. This will be a standing start, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be very fun to watch. And then here he is coming in like right on cue. Gaston Irasu, our current points leader, has absolutely dominated, done very, very well. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Carrera with Tanuti Frupo and Ambrosi is not here, who was fighting up here in the number 10 car, but unfortunately he's not here. Daniel, we miss you. Gaston, give me the thumbs up. Doing really, really well with BSE and the Alia Group NCAP, all the way from Uruguay, ladies and gentlemen. He has absolutely dominated this JFC championship this year, doing really, really well. Then we go back to Cash Felber in this beautiful car, the number 11, running with Next Gen and Town Hall out of Cleveland, Phantom Fireworks, DWT Wealth, and then the BioLongevity Labs. How are you feeling, Cash? You and your brother have really kind of turned it up here late in the season. When the lights go out, what's your strategy?
Make some moves at the start because there's going to be a bunch of yellow. So it's going to be really whoever's leading is probably whoever's leading last. I mean, everybody's going to want to get to the lead because this race could end under yellow. Who knows? So
nice. Well, have fun out there. Again, like I said, two identical twin brothers out there with Roman and Cash. The number 15, all the way from South Africa, Zach Fourie with Kiwi Motorsports, doing very, very well. Zach, how you feeling? You're about to go out there when the lights go out at VIR. What's your strategy?
Yeah, feeling good. See if we can get through turn one safely. We're starting on the outside, which is the dirtier side of the track. So hopefully we can find some traction off the line. And yeah, we'll see where the race goes from there.
Nice. I love it. And one thing that's really cool about this ladder system of going from JFC to F4 to FR is you get all kinds of cool experiences, including Cooper Shipman, our current F4 points leader for this championship that could clinch it here this weekend. He's trying to learn as much as he can, helping Kiwi out. So you're also helping your friend out here at Grid. Is that your responsibility?
Yeah, no, I'm here more for support. I think Zach knows what he needs to do. Yeah, all the coaches and engineers at Kiwi have given him all the instruction and advice he needs. So I'm just here to cheer him on as a fan. And yeah, hopefully we have a clean start and are able to capitalize and have a good run.
Nice. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Cooper Shipman out here helping out his buddy Zach. Ava Hansen, look at this car, doing very, very well. Ava Hansen all the way from Wisconsin, running here at VIR. Ava, lights go out. What's your strategy?
Make it past turn one and finish the race. Yep. That's my strategy. That's my strategy.
Keep it simple. Don't get past at turn one. We love that. Now, remember her. You got to look at her mascot here. What's the mascot's name, Dad?
Zuzu.
Zuzu. That's right. Zuzu, the mascot there. Maximo Karam, very fast, running the BFS and the sleep car. Max, how you feeling out there? What are you going to do when those lights go out?
Yeah, I'm actually feeling really good. Unfortunately, I had a really bad qualifying yesterday, but I'm ready to gain some positions back and, yeah, really get up there in the field.
Nice. I love it. I love it. If we can get a shot here, check out his steering wheel wrap there. Running the red, white, and blue is Maximo Karam. Rohan How you feeling? Tell us about this driver. I'm unfamiliar with the driver, Gil.
He is brand new, and he's doing an unbelievable job for us. He really is. He adapted well, and this is his first race. So, as we tell them all, they just need to finish.
Yeah, but first race ever at such a difficult track. This has got to feel really good because you're kind of in the middle of the field, and we don't see that often with newcomers. How you feeling here at VIR?
Yeah, you know what? I really enjoy this track. I've really liked it so far. I think that we're in a pretty good starting spot. It's my first race, so I want to take it easy, but also try and make up as many positions as I can. Something Gil has very much beaten into me is just finish every lap, finish the race, and that's how you learn. So that's going to be our main goal for today.
Nice. I love it. I love it. And Gil, seat time. In a development series like that, so important. Scott Goodyear's always talking about it. It's all about the seat time, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, he's got to do his job. Scott was in here, but we're talking about seat time, and when you're trying to develop a driver, that's so important.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's done a ton of sim racing. I can't believe how that has transitioned into how he adapted and how calm he is in the car. And I expect good things out of this kid. He's something else.
Something else. So that means a lot coming from somebody like Gil with Crosslink. Fatuda, we talk about him all the time, going out, brand new tires. Look at all this real estate here, ladies and gentlemen, available for sponsors. He is our professional musician in the field as we come through. Then running the Zimperium car, the R2R car. Luca Day from Canada, doing very well in JFC. Then Roman Felber, who won a race with us a few rounds ago at CTMP, running really well with a mind-body matrix. You can see the Felber and also Bio Longevity. Then Alec Berg, back with us. I love seeing it. Love the pink helmet. So watch for Alec Berg to move up. One of the two in Berg Racing. He and his dad run Berg Racing. His dad, Alan, we've talked about him, has had, I believe, 11 Formula One starts. He has won in this series, so you're in good hands. As we see, they're qualifying up front. And then Bray, also new. So, Bray, thank you for coming out. We're about to get going here. We've got this. Those were the 4 Berg cars. I'm going to send it up to you up in the booth, Ralph, because we've got a standing start coming up.
Okay, buddy. Thank you, Ben. I've got Kei Kai Hao and Neo joining me up here. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the booth as we get ready to go. Kei Kai, how's your weekend been so far?
Not the way that we wanted it to, but
I didn't make it, did I? Turn your now. Let's see. Try now.
Oh, there
you go.
Got it. Not the way we wanted it to, but we got 2 races ahead of us, and we'll do the best we can to get it done.
Tell me a little bit about VIR from the driver's perspective. Favorite part of the track, most hectic part of the track. What do you like about it?
Definitely. Favorite part of the track is the last section, as what's on the camera right now.
To the right here, down through roller coaster.
Yeah. It's very like you're going uphill and then immediately it drops, so it's definitely a fun section to go through in the car. You feel it in your stomach as you're changing the elevation. But it's very fast, very technical. One of my favorites on the calendar, and looking forward to being able to get out there and race today.
Best shot at a pass going down into turn 1?
Yeah, the straightaways are pretty long, so going into turn 1 or going up into the roller coaster section, turn like 14. So after that long straightaway, get a good draft, get a run down into that tight corner and brake deep and can make a pass there.
We were talking about the S's during our coverage of the International GT race. Flat out in one of these cars that we're about to see?
Yes, the JFC car, it is flat out all the way from, I believe it is turn...
Starting back through the snake over here?
Turn 5 all the way up until South Bend, which is turn 11.
Yeah.
So you're flat out for a good bit. Again, good drafting spot to get up close and then make a pass up into Oak Tree.
Taking a look at our JFC competitors warming up. There's the hotel at the top of the screen there. And then coming out into the section here that Kekai was just talking about as they get up out of turn 5. There's the snake and into the S's.
I've actually been to this track a couple times now, and it's definitely a fun track to drive, even just by yourself, just because you got so much going on. You're not on the straightaway for too long, just kind of relaxing, but it's a very technical, fun track.
Anything in particular you're pointing at or aiming for as you work your way through there?
You kind of just go curb to curb and try and make the distance as shortest as possible. Obviously, just keeping the steering wheel as straight as possible because you're trying to keep the speed up. So if you turn the wheel a little bit, there's a mile an hour here, a mile an hour there. And when you're racing against your competitors, you're just trying to keep the most mile per hour up that you can.
And you use up all the racetrack coming out of here, don't you?
Yeah, we go over the curb and use the little bit of extra. Thanks to the race directors are not watching that this weekend, so we get to use all the little extra track.
Right here, coming out.
Yep.
There's that curbing he's talking about. And you got a bit of a downhill, and then it's back uphill here, right? And as you're rising up to that blind bend there.
Yeah, like I was saying before, that's going into one of my favorite sections on this track. The elevation changes are pretty wild going into the roller coaster section.
Most of these drivers you've already met. As you take a look at our starting lineup with Such and Jasir up on the front row. And the field all the way back to Alex Berg.
Really excited to see how my new teammate William can do, and see being his first race, seeing what he can do.
William Rowan driving with you at Crosslink.
Yeah.
And this will be a standing start. Be lining up right in front of us through our window here. The Janetta safety car is on pit lane. And here comes the field rolling into place. Anything tricky about launching one of these JFC cars?
Not really. No, you just full clutch, full throttle, and then when the lights go out, just release the clutch. It's not like the Formula Regional where you have a lot of power. You have to watch how much throttle you're giving it. These cars, as long as you got the tires pretty warm there on the first lap, you can just dump the clutch.
Looking back through the field, there's William Rowan right there, your new teammate in the 34. You hear the revs come up. Get ready. We're about to go racing. We are underway here at VIR. Screaming down to turn number 1 and jumping out into the lead is Jasir in the 7. 3 wide there, and right in the middle of it is the 46 of Max McCarram.
It looked like Jasir had a little lockup going into 1, which allowed Such to get back by.
Yeah, Drew is passed now back to the lead. Fighting our, whoa, one off, watch out. Track. Here's Such just in front of Jasir. And it looks like Arazu already up to third.
Looks like William has made up a couple spots too as well.
Yep, and Javier Das running around in fourth in the silver with the black. Popping back into view as we work our way up through the S's now. Now onto the back section of the racetrack. Trying to gain as much speed as you can. What do you think top speed will be before they get back on the brakes here?
In these cars, probably roughly maybe going up in the draft around 140-ish, because that's where these cars top out at.
You see Arazu making the move and your teammate locking up the brakes and Felber right behind him.
See if he can hold off Felber here.
Sweeping down out of Hogpen and out onto the front straightaway. First lap under green in the books.
As you can see there, these cars have a lot of toe. So if you get a good run off the corner, you can draft up pretty good going down the straightaway.
So Such out front and a good battle here now. Jasir has his hands full. There's Jasir in the yellow.
Felber has gone up to third here. Or fourth.
Fifth. Oh, no, yeah, you're right. We have
Cash.
two Felbers.
Yeah.
Cash is in the black 11, and then Roman in the red and white. I was seeing the red and white one.
Put a little train behind him with his brother and Javier Das behind him.
Yeah, Javier in the silver and black. Whoa, hang on, Cash. Did you see that? He had that thing airborne, didn't he, going up over the curbs like that? Oh.
Zach Forte is off.
Gathers it back up. Everybody moves way over to the right to give him room. I would say no harm, no foul, but it looked like something fell off the car as he went through there.
Yeah, we'll see if he has any damage from that. Das is going for a pass on Felber here.
Yeah, Javier looking inside.
Wasn't able to get it done.
No, couldn't get it done, could he? And then Roman Felber behind that in the 73. That would be the red and white machine.
My opinion being this early in the race, if I was Das, I would just try and sit behind Felber for 1 or 2 laps and see if we catch the leaders in front, and if not, then decide to go by then.
Here's that replay. Watch the 11 here.
Gets a little loose coming up over the curb. And then
that thing got airborne.
Yeah, once he gets out there on those rumble strips on the outside, he got a little bit of air.
That'll get your attention, won't it? We're going to wait through NASCAR Bend. Here's Such, Arazu, Jasir, Felber.
And we got a battle here for 6th, I believe it is. Yep. That was Alex Berg coming from the back of the grid.
Yeah, you just got around your teammate Rowan there, right? 34.
Yep.
Alex Berg out of Buford, Georgia, in that Berg Racing entry. He's really moving.
Yeah, I actually raced Berg back in 2023 here in this car. And I think he went and did some Formula 4 in Europe. And with his dad owning the team here, he decided he'd come back and do this race. I believe I saw 2 yellow flags on the side of the track in that last shot. It looks like we're going slower.
Yeah, it's like everybody's slowing down, huh?
Might have a safety car.
Yeah, we have gone full course yellow.
Yep. See what the incident was there that caused us to go full course yellow.
Yeah, there's the Ginetta safety car ready to pick the field up as they make their way up the front straightaway. Oh, there they are. Trying to figure out who's missing.
I'm not sure. I didn't see anyone.
No, I see Ava Hansen come by the back end of the field. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
backed into the tires.
That is one of the bird cars.
Is that Habir?
That is not. That's the green one, I believe. That is.
I think it's Ronan Bray.
Yeah, the 08.
Yep, there it is. All right, so Ronan Bray backed into the tires, a driver out of Franklin, Tennessee. We will let them get Ronan's car out of the way and the field ready to go, and we'll take a quick break while we wait to go back to green. Stay with us.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
Back here at Virginia International Raceway, Ralph Sheen, Kekai Hawanio with you as we get one of the cars off of the racetrack. Bray's machine here. Out of the tires, they'll bring it back to the paddock. And our Ben Sissel has found some of the members of the Berg Racing team down on pit lane. Take it away, Ben.
Yeah, I'm down here with Stefan. They're about to go green, so I can see he's getting nervous. But you guys brought 4 cars this time. You're leading the race, but also one of your drivers just went out with an incident. What are they saying?
I really haven't heard anything about Ronan. He's been improving all weekend. Obviously a rookie, but I haven't heard what happened with him. And then, unfortunately, Javier, who was running in 5th, must have gone off somewhere, and he's back in 12th at the moment. But we're looking strong with Drew up front.
Yeah. Second in points, so everything, all the points matter, don't they? And there's Ronan's car coming in on the hook. Now, Ronan, I will say, is from the greatest city in America, Franklin, Tennessee, which is where I'm from. Just found that out just recently. But they're coming back to green, Ralph, so I'm coming back to you in the booth.
All right, Ben. All the Tennessee big shots are all from Franklin, huh, K-Kai?
I guess so.
Ronan, Ben, Darrell Waltrip. He's got them all covered. All right, so now we got to get those Hancooks back up to temp, huh?
Yep. Safety car lights should be out, I think. Yeah, so there's the safety car pulling away. While they're under caution, they're probably all keeping their tires pretty warm and clean, so they're ready to go green.
And there's going to be a spot just on the right as you come out of Hog Pen where you have to go past that on a restart before you can pass the guy in front of you, right?
He went a little early there, right out of 16B, but yeah, right there, if they show it, right there at that Mission Food sign there on the right, you can kind of see it. That's the passing. That's the
those
passing
tires
board.
there. There's the green, and here we go. Look at this.
We're 3 wide.
3 wide, headed to 1. That's going to get interesting in a hurry. Such on the inside, Arazu, and then the Jasir in that bright yellow 7.
Oh, we're
still side by side. Such pulls back into the lead. Gaston Arazu's had a great season so far. What impresses you about his driving?
I haven't actually been able to watch him much, but it seems just based off of this, he's a smart, aggressive driver here. And look there, he's going for the move on Drew Such right now, going up into the S's. That's a risky move, and we're actually too wide all the way back, way back to 6 now.
Felber attacking Jasir, and look at everybody dipping the wheels.
Top 6 were side by side, all going
they
to
sure
the S's.
were.
See Felber move it up to 3rd here. Move Beckham Jasir back to 4th.
Whoop.
Oh, and that's Will.
Ronan.
He's going off the track.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Seems like Zach just missed.
Oh, man, that could have been horrific. Such a helpless feeling when that car comes back across the track like that, right?
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
Had that happen before. Luckily, Zach was able to kind of go off and avoid it. At least he's probably not happy with having to fall back there, but at least his car is not damaged.
Yeah. Zach Forey, driver out of Johannesburg, South Africa.
And it looks like Berg is trying to make a move here on Beckham Jasir. Going down into turn 1 here.
Beckham has really had his hands full in the restart of this one, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was up in the 3rd, and now he's
might be back to 5th here in a second.
Falling back.
Berg in that 98 on the outside out of Beaufort, Georgia.
He actually started in the back here, and he's all the way up to 4th.
Yeah, he's moving.
A lot of experience under his belt.
And it's going to be Cash Felber now up on the backside of Jasir Beckham. Such out front. Arazu, Roman Felber. Roman in the red and white, of course. Berg, Beckham, and Felber. That's your top 6. Settling down a little bit now.
Seems like everyone has a little bit of gap here, but that'll closen up here going down this long straightaway.
We don't have any timing and scoring working right now up here, so I don't know how much is left in this race. Jasir back and forth as we see Arazu has gotten around Such, but then the rear end of that car got loose there. Did you see that, K-Kai?
I did see that. Looking at the timing and scoring on my phone here, it's 10 minutes left. In
10 minutes to go.
So I have a good bit of time.
Here comes Such, fighting back on the outside as they head down to turn number 1. Right up alongside. And side by side for 3rd as well. Roman gets through. Such now on the inside at the next corner. That could be a big advantage there, and it is.
Drew Such pushed him a little wide there and was able to get a little bit of gap. But Drew Such just got a little loose going through that section. Razu was able to gain a little bit back. With the draft there, Razu's back on Drew Such's gearbox.
Razu could actually lock up the Ligier JFC Championship this weekend. Got a 42-point lead.
I'm sure Drew Such knows that going into this weekend, so he's doing everything he can to keep him behind him.
If Arazu can leave here with 50 points, there's only 100 points left. And Arazu going for the lead again. And getting a little help here with Felber trying to push him along. But Such, boy, he is fighting hard, isn't he?
Oh, and he's off the track.
Oh, man, and almost into Felber. And coming, is that Berg into the inside?
Yep.
Yep, and Berg's going to go to second. Boy, that is not what Drew Such needed.
Yeah, but luckily here, Drew Such has Berg as his teammate here, and if Berg can get back up to him and bat him a little bit.
And now he's under attack by Felber as they head to turn 1. Such on the inside in that silver and orange 28. And Jasir Beckham has his hands full as well.
Side by side with the other Felber runner.
Yeah. Cash. So again, if Arazu can leave here with a 50-point lead with 100 points available the rest of the year, he should be able to lock up the championship. And of course, coming with that is that big scholarship to move to F4 US, which is massive.
Yes, it is.
Such a 3-time winner this season. Looking for 4. Needs a little help here this morning. Oh, hang on, Jasir. Look out for the tires.
He was able to keep it out of the wall there, luckily.
Boy. He might have rubbed the letters off those Hancooks getting that close to the tires.
Yeah, maybe.
A lot of dirt on those now. Arazu out in front of Berg. Such coming back for 3rd. He's got it. And the Felber brothers running 4th and 5th. No Daniel Carra here this weekend, unfortunately. He's 3rd in the points. So Cash Felber.
And it looks like Berg is caught up to the leader here, as the leader was blocking in turn 1.
Yeah, and Cash Felber, who's right up in the thick of this fight around the top 5, 4th in the points, might be able to move up a little bit. Get around Karoff, he can have a good weekend here.
Berg can get a good run out of this 3, 4, 5 complex. Might be able to draft up to him going up through the S's.
Boy, what a run this would be for Berg if he could come from the tail of the field all the way up to take the win here. Gaston Arazu in that 43.
I wouldn't doubt that Berg knows that Such needs to beat the number 42 here to hopefully have a chance here in the championship. So he might help him out a little bit with that.
Berg making his career first start in the Ligier JFC Championship. Pretty good debut. He raced that first generation F4 car when it was a spec car for F4 back in 22 and 23. Had a win and 8 podiums across 2 seasons. Then went to the British F4 Championship 2024 and has spent this year racing in GB4 for Graham Brunton Racing.
Oh, and here he goes for the move.
This is for the lead. Inside, headed to turn 1. Berg on the inside, pushing Arazu. Taking all the racetrack and the lead away as well.
And it brings Such right back into it.
Sure does. Such has rolled up to 3rd and closed in. And if he can have his teammate deny Arazu the win, and he can get 2nd or 3rd out of this, that would be huge. Especially if he can get 2nd. Boy, he's pushing hard, isn't he, Drew?
Yeah, he definitely knows that he needs to beat Razou to stay in the championship fight here, and that's what it seems like he's trying to do.
Yep.
Such will have the draft going up into the roller coaster section.
You can see everybody working it and trying to break it here.
There goes Such for the move.
And it looks like Arazu is thinking about one as well. And Arazu, because of the attempt he was making, ends up losing second and ends up falling back. And we got Such to the lead. That couldn't have played out better for Drew Such.
It couldn't have, yeah. Like I said,
he just needs a checkered flag right now.
Yeah. Like I said, Alex Berg might be out there helping him just because they know that the championship is in contention here.
Well, he's proven the point, hasn't he, that he could go from the tail to the lead. He did that. And to your point now, he can help out Such, settle for second, keep Arazu at bay.
I mean, yeah, he's not in the championship fight, so he doesn't necessarily need the win.
Doesn't need it, but boy, it's hard to hand it over sometimes, isn't it?
But it seems like that's what he did here, and I'm sure he'll try and defend second place, and that'll let Drew Such get away.
Quite the drive by Berg to come all the way up to the lead. Oh boy, Razu's not done though. Oh man, that's some tight racing through there. Because you are so much on the limit, and to be so close like that, and there's not a lot of room for error in there.
You're already on the limit by yourself there, and going through there too wide is definitely risky.
You got to have a lot of trust in the guy you're racing with.
Yep.
It's like Felber attacking his brother. It looks like Roman might pull it off. He does. Berg back inside on Arazu. Takes Arazu wide. And oh boy, hang on, Gaston. And that is really going to hurt him in the points, because not only does he lose one spot, he loses 3 more.
Yep.
Talk about a turning point in the championship.
Oh, and it's white flag this time by.
And white flag is out, and there is no way Gaston Arazu gets those 3 places back.
Depending on how fast Haradas is here, he might lose another one.
Yeah.
He pulled back right in front of Haradas within a couple car lengths.
Wow. What a big shift in this Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Does that mean that Drew Such will possibly take over the lead here, or is he too far behind still?
I think he's too far behind to take it over, but he's certainly going to tighten it up. I believe there was a 42-point gap between the two of them coming into the weekend.
Yeah, so depending on where he finishes back there, might be down to 25 points.
Yeah.
20.
It's certainly going to go down to the last weekend, isn't it, now at Barber? There's no offense to Gaston Arazu, but we look forward to that. Such really fought hard through this. You got to give Drew credit, though. I mean, he was falling all the way back to 3rd.
I think at one point he was back to 5th.
Look, yeah, it looked like he had lost his rhythm, and instead he's going to come out of this with a win here in race 1 at Virginia International Raceway. Drew Such taking the victory in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. As he crosses the line, Berg will get second, Roman Felber third.
And that is Arazu seems like he crossed the line in 6th. If they show it here. Yep.
Might be 7th. Third. 4th, 5th. I'm not sure. Again, we don't have the timing of scoring. You got it on your...
Yeah, I'll see if
Let's see what it says on the phone.
Yeah, 6th.
He's 6th. Wow. What a turn of events for Gaston Arazu. We will have a winner interview when we get the cars all back around. And we'll have the podium for you. Some of the highlights of this one. Good start, aggressive run down to turn 1, but everybody raced cleanly through there. Felber making early moves back in the pack. Smoking up the wheels on the 34 is William Rowan. This was a wild moment here for Cash Felber. Full course caution, leading to a restart. Great side-by-side battles all the way, the first 6 cars. A lot of off-track excursions. This one being the wildest as Ronan almost took out another car as he came back across the track. And Arazu and Such battling. Such going off course. Jasir Beckham almost getting into the tire barrier. Berg passing Arazu, taking the lead, and then Arazu goes all the way off and around and falls from the lead to 3rd and then all the way back to 6th. And it's Drew Such and Alex Berg, teammates, taking the top 2. And let's go down to Ben.
Well, thank you so much, Ralph. I'm going to walk around. I want to talk to Drew Such because that was unbelievable. Man, Roman, nice job to come from the back like that. Unbelievable. But Drew Such, there's a Beatles song that says, I get by with a little help from my friends. And I think no truer words could have been spoken there. Unbelievable race. You were out front.
Okay.
Here you go. Let me give you this Ligier hat to wear. Unbelievable. That's going to be a huge points day. Great run there for Berg Racing. How's it feel?
It's been a while since I've been here. I've been wanting to get back to Victory Lane and talk to you, man. But, I mean, this weekend, this is the first time I get to race with my longtime friend, Alex Berg. And it's just such a great feeling to be out there with him. And we've known each other for so long, and we've kind of grown into this incredible team. And now we've got 4 cars this weekend. Everything's on the up and up. It's incredible.
Nice job. Really good points day. As we come through Drew Such now, I want to come and talk to Alex Berg in that pink helmet. What a performance. Welcome back. And, man, did you put on a show, Alex?
Oh, thank you. It's great to be back here in the SVRA paddock with JFC. I drove these cars for a couple years in 2022 and 23, and I just have to say, out of all the race cars I've ever driven, these ones race the absolute best. It's almost like Spec Miata racing, but in formula cars.
No, exactly, and you can race these things super close. We see that, and that's how we're developing the racecraft. And I know you and your dad are working same thing with all of your drivers, and it's all about that seat time and wheel-to-wheel racing.
Absolutely. We put in a lot of development work over the summer. We've got a new transporter, added on another 2 cars. We'll have 4 cars again at VIR, and it's just incredible to see it pay off. I'm extremely proud of all of my guys, Mike, Nick, Brad, Matt, Carson, anyone else who I've missed, and it's just proud to be here 1-2 with my own team.
Yeah, good points day for Berg Racing. And then where did Roman go? Roman, come on up here, man. Let's talk about you in front of your car so we get some of these sponsors. So you've got Town Hall on here just like your brothers. You were out there racing with your twin brother for a while, but finished 3rd from last. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah, we went on used tires, so we didn't really have the pace at the end, and we kind of got screwed by some people almost spinning. So we definitely had the pace to win today, and yeah, we'll be there tomorrow with the new tires and everything.
Nice. We'll be there tomorrow with new tires and everything. Well, John Phippen, I'm going to give it over to you. I'm going to send it back up to the booth, and then Ralph will send it to you, John Phippen, for Victory Circle.
Sounds great.
All right, Ben, thank you. Busy timed in there. All right, KK, what do you think?
I think I got to go get ready for my race.
Okay. We will let you go do that, and it looks like John Phippen is about ready to go. Thanks for coming by, KK. We'll see you a little bit later on. We'll enjoy watching your race as well. And it looks like John is ready to go down there. So, John Phippen, down to you, sir.
Welcome back to the podium. Let's introduce our top 3 finishers. Finishing in 3rd spot from the back of the pack, Roman Felber, ladies and gentlemen, for Champagne Racing. All right, good jump. Roman, great run. Again, a little problem after qualifying. You had to start near the back, but hey, you worked your way through the field. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, the car's fast enough so I could get up there. Yeah, I was just sliding a lot at the end there. Yeah, and then I saw Gaston spin, and I kind of got screwed by that. And when he had a moment too, I got screwed by that. So I mean, there's nothing more we had today, and I'll be happy with 3rd. We can go for the win tomorrow.
Absolutely. You got another race coming up tomorrow. Anybody you'd like to thank?
My whole family, all my sponsors, Bio Longevity Labs, FLBR Motorsport, Town Hall, Rebel, Phantom Fireworks. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Roman Felber, ladies and gentlemen, his 3rd podium on the season. Got the picture of Roman. Let's bring up a debutante for this season anyway, but he's no stranger to our championship. Alex Berg, ladies and gentlemen, 2nd place. Welcome back.
It's great to talk to you again, John.
Absolutely. You taken the role as team owner, and now you guys have expanded a 4-car team. You're a bit of a powerhouse here, and you came from the back of the pack to the 2nd place and challenged for the win on this one.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I didn't really think about that. I was really chill and mellow the whole race, but, you know, to be up here 1-2 with my own team, it's just an incredible feeling. We've grown since August of 2023 to a rented Hertz pickup truck and a 20-foot trailer running a Mazda at an SCCA club race. So what we are now, 4 cars with a semi-hauler, fighting for the championship. It's just an incredible feeling, and I'm so grateful for everybody involved, all the mechanics, crew, helpers, and everybody.
Yeah, you're fighting for the team championship as well, and that's getting a little closer after today.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Anybody else you'd like to thank?
I guess the whole crew, Brad, Stefan, Nick, Mike, Carson, my dad, my mom, and Thomas.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alex Berg, 2nd place finish this weekend. Alex, pick up your trophy if you would, please. Thank you. And let's bring up our winner. He started from the pole, dropped it back a little bit, but what a recovery drive for Drew Such, ladies and gentlemen. You're too tall, so I have to jump up here with you, my friend. What an eventful race. Tell us about it.
Thank you. I mean, we knew we had the pace right from the start. I mean, we were good in practice, and I qualified pole. I knew Alex was just as fast. So I think it was just a bit of a matter of time, you know. So I'm super excited that we got it done today and trying to get it done tomorrow again.
You spent a lot of this race going side by side with a whole bunch of people, including the points leader, Gaston Irazu. But good, clean racing. You got off course a little bit, but what a great recovery drive for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really hard fought race, but it was a clean one, and that's kind of what I love about this series. It's very respectful racing, but we really give it everything.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, my entire team: Brad, Nick, Mike, Stefan, who's somewhere, Alan, just Matt, and Carson. Everybody. We got so many new people this weekend. I'm trying to keep track of everybody.
Fantastic. Great job.
Thank you.
Drew Such, ladies and gentlemen, your winner. That's Drew's 4th win on the season to go along with 3 other podiums. And that is going to narrow the points battle. As Drew came into this weekend 42 points behind our points leader, Gaston Irazu, and that's going to be a narrower gap going into race number 2 on the weekend tomorrow. Time for the hat dance, as we got Ligier hats on all 3 of our drivers, as we acknowledge Ligier as the chassis provider for the series, and now Hankook. Danny Van Dongen, I just had a chance to shake Danny's hand as the Hankook team providing tires for all 3 of our series, and we appreciate all the hard work they do at all of our race meetings. And then one more round of hats for Mountoon. Mountoon, of course, the power plant supplier with this MK engine based on the Honda K20, but Mountoon does a fantastic job keeping these engines in shape. All right, one more opportunity for you to acknowledge these 3 drivers, ladies and gentlemen, as the sparkling water flies. Roman Felber, Alex Berg, and Drew Such, your podium. Ralph will send it back up to you.
Things of mine and describe myself passionate, fun, and giving.
Okay. How about as a driver, how would you describe yourself?
Aggressive, angry, fast. They give us a 1 minute to go. I click the visor down and the world is shut out. My world that I live in, my reality that I live in, is shut off. I go into full attack mode, soldier mode. The cars are the most. That's what I don't understand. Like why we don't have 50 of them every week, because it's the most exciting race car to drive. If you love driving a race car, you are missing out by not driving a Trans Am car. It's as plain as that. And every driver that's ever sat behind the wheel of one will tell you the same thing. And I don't get how these people will spend 10 times the money to go run a GT3 car. I guess they don't want to drive a real race car, because you could throw a license plate on those things and they could drive them to the grocery store. because in all reality, that to me is not pure. When you're sitting in a car that's raw and just feeds you energy all the time, and you don't turn a dial for an air conditioner switch, and you don't pound the brake pedal and feel ABS, and you don't pound the gas pedal and feel traction control, there's something amazing about that. I mean, that's why everyone in the world should have ever gotten to become a driver. That's why when you're growing up, you want to be a driver, is because you grew up watching people do that. And then all of a sudden, that seems to be disappearing. And I don't want that to disappear. I want it to gain that exposure. So I don't mean to pick on any GT3 people out there, but come on. Come Trans Am racing. It's more fun.
I'm Chris Dyson. I'm a 3-time Trans Am champion, and we're here to start the season. Well, this morning always starts like every morning with good breakfast. Woke up, sort of got my mind focused, remembered it's a race day. We're at the race weekend. It's the happy time. It's the happy place. We try to focus on what's ahead, which is a great day here. Our Mustang, our number 16 Jim Weed car is ready to go. The team is here. I came and checked in with my engineers, and we've talked about our plan for the day, and it's exciting. This is the best time of the year. This is New Year's celebration starting in February for us. Yeah, so I mean, we spent the winter training. Racing never shuts off. You're always on it mentally, and you want your body to follow. And I think always having the ability to be ready to go at a moment's notice is something that we all racing drivers want to do. We don't want to be left behind. We want to be first. We want to be the fastest. And a lot of our focus away from the track is on making sure that we're at our absolute best, and when we're not at our best, that we can still get back to our best. And I think that's a key thing for any athlete. One of the big things in the off season is focusing on stamina and focus. And having a couple months off is a great time for the mind to decompress, getting in the gym, putting in that little extra, pushing to try to build up and create those reserves you're going to need when it matters, whether it's in the race or whether it's over a course of a long season. That athletic preparation is a big part of the sport. This is a high-risk, fast, and dangerous game. And what you want to make sure of is that you're not letting down the team and that you're keeping yourself in one piece. So focus is everything.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT. So we're going to see cars from all over the world competing, high horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The 3 GT classes that we have in the Trans Am Series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am Series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
you see, we have TA1, then you have TA2, which is, you see a lot of young talent learning, either being a road racer and showing their skills to move to IMSA or NASCAR, or, development drivers, Brent Cruz, for example, Connor Zilic, who's amazing, and Thomas Annunziata, a lot of young guys that have the talent to move up, and it's where they get their feet wet. I like to see TA1 kind of become the next step for them to, feel more powerful cars and a little edgier cars. The TA2 cars, you can slide around a lot. The TA1 cars are much less forgiving, more on edge. So I can see TA1 kind of becoming what TA2 is now, as far as the young guys getting big car experience.
Am Andretti, I drive the top liner Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It feels amazing, but at the same time, it doesn't mean anything 2 races into the season. It's obviously a cool accomplishment. You get the great pit spot, and you get some of the perks that come along with being a points leader, but none of it matters until we're in COTA and we're at the banquet, and they're sitting there, and then you're the points leader. That's when it matters. So there was a lot of racing left to go, and that's what we're working towards, is to get to that goal of COTA and celebrating the ultimate celebration. Leading the points at any point in your career feels amazing. I mean, no one doesn't want to be the points leader. That's what we're striving to be. We've been consistent. It's again only 2 races in, but the change from our past to now would be consistency and having a good start. Honestly, in my entire Trans Am career, I've never left Sebring with a decent finish when going for a championship. I've had some great finishes at Sebring, but it was always like one-off races, and I was never going to go. I wasn't going for the championship that year. It seemed like every year I've gone for the championship, Sebring has put us behind the 8 ball right off the bat. And this year that wasn't the case. This year we were able to bring it home with a strong podium finish, and that has been really the game changer for us. When you start thinking about other teams and what they're going through, and you lose focus of what your own operation is doing. We're just heads down on what our own operation is. You have enough to deal with focusing on your own program than having to worry about anyone else's program, as nobody out there is worried about our program either. So it's the champions really put their heads down and focus on what they're doing and exit that outside noise. That outside noise doesn't mean anything. It's funny, and when everyone says, I'd rather be chased than be the chaser, it's because they're not in that position, So you always say, because what we do here in our world of driving race cars is 90% psychological. So if you're somewhere wrong in that game that's going on between your ears, so you have to talk yourself up for that. For me, I just like to focus again on what we're doing, business as usual. We know what we have to do. We have to finish races, first and foremost. And if we finish races with our pace and with the way that we perform, those finishes and those results should take care of themselves. After the California swing, we still have 2/3 of our races left. So you get into that last third of the races, then yes, maybe some of the mentality will change, but you got to be careful changing your mentality driving, because when you make those adjustments, it can create other errors because you're taking yourself out of your rhythm. The rhythm of life and the rhythm of what you're doing, especially in our sport, is so important. So it's really a fine line, a fine balance that you have to be on at that point.
The Trans Am Series is all about high horsepower and a big focus on the cars. The TA2 Series is driver development. We get a huge car count, we get great battles on track, and with me right now is Tristan McKee. He's a Chevrolet development driver, and he's going to help tell me and you guys about what we do to make these TA2 cars fast and how you go about winning races here.
So yeah, we really have to be perfect with everything. The competition is super stiff around here. So we really have to have all our cambers, air pressures, and everything right with our Pirelli P0s. They're great tires, super reliable, super consistent throughout the race. We also have to make sure our balance is correct throughout the race, aero balance, mechanical grip, stuff like that, because race pace is super important. Sometimes we have long races with long runs, and sometimes we have caution-filled races like Sebring.
So you're playing with shocks, springs, you're adjusting rear wings, so that, and your thought is, maybe this is going to be a short run race with a lot of yellow, so I've got to be able to fire off really good. Or, man, maybe this is a race every year that doesn't have a lot of yellow, so I've got to have my rear tires still hooked up at the end of this race so I can come through these guys, right?
Yep, exactly. We missed it a little bit at Sebring. We had We were expecting some long runs, so we had a little bit of a long run setup, and we just missed it because there was a lot of caution.
And another one around the 61.
Our TA2 cars are over 500 horsepower, a little over 2,800 pounds. And so as a development driver and you're coming up through the ranks, being able to just rake, tow, Ackerman, all sorts of things on this is the full package. So I imagine you're working with engineers and learning as much as you can from them, right?
Yeah, I've learned a lot driving these cars. You know, I come from circle track world, so this is very different from what I'm used to. I'm really enjoying it.
So the difference from running the circle track cars to running the road course stuff, what has been your biggest thing that you've been learning with your driving style?
I've had to work on myself a lot because usually driver's fine, it's more the car, so I've had to, you know, redo all of my braking techniques because it's all different for this style of racing. So I've learned a lot doing this, and I think it's helped me a lot in the oval world, so I think it's really cool.
Awesome. Well,
thank you.
Good to see you and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Spridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds. The production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7, and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alfa, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11. And when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars. But we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am. Well, this is the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. So here I am in the Pirelli tent. And what we want to do right now is kind of walk you through the process. So Amy Ruman has been nice enough to drop off 4 used sets of tires on her beautiful Forge Line wheels. And then the Pirelli guys, they all just hopped up like they know what they're doing. He's X'd them out. And he basically is the one that's going to mark this and tell them they just turned in 4 tires. They're going to get 4 new tires, and he invoices them. No money is exchanged here at the track. See, he's writing her number here, the number 23 on that beautiful red McNichols Corvette. He's basically, all they're doing is stacking it up with the fronts and the rears. They move down through here. You can see that this is the left front. This is the right front. And now they're coming in here to the dismount. Now, these are the Forge Line wheels. They put them on here. This thing comes in, takes the bead. You can see it. It's about to take the bead and basically squish the tire down. And then they run it through. And you can tell the muscle memory of these Pirelli technicians is unbelievable. This is a lot harder and more difficult than they make it look, as now they're basically coming through to dismount the tires. You can hear everything is through their air compressor. Now they're taking it off the bead. And they've got it fully dismounted. So there is the old tire, and now they put the new tire on. This is the lubing. They just kind of lube the bead, and I did hear that they have to put more lube on the bead for the TA2 tires than on these TA Forge Line wheels tires. And now they're mounting the tire. Obviously, with the muscle memory that's happening right now with these Pirelli technicians, they've done this thousands of times, I would say. So now they come up here to inflation. And the first thing that the inflator will probably, one of the first things, so they've got these little innards that go inside the valve stem. You can see that. That's what you're pushing when you have to put air into the tires or out of the tires. That goes in. He's airing it up. And you can see this part, I guess, gets kind of dangerous. You don't want your fingers in there when the bead pops that we just heard. And then just in case, they've put a cage around this. And then how many pounds, the first time you inflate, how many pounds are you putting in this?
We're going to find out. It's about 50.
50 pounds, okay. So basically you put it up to 50 just to get the beads to pop, and now you bring it down to whatever, 30. Okay, so they're going to do 30 pounds. And then it comes down here to balance. And balance is kind of, not that this isn't a science anywhere, but the balancing is really one of the most critical aspects of this, because then the car won't shake or vibrate and the drivers will feel a lot better if a tire goes out of balance or a wheel goes out of balance. That can really mess them up. This is the balancer, and this is a computer generated, and it rotates itself, and then it'll tell them where to put the weights. It'll tell them where to rotate and then what weights they need where. So there's the green mark on the tire. And what is it telling you which weights to put where?
Each one of these is a quarter ounce. It's asking for 2 ounces, so you're going to have 8 total. That arrow right there indicates top dead center, which is right here.
Okay. So the green arrow tells the top dead center, and he's putting the weights in there. Then he's going to do it again and see if it passes. Have you ever had a perfectly balanced wheel and tire without weights?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
That's kind of like a lucky strike. 3 cherries at the slot machine. So that looks good. That passes, balanced. And now it comes out here, the number 23, and they'll keep the tires together, but then they'll stack them out here. So let's watch this balancing process one more time because it is pretty neat to watch. So they've got these, looks like these are quarter ounce. So I'm holding right here then 1 ounce of wheel weights. Then they've got this very sticky double-sided underneath, and then they have to be flexible, obviously, because they go inside the rim, and then they do everything they can to make sure all the weights are on the inside and not the outside. You know, on your street car, you might have weights that are clipped or adhered to the outside, like meaning what you can see, but the Pirelli, they try to do everything to the inside. So now it's just going around, and I guess the computer device is feeling where it's out of balance.
Exactly, yeah. It's got a sensor inside that can feel the heavy side of the tire.
Well, look at that. I can sense it. I just gave you 1 full ounce right there. And now you're looking for the green arrow for top dead center.
So we'll line that up.
That's pretty amazing. So then after balancing, they line them back up here, and then it's at the team's leisure to come and pick them up whenever. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Unless they are having to wait for them if it's like a race set or something like that, and we're holding them to be released for the time of a race.
So that is the Pirelli. That's the whole process. I've heard that there's been weekends a few years ago at Sebring. They went through 1,300 tires total with IGT and with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This weekend they're going to go through about just over 600 tires, and they've got the assembly line working. We're kind of early on. This is just kind of test and practice sessions. But as the weekend progresses, we might see more and more tires rocking through here. But that's how Pirelli does the Pirelli tires for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. A great marketing partner to have in the series. They're doing so much R&D for us, and hopefully we're doing the same for them. It's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship, but that's kind of the assembly line here at Pirelli.
I love Trans Am because it's gritty, it's tough. You know, it's not flashy, and that's what I love about it. It's real racing. It's pure racing. It's the way racing was meant to be, and I think that's what anyone in this paddock would echo those sentiments. The people too make all the difference. The people in the paddock are some of the best I've ever raced. I've been blessed that I can go race in about any paddock out in the United States, and this is the one I always want to come back to because of the people. The people are like family. So yeah, it's a special place to race. We've seen a lot of amazing talent come through this series. I mean, talent that we watch in the Cup Series every weekend. We see Justin Haley. He came through the Trans Am Series. We see Connor Zilic now, and he came through the Trans Am Series. We're going to see Brent Cruz for many years down the road, Thomas Annunziata. So these names and the talent that's come through, Ernie Francis Jr., it's been amazing to watch. And it's been great for me because at this, you know, as I've had a great long career in Trans Am, as we've been over 10 years doing this in this same series, I've gotten to see those, and I've gotten to nurture some of those careers and watch them grow, and it's very rewarding from my point of view to continue to do that. My only desire in my career, beyond where I'm doing in Trans Am, because I love it here, is because I make a good living here, people treat me really, really well, is the Indianapolis 500. It's always been a goal. I grew up in Indianapolis. I grew up just outside of Indianapolis in Brownsburg. That was always something that was on my radar, and always something everything I've ever done in my career, it's been in hopes that I would get a shot there. And so, and this is no different. You know, I'm surrounded by people that in this series that financially, if it came about and they got they got the seed planted and it wanted to grow a little bit, they could make something like that happen. So you never know what could happen in life. I know I'm not getting any younger, but I think as I get even older, being an Andretti, going to the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie, and in your mid 40s, I think there's a heck of a story in there and a heck of an inspiring story because I think something that's come to light here, especially here in the last 5 years, is men's mental health, and it really targets that age group, 40 to 50, where men are feeling lost, and if they can feel some inspiration from someone's story, and so trust me, I would have loved to have been there at 18 years old, and that was my goal, was to be at Indy, long before now. But if I got there at 46, 47, 40, I don't care. I'll get there and I'll be competitive because I've got the desire, I've got the drive, I got the talent. To go do it. So, but that's the only thing I have on my radar screen. Other than Indy 500, I don't have nothing on my radar screen.
I don't really think about what other guys are doing, but I've got more laps in a race car than anybody else in the field. Just through the NASCAR stuff, I've been in so many different situations and thousands of miles driven. So, it's very rare that I see something that I haven't seen before. But our whole field's very experienced too. Chris, Adam, Tommy, Amy, they've been around a long time. They've been doing this a long time. They know, they know when to push, when not to push. And I'm much newer to this style of racing than they are. But overall, I just have, thousands more laps and miles than they do, and it kind of equals itself out. We just can't be dumb. In order to race competitively, you can't let off the throttle. So, obviously, you have to do it in the right, pick and choose your battles, right circumstances, be smart. But we're fully here to not run second, not run third. We want to win the race, and no reason why we can't.
Well, Lime Rock has always been home for me from a racing standpoint since the time I can remember. This is less than an hour away from my childhood home. It's really where the family kind of, I think, made its name in the sport. It's 40 years ago this weekend that my dad's team came out and made their IMSA GTP debut, won the race, kind of announced ourselves to the world as a racing organization. And as a 7-year-old kid, that's still a very bright memory. Obviously, with Trans Am coming back here and having such success, it's really satisfying to do it too with my own kids, and to kind of perpetuate and continue the family cycle. I'm still really grateful for the fact that I've recovered enough to get back in the car, because for a little while there it didn't look like it was going to be too likely. And I'd have to say that I'm probably most grateful for my family for just keeping the positive energy up. And actually, there were times where I just didn't feel like there was light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm thankful for all the people in my life that kept reinforcing the good stuff. And, I think frankly, while I'm in that moment too, there's a retrospective thing that maybe goes on that you don't generally allow yourself. You're saying, look, I'm really grateful for everything that happened up to this point. And I think that's a good exercise that everybody should go through. One of the things that's most interesting about racing is how much absolute commitment it takes. And you get reminded of that when you see someone that actually goes a step further than you think you're going. And to me, this is a great way to kind of exercise your limits, and in an environment where it's encouraged. That's not everyday life. So for me, the motivation here is to push my personal boundaries, get outside my comfort zone, and test myself. And I think every proper racing driver is wired that way. It's really the last of the unbridled monsters of racing. You're looking at something that for 60 years has known what it is and apologizes for nothing. And I think there's a really strong place for that in this world that's trying to fit inside so many boxes, to have something that says, hang on a minute, we're going to be loud, we're going to be fast, we're going to belch flames. It's rock and roll. It's racing as a spectacle, and it's powerful, it's aggressive, it's give no quarter, none taken, and it's not going to say, sorry, I'm trying to be something else. It knows what it is, and it's a fight every single weekend. These are races that people want to win. This is still one of the most prestigious series in worldwide racing. You mentioned Trans Am racing. Everybody knows what you're talking about. Probably to a greater extent than anything I ever raced in.
TA2 was my first opportunity into the Trans Am Series with ECC Motorsports and the Hendrickson family, and it was a very exciting class to come into and help build and be a part of, and that was really super special. But the target's always been on the TA class. The cars are just amazing to drive, and again, with ECC, I was fortunate enough that they bought more TA cars and the whole bit, and I won my first TA race with ECC Motorsports, and that was super, super special in the Dodge out at Circuit of the Americas at the end of the 2019 season. So, and, you know, the TA cars have always been a target. It was from the time I was young. I wanted to drive TA cars because it was such a special car to drive. It was such a fantastically fun car to drive, and then you could see that. And for me personally, when I was young, IndyCar was of course a goal or a target, but I was a 6-foot-tall Andretti, and my whole family was making fun of me. Like, if you want to drive race cars, you're better look at Trans Am. They're the only thing you're going to fit in. So kind of inadvertently, I put it in my subconscious. But this is always a place I wanted to be too, because no Andretti has ever competed in Trans Am. And it's very hard in my family to go ahead and kind of lay your own groundwork for yourself in a series. And the opportunity presented itself in this series. And I've had an awesome career here. So I find myself really, really blessed. And like, God put me right where He wanted me. I love the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This place will always have a special place in my heart. Early on in my karting career, ran a go-kart race here. And then I had the awesome opportunity around 2007, I came here and spent 4 years as an instructor at the Mid-Ohio School. I still say it's the best driving school you're going to find in the country. Not only because the track is so technical, the instructors, the quality of instructors that they get here are absolutely amazing, and their teen school is really the teen school that everyone models their teen schools after. It was definitely a highlight of my life to spend 4 years here and work with the people at the school. They're all still my close friends. Sonny G, the general manager of the school, is one of my closest friends. Tommy Byrne, one of their instructors. Brian Till. I mean, the names go on and on. Aaron Quine is going to be running with us this weekend, and he's an instructor there. It's a quality place to go learn how to drive. So yeah, spent a lot of time on these grounds. They're beautiful grounds. They're well maintained. There's an energy about this place, and then when you drive it, it kind of falls into the theme of, if you drive the country roads around here, it feels like you're on one of those old country roads, and you're the only one that knows the best place around it, and it's pretty special to be here. So yeah, we make our 100 start. I get to make my 100 start as a competitor in the Trans Am Series, and I would have never thought that I would have racked up 100 starts. I mean, that's a dream come true in a big way. And first and foremost, you think about all the people that got you here, and that's a countless amount of people to thank. But as far as inside this series and inside this accomplishment, first and foremost, my wife Tabitha, and the support that I get at home from her is second to none, and that's where it all starts. Like, if you don't have that support at home, it's really hard to come out here and even get any kind of longevity in something like this. So the Hendrickson family, ECC Motorsports, are the ones that brought me into Trans Am and gave me a lot of those starts. I would say, I'm guessing, I haven't looked at the breakdown, about 50-60% of those starts have got to be with ECC Motorsports. But not just them. Dyson Racing, CD Racing has given me a couple of starts. Peterson Racing, I ran with them for a very long time. John Cloud, this is his last weekend as a team owner, and John Cloud gave me a lot of races as well to come out here. Ken Twaits, another guy. So I think about all these people, and then, obviously Claudio Burton and Burton Racing, and who I've been driving for the last 2 years. The only thing I ever prayed for as a kid growing up is I just want to make my living driving a race car, and God has certainly provided that, and all those people played a role in that, and I am eternally thankful for each and every one of them, and for getting me to this point in my career, because I would have never thought I'd hit a century mark with any series. My personal Am Andretti legacy is here in the Trans Am Series. And I'm 100% at peace with that. It's a wonderful place to leave a legacy. This is the oldest road racing series in the United States of America, founded in 1966. Anything that's got this kind of legs to it, you're blessed to be a part of that history. It was told to me today there's only 21 drivers in the history of Trans Am, and I got to think there's tens of thousands of drivers that have come through Trans Am over the history of it. only 21 drivers have reached this milestone of 100 starts. So yeah, I'll just keep adding to that, and that'll continue to be my legacy. And as long as my phone keeps ringing to come drive these great race cars, I'm going to come drive these great race cars. But even after my time with the helmet is done in the Trans Am Series, I see myself being a part of this series for a long time. I love it. I believe in it. I think the people in it are very special, and I want to be a part of that no matter what. So I don't see me leaving anytime soon. The helmet may come off, but I'll still be here.
Hey there, I'm Matt Brabham. I'm driving here in the Jim Weed Ford Mustang for Chris Dyson Racing. I've done a couple races this year and been racing other stuff as well, other series, but yeah, glad to be here. My story and how I got here is quite a bit different to most. I've raced almost every single series in the world except for Formula One. I've raced IndyCar, I've raced V8 Supercars in Australia. I've raced sports cars, I've raced Baja or off-road, and then finally here, I have a home here in Trans Am with Chris Dyson Racing, and yeah, I mean, it's been an up and down path, but no, these beasts, out of all the cars that I've driven, are some of the most fun I've ever driven. I think what makes Trans Am the most fun everything I've driven before is just the raw mentality of it. You know, there's no ABS, there's no traction control. We got 900 horsepower, we got flames spitting out the side, so it's just a raw, pure form of motorsport. It kind of reminds me of the old school stuff, you know, especially listening to my dad talk about the old stories and my grandfather when they raced. And it's just pure motorsport, which is rare to find these days. I've been jumping in and out this year, so it's been a little bit of a challenge. But no, I'm used to that kind of stuff. I mean, I've always been that guy in reserve. I feel like my whole career I've always been on the sidelines, ready to go, and I'll do one or two races and do really well. So, I mean, I don't have to prove anything, but for me personally, I like to make the most of my chances, and yeah, especially all the guys give me a hard time. They're like, why are you pushing so hard in practice? Like, you're making us look bad. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know how many practice sessions I'm going to get. You know, I might have to jump out here and hand the car over to someone else. So, no, I love to go out there and lay it down on the line. And, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not trying to prove anything, but for sure I have that little bit of an added fire to get the most out of it when I do get a shot. Yeah, so obviously I got a little bit of a name. You know, there's some good names in the Trans Am series. So my family heritage obviously started with my grandfather. I grew up with him on the Gold Coast in Australia, so I got to spend a lot of time with him growing up. Definitely an old school, you know, rough on the edges kind of guy. But yeah, I mean, obviously he raced Formula One, won all the championships that he did. My dad. Racing here in the States in sports cars, and then obviously my uncles that race as well. So yeah, a lot of family history. My mom, she races jet skis, and she was you know, obviously racing the World Finals and a factory rider. So yeah, I mean, even from my mom, my dad, everyone in our family races, and it's so cool to be a part of a racing family that understands how it all works.
All right, so we're here at Road America, and for years I've seen these kind of cars like this Mountain Dew car, basically the era of Trans Am I grew up in, at our SVRA events. And Colin's always on the top or on the podium with our SVRA events. Last year, Boris said, who raced in this era of Trans Am and in modern era. Boris, you were giving Colin like a hard time. Like, I remember at lunch you were like, Colin, your car qualifies in GT1, come run. How did you get him here?
Well, our friend Peter Cunningham, who's a legend here, and he's a board member at Road America, he always gets the glory here. And I'm like, you are better than Peter Cunningham. So take your car out and run it, and here he is on the pole.
Nice, yeah. Pole in GT1, Colin in this Mountain Dew car, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I mean, I'm glad after all these years of coaching Boris, I could finally get out here and show what I could do in a car almost as old as him.
I raced this car once, actually, yes. Really? Yeah, this was actually a Lions Pride car for a couple races.
No way.
Yeah. Yep.
And then who's your spotter this weekend?
My spotter is Boris said.
And what will you tell him?
Well, hopefully to go faster. But we have a problem because this is an older era Trans Am car, has a 31-gallon fuel cell. It doesn't have enough fuel to make the race, so we're going to have to do a pit stop here and there, else get lucky with a lot of yellow, so it should be interesting.
All right, yeah, so what's the strategy there? Do you know how many laps under yellow could get you to the finish?
Well, just judging by the fact we got a yellow on the out lap of the qualifying session, I feel pretty good about 25 laps, getting a yellow somewhere in there. So I think if we get 2 laps under yellow,
that changes things.
Or maybe a purple, slow everybody down a little bit, I think we can fuel in 5 minutes, and I can go back out there and try to work my way back up a little bit in GT1.
Well, luckily, we're at Road America, which is our longest lap of the season, so that at least works in your favor.
Finally, something does.
So now last year, your son Briggs in the fan walk was cheering for Paul Menard, even did the Menards jingle. Do you think when I ask him tomorrow who he's cheering for, who do you think he's going to say?
Well, if that little bastard wants to sleep inside, he better say my name.
Get taken away.
So I'm hearing from the producer. Everybody wants to know exactly how much money are you getting from Mountain Dew for this effort here?
Well, they give me all the prize money, so I'm expecting nothing. Okay. But that's okay. But I would like to thank Liberty Firearms Institute for sponsoring me this weekend, because they made it possible for me to buy fuel and tires to come here and do this silliness.
Nice. I love that. I love that. But I want to show one more detail. Tell us about this 2.6 car here on the top. And then also as a designer, look at this. His name matches the Mountain Dew font. I love that.
Well, this is actually my true sponsor. This is my wife's race car. My wife Kane and her Bug-Eye Sprite. So I don't know if it's up there for good luck or to warn me if I don't do well or if I crash a car to not come home. I could maybe sleep outside with Briggs.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the VIR Speed Tour at False Grid for the Formula 4 United States Championship. We start here, P1, Cooper Shipman. He could lock up the championship later on today, mathematically, in race 2. So we're going to watch out for that. I know that is not what's on his mind. You can see him in there. He's focused. He's looking good. Cooper, what's your approach when that green flag drops today?
Yeah, obviously we're trying to race for a championship here, so not going to be overly aggressive, but I think the main plan will be to maintain the lead off the start, and then from there just control the race from the front and hopefully come away with another win.
Nice. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to ask one of these guys here because it is hot, and they are still restricting air from the cooler, so is there a certain temperature that you take that tape away?
Yeah, we just try to get the engine up to optimum temperature, and these cars run a lot colder than the old cars.
Nice, nice. Now, somebody that's been following the series, and one of my favorite commentators, Jonathan Green. Come over here, Jonathan. Let's get a shot. But you've been following this along. You've been working with Jet and Kiwi. And then in the off-season, you may not know this, he goes down to New Zealand with a lot of these drivers, so spends a lot of time. Are you having fun with the series? And then talk about the talent we're seeing this year.
Well, it's so funny that we're sitting here next to Cooper because he's from Austin, Texas. Obviously, that's where my home is. That's where the Circuit of the Americas. And this
obviously by your accent, Jonathan.
Yes, obviously. Good old boy from Texas. But no, I mean, we finally got a youngster capable of taking it to the rest of the world. And we've been looking for this. He's the right age. He's got all the qualities it needed. He's chasing Cameron Dass's record. You and I have been following this series since then. And, I'm just so excited just to be here to witness it. So finally, it's all coming together for me anyway.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much. Jonathan Green, always great with the insights as well. Alex Popov having a great season. He's had some bad luck, to be honest. I would have put him right there fighting for the championship. But look at this. He's going out. Brand new tires. I want to mention Majestic RV here, the luxury RV hire. They were out in Europe somewhere, and Majestic RV helped them out a lot. Alex Popov, coming up to the green flag here at VIR. You've got Shipman in front of you. What's your goal?
No, the goal is always to win. I have a great crew, great team, and great supporters, so let's try and get it done.
Nice. Alex Popov also representing Venezuela as well. His dad over here getting some good social media content for us. And then we come over here, Caleb Campbell. I saw Patrick Woods talked over there. Caleb Campbell running with Kids Help Phone. We talk about that. That number in Canada is 686868, which is why he is the number 68. Doing very, very well in the series. Then Keiki Hawanio, who we just heard in the JFC race as a commentator, out here in this beautiful car, still hunting for the championship, still mathematically possible. I want to mention Anywhere Transport. Look out for Keiki Hawanio in this beautiful American flag livery as he goes out in what are basically brand new tires. Also brand new tires, Dimitri Nolan out here with Crosslink, and somebody who was running for the championship just last year. Ryan Sheehan, what kind of advice do you give to your drivers while they're at grid about to go out?
Just be smart. I always tell them complete every lap because, a fifth place result is better than a DNF. So, yeah, just be smart, pay attention to the cars around you, and bring it home. Nice.
And then to hear that kind of advice from somebody that was just in it last year with us, that's always really, really good to see. Powers out here, beautiful car. Look, all the carbon fiber showing. It's great to have him out here with Tony Driver Development. So watch out for that, running the big next-gen sticker on the back. Then Oliver Savoy, we saw him with us at CTMP, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, just a few weeks ago in F4, doing very, very well. You can see here the number 32. I don't have the name or the sheet on this driver, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Let me try to get us. Jonathan Cottrell. Yes, we met at Road America, I believe, running with Rays all the way out from, I think, Colorado. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, from Colorado, running the U.S. Air Force. We like that. Colorado Springs, the Air Force Academy, running the Air Force. And then we come back here, Clemente Huerta, all the way from Santiago, Chile. Very fast driver. I wouldn't expect to see Clemente back here, so look for him to move up through the field once the green flag drops. This is not a standing start race. I got to send it to you up in the booth.
Okay, Dan. Engines have fired, at least in Clemente's car. And it looks like we'll be getting underway here shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Ralph Shaheen with you on this absolutely stunning Saturday, quickly turning to become Saturday afternoon here in Virginia at Virginia International Raceway. Not the biggest of fields with our F4 competitors, but always highly competitive. And we'll be getting that going here in just a minute, as we're going to have some guests joining us in the booth as they make their way in now. And we'll take a quick break. We'll introduce you to them on the flip side of the break. Stay with us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we are back here at Virginia International Raceway. Ralph Shaheen joining you, and joining me is Ronan Bray out of his first ever Ligier Junior Formula Championship event. And along with him, Alex Berg. Hi, gentlemen. Congratulations on a great run and welcome.
Yeah, thank you. We're happy to be here with you. Just excited to watch this race.
Yeah, it should be a good one. How was the track this morning?
The track is really fantastic. It had more grip than I was expecting it to. What's interesting is this is the first time back at VIR since 2023. I attended that event driving in the Ligier JF 4 car. And obviously this weekend I'm driving in the Ligier JF 4 car again. But we went about a second faster in qualifying than we did in 2023. So the track is certainly fast this weekend.
Wow, second quicker. That's pretty impressive. Any spots on the track that proved to be a little different this morning than what you saw earlier in the weekend?
Well, what's really interesting is in turn 6 or 7, the curves seem to be a little bit elevated there, so there's a bit more bottoming out than there was last year. But I mean, the 6-7, the SS section, it's fantastic. I really like it.
Yeah, in fact, we saw Cash Felber get airborne going up over the curbs in the middle of your guys' race. You guys probably didn't see it. You were a little bit busy handling your own deals, but yeah, he got some air under all four.
Wow. Yeah, 6-7 can be challenging.
Through the snake and on over to the S's here. And everybody was eating up all the pavement that was available coming out of Oak Tree up there.
Yeah, Oak Tree's a tough one. What do you think of Oak Tree, Ronan?
I mean, you know, it's tough. Have a little bit of trouble rolling enough speed through there, but you definitely want to use all the road on exits so you can get the best run down the straight possible.
So we're headed up that way here now, and you talk about rolling the speed. It's probably the slowest corner on the track up here. So how do you do that? What are you trying to do through the corner here?
Well, I've driven this track a lot in a couple different cars. Really, turn 11 is just a fast kink, which if there wasn't a corner right after that, it would probably be close to flat. So basically, you're just trying to get the car slowed down enough to take 11 as quick as you can, but also get the car slowed down into Oak Tree, get it rotated and back onto the power early. Obviously, you have that extra bit of pavement past the curb, which, although it's very bumpy, it is definitely better to use than just staying on the regular racing surface.
And you could see from that shot how it really tightens up at the exit of Oak Tree up there. Sends you back down this back stretch here, flat out through here. What types of speeds will we see out of this next group of cars here that we're going to be running?
Well, we run right around 130 to 135. I'd say, I'm not sure if you know this, Ralph, but I did the testing for the Ligier JF 422. I was the first person to drive it. We were reaching speeds up to like 140, 145 at CMP. So, I mean, these cars are very rapid.
So we're looking forward to our F4 United States event here. Lights are out on the Janetta safety car, and we are getting close to going. Cooper Shipman has been the story of this category, hasn't he, guys?
Yeah, what's it, 9 wins in a row?
Going for the record here today. See what he can do as we come around looking for the green. This would be a rolling start. Waiting. And we are underway. And headed down to turn number 1.
Looks like the first 6 or 7 cars got a pretty good launch there.
Shipman right to the front in the 14. He's going to be first one into turn 1. 3 wide behind him. Oh, boy, that's awful tight through there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Over here, the NASCAR bend. Coming over to the left hook now.
Oh, Keika Haonio goes for a move in the America livery car.
Oh, and around goes 1.
3 wide again. There goes Alex Popow.
Yeah, those guys are getting real sketchy through the man. There's almost some contact there in that fight for third.
It was close, wasn't it?
It was as close as you could get without actually turning each other.
The field's coming through turns 6 and 7 and 8 together now. Those cars must be a blast to drive on this track.
Up through the S's. In front of the South Bend Villas, and here's Oak Tree. And Shipman already starting to pull out a little bit.
Wow. Now, what's interesting about the Gen 2 F4 cars is the aero efficiency, I think, is something like 50% more. And I raced the Tatis F4 over in Europe, and although it did throw up quite a bit of dirty air, the bigger thing was that they don't make nearly as much drag as the Gen 1 F4 cars, so it's very hard to draft up. I raced in British...
Pop off in the 55 there.
Ronan, what do you make of this race?
I mean, it's looking good so far. I mean, way to put me on the spot like that, but
can always count on your teammate, right? Yeah. Kekai Hauanio sitting here in second, Pop off in third. And then you see the 68, that's Caleb Campbell, driver out of Ontario, Canada. K-Guy had a bit of a rough start to the weekend. He was telling me a little while ago while he was up here commentating on our on your guys' race. Had a bit of an off and didn't qualify as well as he wanted to, but he seems to be racing better. How tough is that to get yourself mentally flipped over to get ready for the race if you've had a rough start to the weekend?
Ronan, you've
been living that story?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, side by side through 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Looks like Popoff has gotten around Kekai here. Yep, sure has.
Oh, did a wheel off from Popoff. How do you pronounce that?
Popoff.
Popoff. Oh. Sorry, family Popoff.
No, that's all right. You should hear him say Berg. Yeah, trying to get inside, isn't he?
Man, that car looks so good, that America car.
Really does. Great look to the new livery that debuted at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park a few weeks back.
Oh, it looks like Popoff might have gone a little wide. The exit to turn 17, 16.
And this is how Popoff got around him.
Wow. Yeah, 6-7 is a dangerous place to pass, but it's it can be sketchy sometimes.
It's a tremendous amount of commitment, isn't it?
Absolutely. I made 2 passes there just from having a good draft, but it's scary for sure.
I mean, even by yourself rolling through there flat out, it'll get your attention and hold it for a long time.
Yeah.
But to have 2 guys side by side through there, you got to have a tremendous amount of trust in the person you're alongside.
Absolutely. You got it spot on there. I just love this track. It's beautiful.
You'd have to work pretty hard to find a driver who doesn't enjoy driving at VIR.
Yeah, it's heaven on earth.
So they say. Campbell still hanging on in 4th. He's had a great view of that battle between Kekai and Popoff. Popoff in front in 2nd now. Hauanio in 3rd. Campbell in 4th. Here comes the 5, Dimitri Nolan. And Dimitri has Clemente Huerta in the 17 right behind him. So that's 5th and 6th right there.
It looks like 7 is a long way back from 6th.
Yes.
Yeah, especially down that back stretch, it's very important to try to get a toe because it'll help you improve leaps and bounds.
I mean, a toe in the Gen 1 JSF4s is probably about like 4, 5, 6, 7 miles an hour. But I mean, in these things, I wouldn't say it's as much again because the aero efficiency is much better. They don't throw up nearly as much of a draft. But that being said, they do make a good bit more downforce than we do.
Very true.
And you can get a good draft going into one right here as well.
It's a great place to pass, inside and out.
Now the sun has gotten up nice and high now above the racetrack, but boy, this morning there's a lot of challenges with your vision going into turn one, isn't there, with the sun?
Yeah, a little bit. Just even pulling out of my garage this morning, I was like squinting because it was super bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. I never really noticed that. Huh.
No?
Sometimes I do. More in the afternoon than I do in the morning. Oh, it looks like Shipman there is just completely pulled out.
Cooper Shipman is pretty much checking out in this one here.
There comes P5, P6 going through 7.
Shipman trying to lock up that championship. Looks like the title in the Ligier JFC championship is going to go all the way through to Barber now after that last race that you guys are a part of, with Gaston having his issues at the very end of the race there, and you making the move to get around him, and then your teammate getting to the lead and taking the win.
You know, it was a storybook moment when I went from P last to P1, back to P2, back down to P3, up to P2. It was great. I really enjoyed that.
It was a fun fight to watch as we look at Campbell here in the 68. In this category, Shipman has a 47-point advantage and has the chance to clinch the 2025 F4 U.S. Championship this weekend. There's only 4 races remaining, counting this one more tomorrow here for all 3 of the open wheel categories. And then you guys have 2 down in Barber as well at the finale for the season. Kekai Hawanio sits in second. Alex Popoff is third in the standing, so you can see how they're fighting on the racetrack is really important towards the championship. And Campbell, of course, since he's running fourth right now, is fourth in that championship.
That's impressive that Caleb Campbell's just being, Cooper Shipman's just been running away with the championship.
Yeah, Shipman has had a pretty unbelievable stretch here. I mean, he absolutely swept Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, his 3rd sweep in a row and extending his win streak to 7 races. He passed Kyle Kirkwood on the list for the 2nd longest win streak.
That's a big name.
Yeah.
Kirkwood.
8 consecutive wins. Could potentially break the record and set a new standard here this weekend with 9 and then maybe 10 if he can get it again tomorrow.
It's impressive to me how fast these cars are, and they just seem to be going faster. I mean, I did my race 157 flat, and these cars are running at a 153.891. They're zippy, these things. Looks like Alex Popov has got a lot of fans in the chat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now.
They all saying how great you are as a commentator?
No, Alex Popov.
You teasing him up there?
Well, maybe you confuse the Alexes a little bit.
You guys are doing a great job.
So Ronan has been basically hasn't done any racing in his career up until one race weekend before this one. So he's first race weekend in Ligier JF. He's been doing a fantastic job. I think he's had 6, 7, 8 test days, something around there.
Yeah, something around that.
So he's definitely improving every single time, and I'm really proud to see it. I've been working with him for all the testing he's done.
No, it's tremendous, and I know, Ronan, you're a little bummed right now the way that race finished, but you know what? You got a long career ahead of you, and every driver goes through those peaks and valleys. Even the guys at the highest levels of the sport go through it. So hold your head high, hang in there. You did a great job, and you got another race to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Finish the weekend off strong.
Yeah, it's my goal.
What is the overall goal for both of you guys?
Well,
I mean, everybody wants to be world champion.
That's correct. Everybody does. My goal right now is to get back in a race car for a full time. This is a one-off weekend for me. And I've been racing in the GB4 Championship this year over in the UK. I've missed out on 2 of the 7 rounds so far. I'm trying to get back there for the last 7th round with a new team. Basically running the car myself, it would almost be Berg Racing in the UK. But
oh wow,
yeah. For Ronan, he's well, looking to improve his racing. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, no, my entire goal is just learn, get better. You know, I can try making bigger career decisions.
If everything came together, Ronan, where would you love to go?
I mean, I don't know. I guess Indy, endurance, that would be, the dream.
Yeah, that's a pretty good dream. One held by a lot of us, right?
Yes, sir.
Funny, those dreams never go away.
They sure never do.
Yeah.
Across the finish line, start-finish line once again. Put another lap in the books. It's like 18 and a half, just under 18 and a half minutes to go here.
Yeah, these races are real long. It's over in England, they're basically 20-minute races at absolute max. So it's what I like is you can have a full course caution for a couple laps and still get back to racing. It's kind of like NASCAR in that sense, where we're always racing to the flag. Looks like a pass is going on. It looks like Dimitri Nolan on Huerta.
Yeah, Dimitri in the 5, Huerta in the 17. What's been your favorite track over in the UK?
I really love all of them. I'll tell you my favorite, which is Donington Park Racing Circuit. I had 2 wins there last year and this year. And I have to say, and it's going to be a big surprise, my least favorite circuit has to be Silverstone. I think that place is incredibly boring. Too much runoff, and you just feel like you're crawling there.
Huh. Even flat out, huh?
Even flat out, yep. But there's nothing like VIR. Maybe like Nordschleife.
Definitely one of the great circuits in this country.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, down in the briefing room over in the other building, they have just a wall of quotes. Like, I think one that I really like is the American Nürburgring.
Yep.
I disagree on that.
Yeah?
I do. I think the Ozarks Raceway is a Nürburgring.
All right.
Huh.
Well, even still, it's got a lot of elevation change, and it's very difficult, but it's super fun track.
Yeah, I know. Even the major car magazines have chosen this place as, in the U.S., the best place to come wring the neck out of a brand new car to see what you got with it, right?
Absolutely. I drove a
lightning laps.
Lightning laps. I drove an Elan DPO2 here and a Formula Enterprise car, and I just have to say, there's in any car, no matter what you've driven here, it's just fantastic. Although the grass does bite. Someone once told me before I came to VIR the first time, VIR bites. And I came there for my first race weekend, and I crashed twice. So,
see, Ronan? There you go.
Yeah.
VIR does indeed bite.
It does. Specifically turn 16.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah.
Hey, I crashed there too.
Yeah. I'll learn.
When the grass is wet.
Yeah, you will.
When the grass is wet, it feels
well,
like
you don't want to dip a wheel here.
Oh, man. No. You're just going forever and ever and ever.
There is a lot of grass here. And that's one of the good things about this racetrack is there is a lot of runoff in most areas.
Unfortunately, the runoff is grass, though.
Yeah, so you can slide a long way. Have you guys driven the short course?
I have not.
I've taken jumps off it on iRacing, but that's about it. My father owns a racing school, and we came here back 2 years ago in May. We're doing the short Patriot course on the inside, and I drove that in my Mazda Miata road car, and that thing is certainly a roller coaster. It's like,
it really is.
It's like less than a mile long.
And then there's a shorter course as well. There's 2 variations of short. There's the Patriot course, and then a really short course.
Really? I didn't know that. Oh.
I came here, did a BMW high-performance driving school here. I mean, it's no Berg Racing Academy, don't get me wrong, but it was fun nonetheless, and we driving M5s on the big course, and then M3s on the Patriot course, and then the 1M on the really short course, which was just a blast.
I bet.
Had quick time, by the way. Just saying. If there's any openings at the Berg School,
Always is.
I might be nudging Ronan out of a seat here before too long.
Well, what's funny is Ronan actually came through the racing school back, when was it, July? Something like that?
Maybe it was a little bit earlier, maybe June.
Yeah, I think it was in June. Looks like Huerta's making a pass.
Yeah, these two have been going back and forth, haven't they?
But now they're really side to side, aren't they?
See how long this lasts. Huerta.
Ooh, almost looks like he's going for the
and Nolan. Back and forth. That's a fight for fifth that looks like it's going to go all the way to the end here. Give the spot to Huerta for now.
That's Nolan in P6 and Huerta in P7. Might catch up. Might be a 5, 6, 7 battle. Battle for P5. Looks like P7 is catching up.
Yeah, that's Savoy back there, right?
Looks like it. You know, it's great to see the series grow. Last year they had less cars, around 6 or 7, and this year it's really growing 9. Hopefully next year can be a even bigger car count.
Well, you, as you said, have been racing over in the UK. While everybody over here thinks about having to get over there to go racing, what's the impression that you've seen of their viewpoint of the quality of racing in the junior formulas here in the States?
Well, it's interesting. It's obviously a long way to go, and I think that's why we have a lot of South American drivers. Gaston Irazu, Alex Popov. Who else is there? I believe Michael Fatua from JFC is from South America, but
yeah,
a lot of South American drivers here. Also, Ambiato, that's correct. So there's a lot of drivers of Hispanic heritage or born in Hispanic country that come over here. It looks like, wow, Nolan on another move.
Yeah, he made a good move. Bruno Ribeiro would be another one.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, there's a handful in each one of the divisions that Gaston Irazu, of course, from Uruguay. We've got drivers, quite a few drivers from Canada.
Including myself.
Yep, that's right. And Max Makaram from Lebanon. And
is he? Yeah.
Zach Forey from South Africa. So we pretty much span the globe, don't we?
Yeah. Wow, it looks like it's going to be a battle for P5, 6, and 7.
It's definitely the best fight of the day. Nothing has changed in the top 4. Shipman, Popov, Awanio, and Campbell all staying the same.
What do you make of this battle, Ronan? Looks like keeps swapping.
Yeah, it's definitely ever-changing. I think it's going to be exciting to see who comes out on top.
And the challenge is finding that rhythm once you've lost the position, right? Because it can be so deflating to see your competitor get around you and pull away, but then you got to get mentally right into the fight to get back after him.
Well, what's great about this track is you have a bunch of long stretches, so it almost gives the unfair advantage to the car. Oh, looks
he
like
just got some air there.
Ooh,
that's right about where Felber got airborne.
Ah, did he?
Get up on those curbs.
We were watching some of my old race video, and coming out of turn 10, Noah Ping was fighting for the championship in 2022. Just drove off there, and man, he caught at least 6 or 7 inches of air. Wow, that's a lot. Must hurt.
It's going to hit pretty hard when it comes back down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
6-7.
Savoy in the 88, trying to find a way around. But Huerta does a good job of hanging on to the position and will stay in 6th for now.
What do you think of the 6-7 battle, Ronan?
I mean, excited to see where it goes, to be honest. Looks like they're getting a little bit of distance there.
Yeah, Nolan's starting to gap him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Finally broke free.
I thought that was going to happen. So, I don't think many viewers know this, but last year's champion, Daniel Quimby, his first experience in a racing car was actually at the Allenberg Racing Schools at Laguna Seca. So it's good to see a couple drivers here, such as Ronan and Daniel Quimby. Myself, obviously. My dad owns the school.
Tell us a little bit about the school. If somebody's listening in and wants to be the next one to get a shot at racing in these cars going through the Allenberg School, would be a great way to do it. How many weekends do you guys run the school, and where are they? How do we find them?
Well, you can find it at AllenbergRacingSchools.com. That's ALLENBERG Racing Schools with an S. We operate about 20 to 30 days at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in Salinas, California. After a 3-day school, you can get an SCCA license, like what Ronan did. And we've had many, many drivers go on to become champions, race car drivers. We are the pretty much the biggest school at Laguna Seca. We have a fleet of 20 cars. So if any of y'all want to join, walk over to the Berg Racing tent or visit allenbergracingschools.com.
Yeah, as someone who's gone through the school, incredible experience. All of the staff are incredibly experienced, and they all very friendly. So totally recommend.
Well, thank you, Runner. Wow, Shipman's just completely pulled out.
There's a look at the number 14 out of Austin, Texas, the Kiwi Motorsports entry of Cooper Shipman. Looking to be the champion here this year in 2025 of the F4 United States Championship. And he, of course, would get a scholarship to move up to the next rung of the ladder, which would be the Formula Regional Americas Championship in 2026. And the way they have these scholarships set up is just impressive, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's great that all three categories race on the same weekend. You can go from racing JFC to F4 to then FR, and then I believe it's a $100,000 scholarship for the champion at Former Regional Americas Series.
And look at the gap Shipman has opened up here. Good 4 seconds in front of Popoff.
Oh, there's still 8 minutes to go. I bet he could. Wow, at this rate, he'll win by around 6, 7, 8 seconds, something around there.
Trying to sweep another weekend.
Wow, impressive stuff.
And there's Popoff, and behind him should be Kekai Hauanio in third. Can't quite catch a glimpse of his car yet.
Crosslink sandwich.
There he is. And Kekai we were talking up here earlier before we got into your guys' race about his athletic career as a youngster. Found out he was the star quarterback, if you will, for the Winthrop Lions Elementary School. How about that?
Wow.
Did you guys have any stick and ball skills?
My mom put me in soccer when I was like 3 years old.
Didn't work out so well?
I'll tell you a funny story. She also took me to a ballet concert. One of our neighbors was doing this ballet thing. And about halfway through, my mom kind of turns to me. I'm like 4 years old. And she says, "So, Alexander, how do you like it?" And I just look at her with like a really dirty face, apparently. I go, "I don't know, but I'm not doing that. I'm going to be a race car driver just like my dad." And, yeah, I mean, you can say that I've...
she took a shot.
She sure did.
She took a shot. Can't blame a mom for trying, right?
I'd never do ballet.
Was she more interested in getting you into ballet or just keeping you out of the race car?
Keeping me out of the race car for sure. Yeah, it's a tough life. I mean, I find all my funding myself, so it's been definitely very difficult. Racing's extraordinarily expensive, but these PMH scholarships through all three series really help out with funding. Oh, looks like Clemente Huerta turn one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Let's see if he can get this back going again.
He was running in sixth.
We have about 6 minutes, 7 seconds left in the race.
Let's see what happened here.
Ooh.
Just trying to drive deep on Nolan.
No.
Just cooked it in a little too hot.
Well, that's racing.
Yeah, I mean, he was going for it, right?
Yeah.
But he is in an impact area there, too, isn't he? That could bring out a full course caution.
For sure.
He doesn't look happy.
No. Shipman down to a 152.860.
Wow. That's really impressive.
Oh, full course yellow.
There it is. 5 minutes left to go.
I reckon we might have a one-lap shootout here.
Don't forget, coming up right after this, we'll be shifting everybody over to Speed Sport 1 for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race coming up.
Well, hopefully we can get back going again.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to make that.
Yeah, I'll be honest, and don't mean to put anyone down, but VIR, I think it's because they have nice grass, but they sometimes take their time getting cars stuck out of the grass.
Don't want to leave too many tread marks out there.
Yeah. Got a nice Toyota Tundra truck there. You usually have a lot of people on scene, from like 5 to 7.
It's the first time any shipment's seen anybody in the rearview mirror since the start of this thing.
You know, I bet shipment's just going to back it right off. Doesn't look like they've picked up the safety car just yet. Got 4 cars there. Ow. Really shows how far down 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
As far as it is around this place, I don't think we're going to see this one get back underway. I get the feeling.
I don't think so.
It's going to be a yellow all the way around.
Unfortunately so.
Well, and to be honest, I'm not sure anybody has anything for shipment right now anyway.
You know, I reckon that Popov could get a good little draft on him if we go for a one-lap shootout, and I bet you he could keep him behind him. Oh, wow.
There's a Janetta safety car waiting for him.
James Rogerson driving that guy. Wonderful person. Lovely guy. Awesome.
And again, we're going to have everybody shift over to Speed Sport 1, where you can see the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series event live and free on Speed Sport 1. Okay, we're going to step out now so we can reset for that Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race on Speed Sport 1. We'll give you a moment to shift your viewing over to Speed Sport 1, and we will see you there in just a minute to get this one started, okay? See you in a minute. Welcome to the proving grounds of Lime Rock Park. This legendary track has been testing the brave since 1957, and today's no different. Nature. On the state line between Virginia and North Carolina lies a track that has defined American road racing for more than half a century. This is Virginia International Raceway, a circuit steeped in history, where the Trans Am Series has tested speed and skill for decades. VIR is a course of balance, slight twists and turns that demand precision, followed by long straights that unleash raw power. It's a rhythm of control and chaos, where speed is a reward and mistakes are costly. Paul Menard and Tristan McKee arrive as points leaders in their respective classes. But every lap is a reminder. Racing may be built by a team, yet once the green flag waves, there's only one person behind the wheel. This is the Trans Am Racing Series presented by Pirelli. Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway here on Speed Sport 1 as we get set to go racing with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category. Ralph Shaheen and Ford Martin with you. Ford, great to have you along. We expect nothing but a great battle here today.
It should be great. Cool. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's beautiful weather. You really can't ask for much more. It's as I've said pretty much all weekend, it's a great day to be in the VA. So it's really going to be exciting. Trish McKee, dominant here the last few races. You look at Scott Lagacy and their group of Team SLR have been able to do really impressive. So, but it's a homecoming track for a lot of the drivers. I know Silver Hair Racing in particular. But I'm very much looking forward to seeing what we're going to do here in VIR.
Look at the cars back in the false grid area, getting ready to roll out. Ben Mayer there in the 10.
Sorry there, Carson Brown. Carson Brown, obviously, he's in a special car this week. He's been running the 8 for Scott Lagacy. Now he's in Mike Skeen's car that originally ran out there at Road America and dominated that race. So he's in good hands, has great equipment, and really expect him to be up front for the majority of this race today.
Tristan McKee took us for a lap around VIR. There is his machine right there. Let's go ahead and go for a ride with Tristan McKee.
Hi, I'm Tristan McKee. We're taking a lap around Virginia International Raceway. Pretty narrow and high-paced track, so here's a lap around here. The S's are, super iconic as far as probably one of the fastest corners in all of the tracks that we go to. So I have a lot of fun running this track, and I have quite a lot of laps around here. Some of it gets pretty narrow and high risk, high reward as far as, turn 10 and 9. So it's super, super fast through that part of the racetrack. And Oak Tree is probably one of my favorite corners out of any track on the whole entire schedule. Just the way you can run it a couple different ways, and you have to get really good exits for the long straightaway where you're trying to get every mile an hour you can. So it's definitely one of my favorite tracks. This is one of the first road courses I ever ran at a couple years ago. So I definitely have the most laps here out of any of them. So it's a super fun racetrack. Up here to turn 3, a little bit of a kink here on the left. Want to be as close to this curb as possible. Sometimes it gets a little slick here during the day. Coming up here to turn 4, it's a really sharp left-hander here. You're kind of hard on the brakes on entry, turning in late, trying to get a good angle over this curb for the next corner here. Have a hard right, big on the curb as well, using the momentum same way just to carry you all the way outside this curb right here. Now you kind of have a little bit of a mini S's. You're trying to get to the throttle here for this long straightaway and using up every bit of the racetrack with these curbs here. Get to around fourth gear before you get to the S's. Here are some of the fastest corners on any of the schedule we have here, so it's definitely pretty sketchy. You have to get your angle right, miss this first curb here, get late here, big over this turn here. You're wide open through all this. On the left curb, trying to get set up for this really fast right-hander. Little lift here, back to the throttle. Trying to get straight for this really high commitment, fast left-hander, kind of big risk reward. There's a big drop-off if you go off, so it's really important to stay on the racetrack here and use all the racetrack on exit. Now we're here into Oak Tree. There's kind of a big compression and brake zone into this, so you're trying to wait as long as possible to turn in. Miss the curb on the right here a little bit. Use the momentum to carry you super late here. That way you can get a super good angle, clip that curb, and use all the racetrack to make this straightaway as long as possible and carry all the momentum down it. It's one of the longest straightaways on the schedule. Pulling all your shifts here, first all the way to fourth, getting around 165 miles an hour by the time you get to the end of the straightaway. So you're kind of on the limiter there as far as getting down in the brake zone. And it's a super big brake zone, just like turn 1 or any of those where your hardest brake zone and hardest on the brake pedal here. Braking around the 2 or 3, big brake zone on entry. You want to get set up for this last corner really well, get your angle right through here. get on this big curb right here, and then get as good as exit, just like turn 1 all the way on the inside is where all the grip is, and using all the racetrack on the exit. Same thing again, pulling your shifts here, 2 to 3 to 4, all the way to the end of the straightaway here. We'll be coming to the timing line here in a second, and then once again, big brakes on into turn 1, just like at the end of the long straightaway, into roller coaster, hardest brake points on the track, turn 1 and over there. So you're braking around the 5 to the 4 here, and that's a lap around VIR. Definitely don't think that the end goal has changed anything, and my goal is obviously to race in the Cup Series and be the youngest Cup champion, so I feel like I'm still, kind of on the path for that. I just feel like everything around that to make me get to that end goal of being the youngest Cup champion has gotten better as far as a road course. That's one thing. I've always done the ovals and been pretty good at that, so now this is another thing that I can use in my toolbox to get me to that goal. Even in the past 3 races, I feel like I've made so much more progress than even the beginning of the year, so I feel like definitely me now versus me at this race last year is totally different. Yeah, just the non-quit kind of work ethic attitude, just never quitting and always working as hard as possible in everything that I do, whether it's racing and just life in general, which a lot of my life is into racing, but anything that I do as far as just waking up early, going to the gym, and I feel like just that work ethic that I have and just never giving up is something that I'll be able to take with me whatever I do.
15-year-old Tristan McKee becoming the youngest driver to win in TA2 when he claimed the victory at Mid-Ohio earlier this year at the ripe old age of 14. Quite the young wheelman, isn't he?
It really has, and you've been able to see what he's been able to do in the ARCA Series. He's, like I said, he's leading the TA2, the Young Gun Award, and Rookie of the Year. Was talking to him yesterday a little bit before the race, and he was just really excited just to come out here and have a good weekend overall.
Yeah, and he's got that Spire Motorsports hat on. You know where he's headed. He's eyeballing NASCAR as his future for sure. Well, while we wait for the cars to fire up and roll off, we will take a quick break here at Virginia International Raceway, and we will come right back here on Speed Sport 1 to get this race underway.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Just to put another period or exclamation point on the 2025 season for Tristan McKee, look at this, Ford. He's leading the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series points by a fairly healthy margin over another very fast young guy, Sam Corey. He's leading the Young Guns points over Corey, and he's leading the Rookie of the Year points over Corey. That's how strong the young drivers are in this series.
Well, also you got to look at it as far as what he's done the last few weeks. I mean, Tristan, he's winner in the last 3 of the 4. He was fast in the test sessions all week, led practice, or excuse me, he was up there in the top 2 in practice, and now he's in the pole for today. So it's like when you're looking for the leaderboard and where Tristan McKee is, it's a safe bet to look at the top of the board.
Yeah.
Just look at the top of the leaderboard.
Start at the top, and he's probably up there. Speaking at the top, that's where you'll find Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you, Ralph. I heard you talking about Tristan McKee. I'm down here with our pole winner, who is running today in honor of Tom Ellis, longtime friend of Legacy Racing, GT1 racer. Our points leader doing so well. He gave us that drive around in a rental minivan without even having his legal driver's license. 15-year-old Tristan, how's it feel to be back at VIR?
Yeah, it feels good. I made my debut here last year, so definitely have a lot of laps. It's one of the first road courses I ever ran at, so it's a pretty special track, pretty close to home, one of the closest tracks that we go to, and obviously a really fun track. It's pretty narrow, high speed, low speed. There's a lot of different varieties, so I'm having a lot of fun. Thanks to all the M1 and SLR guys. They brought really fast Chevys. All of us are close to the top 5, and most of us are in the top 5, so we have really fast cars. We just got to kind of keep the pace up for the race. So thanks to Gamebridge, Inspire, HenryCars.com, Josh Wise, Scott Speed for preparing me for this race to be, unloading so fast and staying fast throughout the weekend with, changing stuff on the car. We're struggling a little bit, but I feel like we got it pretty good so far. So just huge thanks to everyone, and we're still working hard.
Nice. I love it. Well, Tristan McKee, good luck out there. Starting driver's right at the green flag. Then we come back here to Carson Brown, who I love. Carson Brown, he's wearing his own hat, great logo. Carson Brown, I believe this is your 4th time with us in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. Thanks to Scott Legacy Racing, and really cool to have a SLR front row, and hopefully we can get down in turn 1 just fine, no issues, and just run a good, consistent race.
Have you guys talked about a strategy when the green flag drops?
A little bit. We're winging it a little bit also, but yeah, no, it should be a really good, clean race, and as long as we can get through there, get through the S's, and hopefully set sail together.
Nice. I love it. Well, Carson Brown starting 2nd in the number 2 car, fittingly. Then we come back here, Ben Mayer. Driver did really well last year. He had his first Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series win at Worldwide Technology Raceway last year, but he just got his driver's license, ladies and gentlemen. And Next Gen, one of our great marketing partners and sponsors, has donated this to you for your car. It's about $250 worth of car care products in here, some waxes, some detailers. So enjoy that with your car, and then tell us what's it like to be back in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series.
I love being here. These are one of my favorite cars to drive just because they're animals. They're awesome to drive. They're really fun. They go fast on the straightaways. They have good handling, but I really like them. Brian's been working really hard all weekend to get it super good, so he definitely put us in the place we need to be to try and go out there and win this thing.
Yeah. To come back into the series, qualify 3rd, that's a big feat. Nice job for Ben Mayer out here in this beautiful Nitro Motorsports Toyota Camry, the 1-0. Then over here to Noah Harmon, running with Silver Hair Racing and Street Side Classics. Noah doing what he's supposed to do, talking to the fans. Look at that. I got to give it, that's a great shirt. So what's it like to be here to fan walk at kind of Silver Hair's home track?
Yeah, it's a super big event for Silver Hair. There's a lot of friends and family of the Hulls here, and it's going to be super exciting to get to race in front of all of them. Got to meet them this morning, and yeah, it's been a good weekend for us. We've been fast pretty much every session, so just think we got a good race car for the race.
Nice. Well, Noah, thank you so much. Thanks for coming out. We're going to come over here. Sam Corey doing really well, very good in the points, running this beautiful black Toyota Camry with Nitro Motorsports. What's your strategy? Because you're running for a championship here and also trying to win some races. Green flag drops. What's your strategy?
Yeah, we're just trying to keep the nose clean here in the beginning, but really just focusing on keep eyes forward and keep moving forward through the field. So we've got a pretty good race car here today, and we'll see what we can do. Keep the rear tires on it for sure because it's a hot one.
Nice. Keep the rear tires on. We'll come back here. Talk to a newcomer, first time in the Trans Am Series, and ladies and gentlemen, we have all been super impressed. Lainey Bice, unbelievable. She doesn't have a lot of road racing experience. In fact, this is her first road racing event, but as you can see, being this far up, a ton of talent. So we expect to see a lot of things with her in the Chevrolet development program. Are you having fun at VIR?
Absolutely. I'm just super thankful to be here. VIR is such a cool place, and just super thankful for the Team SLR guys, and then Chevrolet, Josh Wise, Scott Speed, and Lauren Neer for all the support and all the preparation that goes into weekends like this. I can't thank everybody enough. So I have all the resources to be up front like this, and I'm just super thankful for the time that everybody's put in and excited to get after it today.
Now, Lainey, I like to put people on the spot. Don't answer if you can't, but we're really hoping that you run with us in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series next season. Do you have any plans that you can share?
Not as of right now. Hopefully we'll have something shortly that we can share. But I am very excited for the future plans and what could possibly be for next year.
Nice. I love it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Lainey Bice in this beautiful number 8 Team SLR Franklin Road Chevrolet M1 chassis. She is going to be super fast. Adrian Lostovsky, looking for Adrian, and I don't see him, so we'll come back here to, here he is, here he comes. Adrian Lostovsky, buddy, you know I like my awkwardness. The beginning of the season, I said you're going to be on the podium. You've got a few left. What's your strategy? Don't make a liar out of me.
Yeah, I think we have a good chance this time. We didn't show everything we had in qualifying. The CMI spot-on services Ford Mustang today is really quick, handling really well, and I think we're going to have a good shot this time.
Nice. Good shot this time. We love it. Running with the CMI group, AMT Motorsports, and just Fast Auto, his own shop out of New York, one of the only shops in the 5 boroughs, so we love that. Then Jared Odrick, our Pro-Am, doing so well, our first in Pro-Am, so that's got to feel good. How are you feeling?
I feel great. You know, it's all good and well to celebrate pole. It's our first pole of the year for Pro-Am, and we're really excited. This is the furthest up in the field that we've been able to qualify, so that's all exciting. But you got to keep it together, and sometimes people forget that you got to race, and that's what we're here to do, and that's what we've done well all year.
Nice. Well, still run black underwear. We love that, having him come out here. Nice job. And qualified pole on the Pro-Am. But, man, something about the Pro-Am this year, they have all really turned it up. Keith Prochuk, of course, Barry Bowes qualifying 3rd overall at Mid-Ohio. Unbelievable. We're going to come over here and get Matt Gray. We haven't gotten to talk to him so much. So, Matt Gray, welcome, dude, running with Ryan. I love having you in the TA2 series. You having fun?
Yes.
And you're running with Troy, and I know that your dad also runs the TA2.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for my father, I wouldn't be here today.
Nice. Well, you know, I think all of us can say that, Matt. Nice job. Congratulations, and good luck out there. We're going to come up here now because we've got our invocation with Bill Knox with Road Race Ministries, but we got to talk to the Magic Man out here. I want to point this out. I saw this. I love you, Tata. Good luck in this race. Who's that from?
That's from my little one. He's 8 years old. I love him, and you know, he's right there, and he's looking for his daddy to win.
Nice. I love it. Well, good luck out there, Magic Man. I'm going to run up here to Bill Knox because I'm running late. Sorry, J.C. Monet out here all the way from the West Coast running with us. But Bill Knox from Road Race Ministries to deliver us our invocation. But, Lucas, if you can look right over to the left, we've got the Dan River High School Junior ROTC is joining us. And, Bill, take the mic. Take it away.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to you today, Father, we give you all the praise for this glorious day that you have provided for us to be here doing what we truly love. And Father, we ask that once again you wrap your almighty hands around this facility, Father, that you keep everyone here safe, especially the drivers, the crews, and the officials, the EMS, the corner workers. Father, keep them all safe. And Father, we ask that you continue to bless our military, our first responders, and our police officers, Father, that they too might have the opportunity to go home to their families. And Father, we ask that you be with the crew and the families of the Silver Hair Group as they lost a very important member of their team. In your Son's most precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Bill, thank you so much. And before we go to Casey, just a second, because I want to point this out. We have another minute. Boris Said, the legend, Trans Am legend over here in Boris Said Jr.'s car. How's it feeling to be out here in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series?
It's a lot of fun, this HendrickCars.com car. I'm definitely a little rusty in it, but going to have some fun today.
Nice. He says I'm a little bit rusty, but he's going to have some fun today. And that's what it's all about, Boris, so we love that. And then Casey... Carrie, I'm sorry, on my sheet. So Carrie Dallas, though.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've heard great things about you. Krista brags about you in VIR. We've got the Dan River High School Junior ROTC. Thank you guys for joining us to deliver the national anthem. Carrie Dallas, take it away.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Order, colors. My goodness, Carrie, thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Well done. Thank you very much for that great rendition of our national anthem on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Ford, you ready to go racing?
I mean, you look at this racetrack, at the crowd, just when you come in this morning, just the vibe of this place, and everyone just really loves coming here. I know we talked earlier about it's a homecoming race for a lot of people, in Silver Hair in particular. I mean, they have a farm that's within 6 miles of this place. So it's great seeing a lot of people having their friends and family come out here, taking photos. So it's always going to be a special weekend. The vibe is here. You saw on the grid talking to those guys. I mean, you look at Ben Merritt getting his driver's license there a couple days ago. So congratulations to him getting that gift. That was great. So I'm excited this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a home game for us too, right? Not far from North Carolina, just over the border. Well, the drivers will be strapping in their cars. They'll be getting ready to fire up those engines, and we'll be racing here in just a few minutes. So we'll take one more quick break here on Speed Sport 1 and come back with racing, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series after this.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product.
Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we are back once again here at Virginia International Raceway, and you're watching live on Speed Sport 1. Glad to have you with us. Ralph Shaheen, Ford Martin, and Ben Sissel with you as we get ready to get this one underway. It's going to be a great day of road course racing here. Lainey Bice is making her debut with us in this championship, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, but she's done a bunch of short track oval car racing, specifically with the Cars Tour, so she's used to having some strong competition, Ford.
And she is 18 years old, and she's competing full-time in the cars in the late model stock class for Lee Pulliam, and obviously running part-time in the Archer Menard series for Rev Racing. 5 starts this season, so I'm excited to see what she can do this afternoon.
All right, we had an opportunity to spend a little time with Lainey Bice.
I'm Lainey Bice. I am 18 years old, and I started racing when I was 10 years old. I'm from Jackson, Georgia. Started in go-karts, coincidentally got into it. None of my family's ever raced before, so I just saw it out the window one day and was really interested and begged my dad to take me in. So fell in love with it really, really quickly, and I won quite a few go-kart races when I was younger, and just really found a passion for being behind the wheel. After go-karts, I got into legend racing and started doing legend cars down at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and then actually a family friend down there actually is the one who convinced me to move up to North Carolina and start racing late model stocks, because that's how you get into the NASCAR world. I have a dream of racing in NASCAR one day, so that was kind of the path that I wanted to go. So I started racing late model stocks back in 2023, and then just slowly gotten into more and more things as I've been up here, and I've now been able to have the opportunity to race 5 ARCA races this year. I'm running in the late model stocks and the Cars Tour, and then just lots of great opportunities, and now Team Chevy behind me, and just the support from them has been incredible this year, and it's beginning to be a one-of-a-kind experience that I'm just super thankful for, and all the people that have supported me along the way. It's a really good feeling just being able to be a part of such a group that's gone through this path of TA2 racing, and just knowing that there's more behind it, and that Chevrolet is pushing like Tristan McKee, and they also did it with Connor Zillage, and then there's also so many other names that I could name out. It's good experience, and being able to be with Team SLR and all the data that they show me continuously throughout the weekend is just another way of learning and another sense of just getting better every time I hit the racetrack. And so it's definitely a program that shouldn't be skipped, and it's something that I'm new to, but I'm excited to continue throughout I'm also going to race CODA at the end of the year, so just super thankful for the opportunity, because I feel like I've learned so much already just being a part of this weekend alone. Lainey, 10 years down the line, hopes to be a NASCAR Cup driver. That would be my 10-year plan. I have a lot of goals that I want to reach. I want to be a winner. I don't want to just be in the race. I want to be competitive, and I want to be a force to be reckoned with. So I'm going to keep pushing and working really hard at learning in every way that I can to be best prepared for any situation that I get put in, and hopefully we can make it there one day.
Well, it is great to have Lainey Bice here with us. She brings a lot of energy, obviously, to it. We look forward to seeing her debut here in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. But before we can see what she can do, we got to fire up the engines. So let's go to Ben.
Well, thank you very much. I'm here with Nick Middleton with Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, the owner, co-founder of Cube 3. One of my favorite people from the paddock. Nick, who do you have with us?
I have Megan. This is a very special race today. We lost one of our best drivers in the series, which was Barry Bowes. Megan, his girlfriend, and she's going to be here with me today to talk about the Start Your Engines. But he's the current Pro-Am champion. He'll be greatly missed, and we're looking forward to a great race today.
Nice. Well, to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, Megan, Nick, take it away.
Drivers, start your engines!
Great job, Nick. Great job, Megan. And yes, we all are thinking of Barry Bowes.
Yeah, obviously back August 18th, sad day, but great to see her out here, which is awesome. Saw her in the garage earlier this afternoon, so love having her out here today. So it's going to be a special race, and looking forward to it.
All right, now that we got the engines alive, we got to get tires warmed up. So while they take care of the duties that they've got to do behind the wheel before we can throw the green, we'll take care of our duties as well. One more break. I promise this is the last one. Stay with us.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look
Back here at VIR, cars are out on the track, warming up those Pirellis, getting ready to go racing. 3.27 miles around this 17-turn circuit. Let's show you what VIR looks like. It opened up back in 1957. What a great layout that has not really changed much at all since it opened, and here's how it goes. Down to turn 1, Cube 3 Architecture turn 1. Also known as the horseshoe, through 1 and 2. Over to turn 3 area here, that's the NASCAR bend. Over to 4 to left hook, through the snake and up into the Everest here. Going to the grid. Very, very fast through here. Makes its way up to the mid turns. Turns 11 and 12, and it really tightens up there coming out of 12.
Going down the long straightaway right here, leading right up to the roller coaster, which is obviously a lot of fun. Heavy downfield, braking to the right, left, right sequence. Great spot for overtakes, but trick on exit, and then up to 17, the hog pen. Final downhand right-hander complex. Easy to make a mistake here. Crucial for carrying speed back onto the front straightaway.
And here's a look at the field making their way down through that long back stretch. It's not truly a back straightaway since there is a big bend in the middle of it. Here's a look at your starting lineup. Most of these drivers you already met with Ben's grid walk at the beginning, but it's Tristan McKee, Carson Brown on the front row, Ben Mayer, the newly licensed street driver in his race car, with Noah Harmon alongside. Then you got Sam Corey, who's right in the thick of the points chase with Laney Bruce alongside of him. And looking back through the rest of the field, you see Tom Sheehan back there and Boris Said, who has won here in Trans Am, trying his hand at a TA2 car here today, waiting for the green flag as we come up the front straightaway. Here comes the field. Watch for the green there in the stand. Green flag, and we're racing at VIR. McKee on the inside. Brown outside as we head to turn one.
Then try and split up 3 wide.
Turn one. And boy, we're going to have a move on the inside coming from the second row.
That's Ben Mayer right there. What an overtake.
As we get into the next set of turns here, down to NASCAR Bend. And McKee is slipping all the way back to third as Brown gets by as well. Now to left hook.
So easy to make a mistake down there one, but Ben Mayer
and off goes Brown. Brown dipping a wheel, watching from deeper in the field now as we come into the snake. And up into the S's. Mayer out front. And then McKee right behind him.
And Brown seems to be okay right there. Got in the grass a little bit, but kept it going. Noah Harmon took over that spot. But how about Ben Mayer? Turn one. Easy to overdrive that corner and took it over McKee. What a move. And now he takes the lead.
There goes Brown. And then you see Corey in the 70. The driver out of Cornelius, North Carolina. About 2.5 hours from here.
Now leading right up here the roller coaster, another high braking zone right here. Got to be careful. Really easy to overdrive that. Starting to spread out here a little bit. So Noah Harmon, Carson Brown, Sam Corey, the top 5.
Everybody fighting for their spot on the racetrack right now as we catch a look at Diego Ciantini out of Argentina in that number 12.
And Ciantini make another TA2 debut this weekend. Competing over in the European Formula 4 Series.
Leaders screaming past us here on the front straightaway. Headed back down to turn number 1. Find your braking point. Into the horseshoe. There's Corey in that 70. Who, as we mentioned, is right behind McKee in every category there is in this series.
How about that shot right there, Ralph? Right there on the back bumper of Carson Brown, who seems to recover nicely. Now he's starting to pull into that Street Side Classics Cube 3 Chevrolet. And Noah Harmon had a good exit there and trying to catch up to him to get the 3rd spot.
Top 5 run for our drone pilot right now. Pretty strong.
The drone definitely has some wheels on, I'll tell you that. Kept up with them pretty nice right there in the NASCAR bin.
Up into the S's. Find how much courage you brought here with you today, because that will test it going through there. Flat out, all the way up to here.
A double apex here for Ben Mayer. That 3rd spot starting to heat up here, Carson Brown. You need a good exit here. That's for all the time you're going to build down the long straightaway there.
And Vostovsky, Adrian Vostovsky, has put his white and red number 3 up to 6. There's Boris Said, and Boris is starting to make some moves. Looks like he's up to about 16th, maybe better. We'll double check that next time he crosses the line. Former Trans Am Series winner here.
Carson Brown tried to peek out of line and make Noah Harmon look in the mirror a little bit, make him overdrive there a little bit. Noah didn't panic, able to keep him there in front.
Challenging Said is that number 9. That is Prochuk, and he's going to get around him in the HP Tuners car.
Great shot right there, coming all the way down, about 140 feet elevation change. Back through here to Tom Sheehan, a couple guys back out through the field.
Let's go back and take a look at the start here, and this is what happened to McKee. Now watch inside second row, diving to the inside. Brown with a great move and makes it stick.
It's funny that happened, Ralph, because I talked with Noah Harmon before the race, as it looks like Carson Brown got around him for third. They told the guys in the top 4 spots, don't do anything crazy into turn 1. Take it easy. Ben Mayer had other ideas. He saw the lead. He had to take it, and he's starting to extend that lead a little bit over Tristan McKee.
Well, you can really see the cars sliding through there as they come through into the snake section of the racetrack there. Yeah, I said Brown. I meant Mayer. Now up into the S's here. Harmon holding on to third. Here's Mayer.
Mayer has one previous win. He had Nitro back at Worldwide Technology Raceway in 2024. Currently leading the Cars Pro Tour Late Model Series. He talked to him before the race today, and he said, I asked him, hey, is this track more your style? Do you like this place? And he kept talking about, I've won a lot here. He's won the Miatas here. He's won a lot here. He loves this place. And he was really excited about today. And look at him right here leading the way here, Ralph.
Yeah, he's off to a great start. Long way to go yet. 29 laps remaining in this one. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series presented by Pirelli, Virginia International Raceway. 2 more stops in the championship to go this year after we leave VIR. The Barbara Motorsports Park and then Circuit of the Americas, where we'll crown champions. Oh, 1 car off here. It's the 20.
That's McKendry.
McKendry off into the grass.
And that might bring out a caution there. It looks like he's trying to get it moving there.
Yeah, he's sitting in an area that would be an impact zone, so I'm thinking we'll probably see a full course caution here as the leaders head down to turn 1, still under green.
On board there, Cale Phillips.
Here's Mayer being challenged by our drone pilot.
And there's that caution flag.
And the caution is out now.
Well, re-rack him and do it again. That was we saw an exciting start there, and I don't know. We'll see it again. Does McKee do the same thing back to Mayer? So that's going to be a really exciting restart.
And it looks like Kendry's gotten rolling, so this should be a fairly short caution. Get the Janetta safety car out there, get everybody lined back up behind it, and we'll get back underway.
Another note on Ben Mayer. They were talking to him earlier today, and they had a clutch slipping issue in qualifying, so they had to repair that. They replaced it, and he was telling me, I'm really hoping this will give us better pace in the race. And you see it right here. I think he's having a pretty good pace. He first corner after fixing that clutch comes in here and does that. That's pretty impressive.
Looks like Jared Odrick still leading in the Pro-Am category, which is where he started on the pole. Got a glimpse of his car coming through. He's inside the top 10.
And the former Nitty Lion, famous for having that Pee Wee Herman dance in the NFL. Reacting that scene from the Pee Wee Big Adventure deal. And that black underwear Chevrolet he has back there. I'm a Tennessee Titans fan. He played for Jacksonville for a long time, so I was very familiar with Jared Odrick back in the day, and that obviously being a first-round pick in the 2010 NFL Draft, and not too kind to my Tennessee Titans quarterbacks, but he definitely just met him for the first time this weekend, and we had a great conversation.
Yeah, he had a great NFL career, and he's off to a very strong racing career as well. And we are going to take a quick break while they are waiting for the safety car to pick up the leader of the field here, and then we'll be back for the restart right after this here on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Should be coming to green this time by as we are back here live on Speed Sport 1 at Virginia International Raceway. Field headed up to the oak tree. That used to be right there on the inside of that corner. Now we have Son of Oak Tree going on up there.
Well, I got to ask, Ralph, do we see, what do you think? Do we see a little move here by Tristan McKee try to pull what Ben Mayer did to him?
Well, what I've always liked about Tristan McKee is he's a very smart racer. He bides his time. He doesn't get rattled easily. He doesn't panic. He stays very cool and calm behind the wheel, especially for a driver who's just 15 years of age, having just turned 15 a few weeks back. So I'm sure he's going to stick a nose over there, but if that door doesn't open up to where he feels it's safe, he won't push the issue. He'll wait and strike again somewhere down the road. But if that door cracks open, look out. He's coming through.
Going to be an awesome restart. Looking forward to this one right here as they come to green this time.
Yeah, it should be really good. The Gamebridge 28, Tristan McKee, the points leader in basically every category that he can be. Chasing Mayer here.
Don't forget about Sam Corey back there in that fifth position. He can definitely make a little dive right here. We'll see what he does.
It's a good opportunity for Sam to move himself up a little bit further into position and make a stab at the lead here. Here we go. Into the throttle. Green flag is out, and we're racing towards turn number 1 again. Here comes McKee. He's gaining some speed. Looks to the outside going down into turn number 1. Cube 3 architecture turn 1. Now over to NASCAR Bend, and then he'll look to maybe he could make something happen forward at the left hook. It's a big braking zone coming up right here, but he's going to stay in line, it looks like.
And he pulled left a little bit to see if maybe Mayer will look in the mirror there, but he pulled right back in line last second.
He didn't do it. Now look at these cars slide up here through the snake. So much fun to see those cars sliding through there.
I talked to a couple people in the garage, and they were talking about how this part of the racetrack is so much fun, just being on the throttle. The cars are so light all the way through here, and the pot 3 starting to pull away just a little bit. Harmon still hanging on right there at the edge.
It's a lot of fun and very intimidating if you're not comfortable with your skill set and the setup on your race car. Up to the oak tree.
Double apex there. Got to get the throttle down quick to have a good exit.
Assuming that many of you remember the gigantic, and I do mean gigantic, oak tree that used to sit on the inside of the corners there at that end of the racetrack at turns 11 and 12, which unfortunately was lost a few years ago. Here comes Jared Audrick. Jared right now sitting in 9th, leading Pro-Am, battling with Bufamonte, trying to take over 8th. And Prochuk as well has moved up in that number 9. Down through Hogpen.
Trying to move their way up to the field right here in today's race. 31 laps, 75 minutes at 26 laps here to go. A little more of a calm restart this time. Still early in the race. You can obviously make a mistake. We saw Dalton Sargent in the Cannon race here a while back. Remember, he was leading every single lap. The final corner went off track, had a chance to win that race. And the driver in third won, so anything can happen. It's very easy to overdrive, especially in one. So he's got to take care of yourself. Got a long way to go.
Looking back through the top 10, we talked about Lainey Bice at the beginning of the show. She is currently running in 7th, so she's moving herself up through the top 10 here, right in the thick of the fight. There's DaCosta in the 30, as we are on board with Cale Phillips in the 99.
Cale Phillips on the podium and all, but 2 races that he's run out of 6. Didn't run the last race at Mosport. Good to have him back here this weekend as we're on board with him right here, going up through the S's.
Look at the mile an hour as we go up through the S's. 140 and climbing. Here comes 150. Will he get there before he gets up to 11? Just shy of that. Just shy of 150 miles an hour up through the S's.
A little surprised to see Julian DaCosta haven't made it.
As he mentioned, diving inside on Prochuk makes a great move at the entrance of 12, that double apex corner there at Oak Tree. And that's going to open the door for Phillips here as well on Prochuk.
Ralph, I was just about to say, I'm surprised I haven't seen DaCosta climb through. He was fastest in final practice. Was surprised to see if he would make that move. And just as I said, it made a huge move right there in the double apex.
Yeah, he sure did. It was an aggressive one and perfectly executed. Prochuk saw it coming and gave him the room. Down through the roller coaster. That is such a fun section of the racetrack through there. Here are the leaders, turn 1.
He hasn't let him got away like he did the last at the start of the race, so he's sticking with him pretty good. We'll see if this drone sticks to them as they've done, and our team doing a great shot right here, showing the overview just right here in the NASCAR bend. Love this shot right here hanging on the back of Tristan McKee.
McKee in that yellow and black with the white, number 28. Born and raised here in the state of Virginia, now calls Kannapolis, North Carolina home as he gets deeper into his racing career. See Harmon come through in the 7. Street Side Classics backed entry is Silver Hair Racing.
Ralph, also a note, or off camera, Tom Sheehan has made his way down to pit road. Has some right front damage, a bunch of grass on the grill. Looks like maybe went off course, possibly here in the last few laps or so. On pit road, they're putting the hood up on that machine right now.
Yeah, if you're going to get off course here, you're going to definitely get a lot of grass on that car. Tough break for Tom. He's got his Vixen backed entry sitting right here below us. There he is. And the crew looking under the hood. Meanwhile, leaders down the back section.
McKee is sticking right. He's matching it, Ralph. I mean, he's right. He's matching him every lap. He's kind of biding his time here a little bit. Maybe McKee is kind of saving him stuff a little bit, kind of learn from Mayer to see what he's doing, maybe where he's struggling to set him up for here later in the race.
Yeah, they seem to be pulling away a little bit from third, but not necessarily from each other.
Kind of spreading out there a little bit. Noah Harmon back there in 4th. Silver Hair Racing that actually came in here and tested last month. Also went to Barber and tested the week after. So Noah getting a lot of laps. Noah, he was really excited just about this weekend. He's the most confident he's ever felt coming into a TA2 weekend, just based on what he had.
Oh, one off course here.
Will Robinson.
The 51 machine having its issues. That's Will Robinson out of Wilson, Wyoming. That's a tricky spot to get to the inside to go off course.
Yes, it is.
Usually it'd be on the outside there. Not sure how he did that, but glad he drove through it. Here's Adrian Vostovsky, who continues to run in 7th, and you can see how far up Audric is. He's running in 9th, and Prochuk is 2nd in Pro-Am, and he's all the way back in 14th. So your Pro-Am leader, Jared Audric, having a good run here today. There's the problems on Sheehan's car.
It's a tough break for Tom Sheehan. 5th in the standings right now as they run the Pro-Am. And we got a caution flag out here, Ralph.
Sure do. Leaders come through Oak Tree. And we got a full course caution.
We'll try to figure out what that is. Maybe this piece of debris, maybe some of the kind of we saw there over the car just off. Maybe Will Robinson brought some debris back on the racetrack. We're trying to figure that out, but another full course caution here at VIR.
Yeah, that'll slow things down. Mayer and McKee will finally see Brown and Harmon and Corey back on their bumper again. We're hearing it's just debris, so this should be a fairly quick caution.
So Ben Mayer leading the way. McKee, Brown, Harmon, Corey.
You can see grass on the front of everybody's grills, including Mayer right there. And look at on the front.
Yeah, look at the 28, yeah.
McKee's car. And a little mark on the side of the door there, too, on the 28. He's had more of an aggressive day than we thought he did.
Got to wonder if it was in that turn 1 and lap 1 when Mayer dove to the right last minute, maybe kind of pushing the McKee there a little bit.
Yeah. By the way, he's survived at this point, sitting in second. Tristan McKee having another solid run, the Mid-Ohio winner.
Now, there's not official spotters here like we see in NASCAR and other series, so there's a chance for some of the teams, they'll probably go out here using the NASCAR bin because you can see right there in 2, 3, 4, and 5, majority of the racing, you could say. So maybe some of the folks from Team SLR trying to let Tristan McKee know that as he's right there getting close to the back of the 10 as they catch this pace car, maybe try and knock some of that grass off, letting them know, just keep a check with those temperatures, make sure they don't get too hot.
Yeah. That could be, too, why he's sitting at about a half a second. When they were racing, he was about a half a second behind him and just staying there. Might just be liking that clean air a little bit to keep the car cool for now and save it for the last attempt.
We just missed the tail end of it right there on our screen, but he got right there on the back of Ben Mayer and was zigzagging a little bit. Maybe try to knock some of that grass off.
Robinson is on pit lane, getting the grass off of his IVSX group grill.
The stickers knocked off that right rear quarter panel. Oh, excuse me, on the right rear tire.
Will out of Wilson, Wyoming. Not sure where that is, but I love the state of Wyoming.
I don't really know many people from Wyoming. It's a little bit surprising when you see someone from there.
I don't know many from there, but it's a beautiful part of the country if you've ever had a chance to go there. Jeanetta's safety car leading them up underneath the bridge here.
Coming by on their screen, we haven't really talked about him. Hans Alkovsky coming from Davis, North Carolina, run that Stanwood Ukraine Chevy Camaro, making his TA2 debut this weekend. Is pulled by there us on pit road. Also another driver that came here and tested before this weekend. As well, Robinson starting to catch up with the field here at the back.
Yeah, and there's Naz back behind him.
So now another opportunity. We saw McKee, he had a chance. And see trying to get right there behind the 10 of Ben Mayer. So another opportunity. Now just probably talking to his drivers, crew chief and team. Kind of going over a little bit as far as just what Ben Mayer did last time. We saw McKee, he poked out a line a little bit in the NASCAR bin and into one to maybe have Ben Mayer just kind of overdrive the entry just a little bit, wash up, trying to going over, studying a little bit of the notes, trying to figure out what they did the last time and apply it to right here because Ben Mayer McKee had a lot of good pace there in that second run.
Yeah, we should still have, about 20 laps to go when we get back to green here, plus or minus a lap or two.
Thomas Tanziata, who won the race here last season, not here this weekend, but on the guys that actually passed. We saw there Jake Drew in that number 7 Silver Hair Chevrolet the last time we were here in turn 1. Never looked back last year.
Lights out, coming back for a restart here.
See McKee right there, Ralph. Look at that grill. Looks like he's knocked a lot of that grass
off.
off.
He sure has, yes. This has been beneficial for him. Getting a chance to get rid of that grass. Close back up on Mayer. And I'm thinking this time, Ford, that door cracks, he's really going to push it through this time.
See, not as many laps left here, so it's starting to get the crunch
don't waste
time.
the opportunity, right?
Not sure if it's going to be the last caution or not. This is going to be great.
Yeah, well, the attempt at taking the lead might be the next caution if you're not careful. All right, Jeanetta's safety car is off. Making their way down the front stretch here. Beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Danville, Virginia. Getting back to it. What will we have at turn number 1? Mayer protecting the inside. McKee, where's he going to go? He looked outside the last time. Can't get it done at 1. And Mayer gets a good drive off of the hairpin to horseshoe down there. And now over to the left hook.
Good restart.
Hard braking zone here.
Good reach up at the top four. Look at Laney Bice right there in the back of Sam Corey trying to make something happen here.
Laney in that Chevy number 8 and Sam Corey in the black 70 just in front of her. She is up to 6th now. She's having a good run. First time in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series presented by Pirelli for Laney Bice.
Caution flag is out.
Yeah, and that caution's right back out. Oh, and that would be why. The 71, big time damage to Caton's car. That's going to take a minute.
Eric Layton, that's right there to X the NASCAR bin. That's a tough break.
Yeah, it sure is.
Our last year at VR, he won the Hard Charger Award at VR, finishing 15th. Going to be tough to get that car back onto the racetrack. We'll see what they're able to do.
And we got 21 laps remaining right now, so we'll be inside of 20 when this one gets back to green. So we'll take advantage of the slowdown and take a quick break here on Speed Sport 1. Take care of some business, and we will be right back. Great to see Eric Caton, crawling out of his car. We'll be right back to VIR.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
And we are back here on Speed Sport 1 at VIR, and there you see the 71 of Eric Caton out of Greenwood, Indiana, and that Ray Skillman Auto Group Ford Mustang, and you could see Eric out walking around the car. So good to see that. And Adrian Vostovsky had visited pit road during this caution period, and he had some steam, it looked like, coming out of the car.
He had the hood up. We were able to get him back on the racetrack right there. As we were about to come back from break, saw a little damage to the rear end of Mia Lavelle as well. So some trouble with her and able to keep moving on. Doesn't look like it's too bad as far as her able to continue, but definitely a lot of cosmetic right there in the rear.
Yeah, Mia's been doing a lot of short course stock car racing here lately, getting a lot of Cars Tour action and visiting a lot of the short tracks around the southeast. Been doing pretty well, too.
Making 6th start of the season here, running full-time in the West Series.
And Mia, now we're being told, is on her way to the garage. So that's a shame. Headed back into the paddock, which is where this car is going to go as well. Well, let's check in with Ben down on the pit lane.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm down here with Brian Keselowski, who is talking to Ben Mayer, the current leader here. What's he saying, and how in the world did he get around 2 cars at turn 1?
Ben did a great job on the restart. I think some of that short track mentality is sinking in on him here. Honestly, the whole weekend he's done a really good job. You know, he just had a really good start. It looked like Tristan maybe didn't get into turn 1 as good as he could have, because even his teammate went around him on the outside there. So he just took him 3 wide and made a nice clean pass. Never, bumped fenders, nothing. So he did a great job on the restart. Now we're just maintaining our speed. We've been having some tire issues really the last couple of weeks. So it's kind of nice that we're getting some quick little runs and, kind of putting some heat cycles on the tire to hopefully hold our right front tire together for us. But, it's been a really good car for us, and Ben's done a really good job this weekend. So we're pretty proud of that.
Well, we know he's got a lot of talent. He's leading in points in the Cars Tour against some very difficult competition, including Tristan McKee. He won last year at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Just a ton of talent.
Yes, Ben's done a really good job. He's still pretty young, so he's learning a lot, and this is his first real year running a lot of circle track stuff. So hasn't got a chance to run with us in Trans Am a whole lot. He ran Mid-Ohio with us and at one of our other cars, but this is definitely a car that he could get it done in. So.
Here we go, Ben, getting ready. Field coming at our drone. Let's see what happens at turn 1. Mayer just in front of McKee. Looks like Corey diving around as well. McKee working the outside here. Now he cuts back inside. Oh, just couldn't get close enough to the inside to make something stick there. You'll have to tuck back in as we head over to the NASCAR bend.
Tried to cross him over there. Ben was able to hold him off.
Mayer out front doing a great job. There's DaCosta in the 30 behind Jared Odrick. Bouncing up and off the curbs.
All right there, the hood on Gian Belfamate. No hood right there on that 95 machine as they make their way up through the S's here. All pretty tight together here, Ralph.
Screaming up past the South Bend Villas. Bouncing over the curves. Man, did you see Mayer getting that front end up off the ground?
He settled it well there to the double apex.
Take the left front up, then the right front as you skim across to the other side of the racetrack. And there's a good look at Lainey Bice, who is doing a tremendous job in her first road course race up to 6th.
So impressed here at Ben Mayer. Second start in the TA2. I heard leading this one right now. Off to a great start. Holding off McKee, who has really been dominating these TA2 series races the last few weeks.
Tristan McKee, hot on his heels. The points leader.
Carson Brown and that car that was driven by Mike Skeen at Road America, where Skeen dominated that race, hanging there in third.
Yes, Skeen, wasn't it?
Yes.
Man, what a job he did that day.
16 years old, trying to run some more races here to the end of the season. Having a great run right here.
Harmon still sitting in 4th in the Street Side Classics backed entry.
Silver Hair Racing not running the last 2 weeks. Coming back here, their homecoming. Actually, where the owners, Maurice and Laura Hall, actually met.
They are such a great part of the paddock. They were certainly missed while they were gone for a couple of weeks. Great to have them back.
Come back here with Noah Harmon. Noah's on the curb a little much right there. Able to kind of hold it down right there. Sam Corey fell back about a few car lengths there, but really almost actually now Ben Mayer really starting to pull away now.
Showing 18 laps remaining, or about 17 and a half at this point. And boy, these guys and gals have really been pushing those Pirelli tires, haven't they? As they slide these cars around. But the cars still very much taking the work, the abuse, if you will, and surviving and giving the drivers plenty of confidence.
Well, these cars settle well. They really settle well, especially through the S's, down in the roller coaster we've seen. See Said getting up to speed here on the Apex. But these cars really do settle well.
Yeah, the old guy's running 12th. Boris doing a great job. Started tail end of the field, I think it was, deep in the field.
Yeah, toward the back. He's made his way through the field. Talking about drivers making their way back
And look at this fight here. Boy, McKee and Brown, that has really become the best fight on the racetrack. Before, it was McKee pushing Mayer, but now it's Brown pushing McKee.
Remember, Tristan McKee told us in the beginning, told Ben Sizzle in the beginning of the race, or the broadcast that is, just they weren't exactly where they wanted to be. I thought that was pretty frightening for the field, considering he was in the pole and how he's run this weekend. But Ben Mayer really started to extend that lead a little bit more, and Carson Brown doesn't make a move here.
Yeah, he's looking inside, and he's going to have him as they go into turn number 1, and it looks like we're going to see Harmon come through as well.
Oh, Tristan McKee might have a problem.
Yep, there's a problem for Tristan McKee. As he went off the racetrack there. Slow,
wow.
There he is. Looks like his race is coming to an end. What a shame.
Bad place to track, really. You have a long way to go to get back around to pit road. Now that Brown doesn't have Tristan McKee there in front of him, now does he start to, we can drive it in deeper, not have anybody in front of him. Got the leader right there. But, Ralph, I don't think Tristan McKee's going to make it around.
No, I don't think so either. And if he doesn't make it, we'll have another full course caution here.
Not much of a pull-off area if he can get to.
Yeah, I think everybody has cleared him at this point, so if he needs to, he can just ease it over to the edge and bring it to a stop, and we'll get a full course caution and get him out of the way. The young man in the lead, there he goes. Yep, he's going to do that before he gets to the left hook. And we should be seeing another full course caution here. Cambridge 28 coming to a stop.
That's a tough break there for Tristan McKee, leader in the point standings. It felt like you couldn't have a podium picture without Tristan McKee being on it.
Yeah, he's leading the points, the overall points in Cube 3 Architecture TA2. He's leading the Young Guns Championship, and he's leading Rookie of the Year.
And there's that
saying
caution
that he
flag
lost
out.
transmission in the 28. It's a shame. That team has not experienced a lot, if any, mechanical issues at all this year that I can remember, Ford. I don't know about you, if you can think of something I can't.
You're going to have to go back a long time to see the last time Tristan McKee was not in the top 5. I believe it's going back to Sebring, the season opener. He's been the top 5 almost every single race this season. That is a shame, especially here at VIR.
And I don't remember Sebring being a mechanical issue. I think it was more of a fight on the racetrack issue.
Yeah, we saw a lot of cautions at that race, too, as you remember.
Oh, a ton. Unfortunately, more cautions than green flag laps that day.
To come pick up here in that Cambridge Chevrolet, the Spire development driver. Made his first start at VIR this time last season.
I think everybody in the field except for Boris Sept is a development driver of one form or another, right? I mean, there's so many different development programs out there. Of course, you have the big ones with Chevy and Toyota. Spire has their program, of course, and so many others. And so many of these young drivers are affiliated with somebody.
Ralph, I want to go back to Ben Mayer here a little bit. You're talking about these development drivers. Ben Mayer in the Chevrolet program. He made his first start, a Truck Series start at Lime Rock, ran at Nice Motorsports.
Yep.
Had a solid outing. He's trying to look for sponsorship to run the Oval next week here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We'll see if he's able to get that done. But right now, if you're a sponsor watching Ben Mayer pulling off what he's doing today, I think might have an easy choice to maybe get on board his machine.
Certainly would be a great one to put your money behind. No doubt about it.
But we've seen a lot of what these development programs have been able to do. We saw it with Connor Zilic. You're seeing with Tristan McKee, as young as he is, as they're trying to pull him right back to the pit road here. But just the development programs and coming to a series like Trans Am, able to develop these drivers. Lenny Bice, we're seeing her in the Chevrolet program. Just it's really great to see what these development programs of Chevrolet and Toyota coming into here into Trans Am and developing these guys.
Let's check in with Ben, who is at SLR.
Yeah, thanks, Ralph. I'm here with Rick with M1 Race Cars, the Cambridge car, Tristan McKee with Spire Motorsports. And Rick, we haven't talked this season because we haven't seen you come in with any mechanicals or have any kind of difficulties like that. So what's he saying?
We believe he either broke a transmission or a gear or the rear end. He shifted third out here and then lost it all. Okay. So we were going for every lap for the whole season that just broke our streak. So he's done a good job. The Chevrolet Spire SLR1 car has been great all year. Tristan's doing a remarkable job. Every day he gains. He puts tons of work in. We're really proud of him. The whole team's proud of him. Scott, Junior, Senior, they all work really good together, and we really enjoy having Tristan here, and we hope we can keep him from next year.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Running for the championship. But the driver development that is happening here behind the scenes is absolutely unbelievable. Ford, I'd love for you to talk about the driver development that's happening with Gil Martin and Noah Harmon and the Silver Hair team, because you've got kind of a behind the scenes with that. But throughout the paddock, unbelievable driver development. Tristan McKee, definitely one of those drivers. I'll send it to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. You nail it right there. Just kind of seeing what the development programs here. We're taking a little look at Tristan McKee and kind of the issues he had. We thought it was going to be a little bit of a double dip right here. Noah Harmon getting in there and getting that third position. But Tristan McKee obviously having some issues, unfortunately. But just kind of like we were talking about, Ralph, just the development programs and what these teams pour into these drivers. McKee, I mean, we're seeing right now when he running the road course stuff, what he's able to do in the ARCA series. I mean, you look at what he's able to do. I mean, he finished second in the ARCA race at Bristol last Thursday behind Brent Cruz, another Toyota development driver. But over at Silver Hair, you're looking at what Maurice and Laura Hall able to do. Who's our guy that we talk about when you think of Silver Hair Racing? Connor Zilic, and you're seeing what he's able to do. Running Cup next year. He actually ran this race last year, so you see what these development people or development programs, what they do with these drivers.
Yeah, development programs are nothing new necessarily in motorsports. They've been around for years, for decades, of various shapes and sizes all around the world. But every now and then you go through peaks and valleys with it, and you get these resurgence, I guess is maybe a better word. And you get a resurgence and everybody focusing attention on driver development programs. And I think Toyota kind of kicked that off with Christopher Bell and that Larson kid who turned out to be pretty good.
Not too bad.
Yeah, he's okay. C. Bell's not too bad either. But as those guys came into the Toyota program, it really kind of shined a light back on it, and everybody went, yeah, maybe we got to scramble to get a program up and running just as fast. And Chevrolet certainly did, and Spire and a bunch of others now. Ben, you came out of a development program too, didn't you?
Third? Okay. Yeah. No, unfortunately, but I'm here with Gil Martin, who is watching his driver, Noah. We were just talking about driver development. Currently third. He's doing really, really well. What are you seeing, Gil?
Yeah, I mean, right now our Cube 3 street side car is really doing great. Our Chevrolet's good. Noah's doing good. We came up here and tested and couldn't be prouder of how he's doing. His development's getting better every week. This is about his 6th race. We've tested with him one time, and that's what it takes. I mean, you look at this field, all the young guys out here, and the thing, Trans Am 2 right now is producing a lot of talent that's moving on to other divisions. So the driver development in this series is awesome. So we just need to continue doing what we're doing here. Across the board, all the teams are doing a great job with it, and that's what it's going to take to make this series grow. But Noah himself, he's doing a great job. We're looking forward to great things for him.
And speaking of driver development, we're joined by Max Pappas down here, and there's a couple people on this grid that I'm sure you're going to be yelling at here soon in your role. But thanks for coming down here and being part of this Cube 3 TA2 series. And what do you think of this racing at VIR?
Let me tell you, first of all, great to be here. You know, I got an invite from Laura, Maurice, and Silver Hair to come over and spend time with them. And I brought over my 2 kids, Marco and Matteo. You know, just getting to know them, getting to know the sport a little bit better. Possible Matteo, who knows? You know, maybe we're going to comment on him in the future. He's a future coming star racing. And I tell you what I love about TA2. Extremely competitive. The driver can still make a great difference, and there is enough technology with what is worth it to have the intellect of people like Gil Martin that can really bring something and make a difference. So I really feel it's a great compromise between simplicity, you know, great car, great driving, and the opportunity to see, you know, young kids showing their talent. So it's I wish I would have had this when I grew up.
And a ton of talent with Scott Goodyear and his formula programs too. But do you walk around and see how many of our drivers are running an MPI steering wheel?
Listen, you know, I cannot be more proud to just see what I've done. And this is great, you know, but at the moment, let's watch the restart and let's see what we're doing.
All right, we're going to green, Ralph. Back to you.
Max is a great guy and a tremendous innovator. what he's done with MPI, the steering wheels. I mean, he's being pretty humble there, but what the technology he's put into the steering wheel has greatly improved the safety for the drivers in every form of racing that they compete in. Here we go, back to green, headed down to turn number 1. What have we got this time? Ben Mayer out in front. Here comes Brown, sizing him up with Harmon right behind him. And this is going to be the first laps of the year that have not had Tristan McKee in them. He's been in every lap up to this point today.
Look back at it, Ralph. 7th at Sebring, 5th at Road Atlanta, podium every race since then. So it's going to be a little bit of a different podium type of picture we see at the end of this one. But Carson Brown, first time he has had a crack at Ben Mayer, trying to get him. Noah Harmon close behind that 3rd position. We talked with Matt Pappas earlier to go. He was here for the test session with Noah Harmon, helped coach him, and he's doing pretty good right here.
Yeah, and the heat has just turned up for Sam Corey, who's got Laney Bice right on his tail. They're fighting over 4th. She's up to 5th. But for Corey, he came into the day 176 points behind McKee in every one of the 3 categories where they're chasing each other. There he is, and then number 70. And with Tristan out, Sam has a great opportunity to really gain some points here today.
Hey, we saw what happened with Sam at Lime Rock, going back and forth in Indiana. That rain race, it was rain, dry, yep. All types of weather conditions in one race. Right here, he knows what can happen late in these races. We'll see if maybe he can pull something here late, but got to get around Noah Harmon. He's been working on him for a long time. But Carson Brown sticking with Ben Mayer. He's not letting him get away.
And don't forget, Sam Corey went on to win that day at Lime Rock Park. See if he can get another one here this afternoon. Down into the roller coaster we go, headed towards Hog Pen.
Carson Brown set him up right here to get a good exit. Got a little loose there on exit. Not exactly what he wanted.
You know, everybody talks about the corkscrew at Laguna Seca and the thrill of diving down through that section. But I got to tell you, if you've ever driven through the roller coaster here at VIR, it'll get you every bit as much as the corkscrew will.
Well, Ralph, I wasn't able to make it in my racing career very long, so I wasn't able to experience something like that. I wish I could, but just by watching, I mean, if you want to count iRacing doing that, maybe I've experienced that a bit.
Yeah.
But overall, just so iconic, and people that I've talked to just really do love this racetrack.
Yeah, there's so many reasons why you do. It'll test your mettle. It's very technical. It'll challenge the horsepower that your engine guys will give you. It does a little bit of everything here at VIR.
Ralph, I want to give a shout out to Julian DaCosta. Was toward the back of the field there to start this one. Made his way through the field. We were talking about earlier, when is he going to start slice his way? We talked about how he led final practice. Now up to the 6th position, making his way through.
And a couple others to take note of as we go through the grid here with 13 laps remaining. Jared Audrick has moved up to 7th. Yes, he's leading Pro-Am, but he's up at the sharp end of the stick here with the pro guys fighting it out. He's right back. There he is, right behind DaCosta. So Jared really having a tremendous run here today. We've talked about Laney Bice. She's up to 5th. But how about old Boris Said running up to 9th now? He hasn't lost a whole lot of speed, has he?
Is nice. All a little debris right there on the right side. Looked like that's from Diego Ciantini. But Boris said, when you've seen some of the races he's run this season, hasn't had the results he's wanted. But today right here, showing us a little bit of experience, hopping in this 60 car, going back and forth with his son, Boris said Jr. Having a solid run right there at 9th.
Had a fill-in race at Laguna Seca earlier this year and did a tremendous job in the big Trans Am cars. Went all the way up towards the front of the field, battling for the lead and the win out there. So Boris hasn't lost his touch as he gets ready to come screaming past us here on the front straightaway. Here we go. Mayer and Brown. Brown swinging to the outside.
Try that crossover here. Does he get the run on exit?
No, it doesn't look like he's going to be just close enough to do that yet.
Carson Brown biding his time, just really trying to educate himself right here. This is really important for a young driver like he is. We talked about he's 16 years old, trying to just study, understand where Ben Mayer, kind of like what Tristan McKee was doing earlier, learning about where his weaknesses at, where his strengths are at, so that Carson can improve that, get a good run, and make that pass to the lead.
Man, our drone pilot's still having a great day. He's
having a heck of a
up
day.
In the top 3 still.
Or if we could put a sticker on the number, and I'm not sure if he'll pass tag, but it's done a pretty good job keeping up with them.
Yeah. And Harmon in the silver hair car. He's run incredibly well his also today, sitting there in third. We've talked about him, but I don't know if we've really given him as much credit as he deserves for the quality of the race he's run today.
Well, he ran the Miata race here a couple last month, and unfortunately got hit from behind. Didn't really have the weekend he wanted, and ruined his race running there in the top 5. Coming back here, he was really excited to get back here because he loves this place. They came here and tested, did a great job. He felt very comfortable about running out here. And again, Ralph, I mentioned it already, but he's just the most comfortable and the most excited he's been coming into a race weekend. Sitting there in third, biding his time here a little bit, saving his stuff. You never know what these two can happen here in front of him, because Carson Brown getting closer, nipping right at Ben Mayer.
Yeah, and Noah Harmon is 5th in the Rookie of the Year standings behind McKee, Corey, Buffamani, and DaCosta, and all 4 of them are behind him on the racetrack today. So Noah having a great run and could certainly, I don't know if he'll move up in front of anybody, but he's certainly going to close the gap on Julian DaCosta the way things are going right now.
Yeah, he had a fuel pickup issue in practice yesterday, only able to run 2 laps. He got that corrected for qualifying in 4th, trying to go for his first podium. He's been gone the last 2 weeks. But, Ralph, you look back at Mid-Ohio and Road America, he was running in the top 8, had top 5 speed, made some contact in those 2 races, wasn't able to finish, one with Corey Day, one from Rafa Matos. So we'll see if Noah Harmon can get his first podium today. So far looking good, keeping it clean.
Here he is.
Silver Hair Chevrolet.
Coming at you right there in that silver car. There goes Corey.
And a top 4 breakaway. Want to know here, Julian DaCosta made his way over 5th, past Laney Bice.
There goes Harmon, flying up into the S's in front of the South Bend Villas. And Mayer has pulled away a little bit from Brown, hasn't he? Maybe a 10th or so.
Pulling away here just a bit, but you got to give Ben Mayer his flowers today. Just what a move into turn 1, going in deep. We talked to Brian Keselowski, just talked about how a couple of the guys, as we have the caution flag is out, it might be for that debris there,
right
Ralph.
There on the right. Yep, looks like is that a hood?
Part of that Diego Ciantini car. As the Seamus is McKendry, excuse me.
Yeah, he's got issues as well, but I don't think they're the same. Well, that was from earlier.
Well, we kept talking about when are we going to have that final restart, that final caution. Is it going to be the last one?
Well,
big opportunity come up here, 11 laps to go.
This should be a short caution, right? So we should have about 10 laps to go when we get back at it. Maybe 9.
A lot of young guys at the front of this field here. You got obviously Carson Brown, 16 years old, Noah Harmon, 19. Ben Mayer driving that Nitro Motorsports machine. Already has 1 win. He won last year at the Worldwide Technology Raceway in 2024 with Nitro. Talked to him earlier. He said just really loves coming back here and running with Nitro. Him and Nick Tucker, really good friends.
Hearing some unfortunate news here, Ford. Laney Bice, there she is in the 8.
Oh, wow. No.
Looks like a mechanical problem for her, as I don't see any damage to the race car, but she's getting a tow back in. So we got that debris, but we also have the issue here with Laney's car.
Ralph, the results might not show it on the stat sheet. Very impressive today. I'm super impressed with what she's able to do. She was talking about her first real road course experience in a stock car. Really impressive today.
Damage to the car itself, so it looks like it must have been a mechanical issue for Laney Bice in the 8. Not sure what went wrong with it. Yeah, no, you're 100% correct on that, Ford. She came in here with a solid resume, first time on a road course, and she did nothing but impress everybody here. She's not going to be happy with the box score when she goes back and looks at the race today, but everybody who was here or was watching on Speed Sport 1 knows that Laney Bice was here and was very quick. Can't wait to see her back with the series. I think she said she's coming to COTA, Circuit of the Americas, end of the year.
They're trying to work on some stuff. We'll see if they. It would be great to see it because I think she deserves to come back and run some more.
Well, I got to believe the folks at Chevrolet are going to be going, yeah, we got to get her back in one of these cars again. All right, let's go to Ben.
All right, Sam Corey running fourth, a beautiful black number 70. Crew chief is Mark. Let's try to hear a little bit. He's talking to Dave right here about official stuff. But what's Sam saying on the radio? How's he feeling?
Sam's okay. He is he's struggling. He's a little tight. Free roll. He's struggling right now with a little bit of brake problem, actually, which is new. So we're trying to go ahead and make sure that, we can run all the laps, and do what we got to do. Really feel that the only car that we've got to worry about is our teammate in the 30, who's right behind us. He's good enough. He can run enough time to go ahead and catch us. Otherwise, I think Sam can kind of stay where he is and finish the race out and do what he needs to do, even if he has a problem. It's been a great day. Sam does a great job for us every single week.
And that 30 car, it started 24th all the way up to 5th. Julian DaCosta, unbelievable, another nitro car, but that's going to be really fun to watch. As we come up to green, I'm going to send it to you guys in the booth.
All right, Ben, thank you. Let's keep an eye on what the Ginetta safety car does as it makes its way down towards the front stretch.
Only a few laps to go right here. This is now where these drivers need to be coming to green. They have a couple moments to see a couple of that debris that's still right there.
They just left it there, I guess. Huh? Ford not too worried about it?
No, it doesn't seem so. It's the long straight to the right. It's just barely on the track. They might think that's okay for right now, but this is a crucial moment for these young drivers at the front of the field. A chance to reset, take a second, take a deep breath, study what has worked in the past. We saw Sam Corey, the last restart, poke to the right, no harm, and block that. We saw last time Carson Brown kind of try to go way high, drive Mayer low, go high to get that run off. So a lot of these guys studying, learning about how to make what worked the last time. Pace car lights are still on, though.
Still on, so we're going to stay under yellow for at least one more lap here. Maybe they are going to run over and grab that debris. Yeah, Sam really needs this thing as we go on board with Cale Phillips here. Sam could really use this to stay right where he is in fourth or advance up to third if he can. He doesn't want to lose another spot. He came into the day 176 points behind Tristan McKee in all three categories where they're battling: the overall points, Young Guns points, and the Rookie of the Year points. And with Tristan out, Sam has a great opportunity to chip away at that with 2 races to go on the schedule at Barber Motorsports Park and Circuit of the Americas.
Ralph, I want to go back a little bit. We're talking about Jared Odrick there moments ago. 6th. Running in 6th place, having a great day coming out here. And we got to talk about how impressive he's been this season. Gotten better after every race. Obviously he's leading the Pro-Am Challenge for the first time in his career. He's leading the SCCA Super Tour GT2 standings with 1 race left. Just having a great day overall here at VIR.
He's the only Dolphin having a good year.
I like that. That's true. Yes, that's true. Unfortunate loss to drop to 0-3 on the season was Tua Tagovailoa and the Miami Dolphins on Thursday night to Buffalo.
Yep. They look pretty good, though. They were hanging in there. They can take a page out of Jared's playbook this year. He's been really, really improving behind the wheel of that car each and every round.
I know we talked about it a little bit ago, but I would love it if he does win the championship. Get that little Pee-wee Herman dance he had. Maybe get out of the car if he comes away and does win the championship in COTA. I feel like he got to do it.
Perry Bowes is already... Well, let's keep an eye on the stuff out on the racetrack here. There's Odrick right there in the 00. And there is Sam Corey and DaCosta.
Pace car light still on right here. Look, that debris is still right there at the top of the screen.
Yeah, I guess they're going to let that go. And those lights, did they just go off? They just went off. All right. So we are getting ready to go back at it then.
All right. So right now, coming to the very end of this, everybody take a deep breath. It's going to be one really exciting restart coming up here in turn 1. We'll see who's going to pull out a lane. Is it Carson Brown? Is he going to do it? Is Noah Harmon going to make something happen from 3rd? Find out what happens here.
Well, if you're Ben Mayer, you want to protect that inside going down into 1 for sure. If you're going to lose the lead, you want to force that guy to go on the outside. Coming down the hog pen.
Big moment right here.
Yeah, turn 1 is going to be, could be the decider here in this race. Look how tight up these guys are as they get ready for green. And Mayer really slowing them down. Look at them all stack up behind him. He's going to hold and wait to pull the trigger. Here we go. Headed to 1. And Brown goes right with him. Corey going way wide to the outside, making a bid for 3rd. Brown is right there.
Let that lane open at Sam Corey for Julian DaCosta maybe to get there.
Yeah, Corey's going to hang back here in 4th for now. Can't get up to Harmon yet.
Got 15 minutes to go, 8 laps remaining. It's crunch time for these top guys right here. We'll see what they're able to do. Ben Mayer had a great day, led every lap so far. Can he hold on to Carson Brown here behind him?
See how those brakes hang in there for Sam Corey.
Also a note, Laney Bice just came past us here, exit the garage, about to make her way back on the racetrack.
See some bodywork flapping off the side of somebody back there. Might be Buffamonte.
We've seen what Scott Lagasse and his team has been able to do the last few weeks. Hasn't been the great day, but can Carson Brown be the silver lining here this afternoon? Right there in the back of Ben Mayer down the long straightaway. Sam Corey, he's hanging there with the back of Noah Harmon for 3rd.
Corey is really pushing on Harmon right now as they charge down towards the roller coaster. Here he comes. Corey looking inside.
He's just testing Noah Harmon right now.
Yeah, filling up those mirrors.
Noah's been better in the long run here. Sam's been better in the short run. We'll see if Noah can keep him behind him right here, but he's there in striking distance.
Well, it's only 7 laps next time by to the finish of this one. So it looks like it's pretty much going to be a short run for everybody.
Noah had a good exit. But right here, Carson Brown, he's around the back of Mayer.
Let's see what he can do. He looks to the outside. Does he cut back inside? Goes deep on the brakes. Cuts back inside. Tries to get inside there. Oh, contact. He gets him loose. And Brown goes past Mayer, and we have a new leader here at VIR.
Oh, what a move from Carson Brown. Making the move on Mayer. He went high, trying to get the exit. He did, and he didn't lift. Man, Mayer, he had it right there. Impressive move for Carson Brown. He takes the lead.
Let's see what Mayer can do now. Can he fire a shot back?
Noah Harmon's pulled away from Sam Corey. So now, does Harmon have an opportunity? Is Ben Mayer going to try and strike back here with Carson Brown? First time Ben Mayer has really been in second all day long. Like we said, he's led every lap. How is his car going to be in traffic? Just a little bit with that one car there in front of him. No, Tristan McKee also, he's making his way past us in the booth. He's making his way back on the track here, Ralph.
Yep.
Tucked up right in there trying to get that draft.
Let's see what Mayer can do with the draft here as McKee comes back out onto the track.
Driving in deep. Washed up there just a little bit. Ben's not letting him get far away. He knows he knows he's fast.
We watched the fight for the overall lead. Jared Odrick still leading in the Pro-Am category. Phillips is 3 spots back behind him. And then Prochuk running in 3rd.
12 minutes to go.
Here we go. Mayer looking outside. Is he going to try to repeat the move? Tries to get back. Oh, and look at that. Brown dips a wheel. I thought that was going to open the door. It kind of did, but Mayer didn't slam it wide open, did he?
What does that do for Noah Harmon now? He's still in 3rd. He's right there on the back bumper of the 10. Does he make a move?
It gave him a chance to close up, that's for sure, but Harmon not able to do anything with it just yet. Corey needs to get up there as well.
This is a crucial opportunity for the young driver, Noah Harmon, to learn. Let these two guys battle it up. Save your stuff right here. I'm not sure if he has the speed to match Mayer, but something can happen here at the top two. They get together, and Harmon can be right there to strike.
Well, that's it. He needs to be close enough so that if they do bobble, he's able to push through. It might not be a huge bobble. These guys might be able to make a mistake and gather back up before he capitalizes from where he is right now. Up to the Oak Tree corners.
Noah Harmon right there going for his first podium of the season. If he can get it, Silver Hair Racing obviously dealing with a tough weekend overall, losing Mark Metcalf and Rocket, their co-transport driver, on Thursday night. Was tough for the team the entire weekend. Obviously a big moment this could be for Harmon to maybe get his first podium as the top three start to pull away here, Ralph.
Yeah, they've opened up a little bit of a gap over Corey and DaCosta, who are right here. They are fighting over fourth. Corey in the 70, DaCosta in the white 30.
Ben Mayer, this is where he's been fast right here in the exit to get the power down in time.
Be 5 laps to go this time by.
They go low. Stays in line, looks like. And Mayer, he tried to pick up the throttle just a little bit there in the center to maybe get the touch the back of that too. I'm willing to bet you here, Ralph. He's remembering how Carson Brown knocked him out of the way a little bit. He probably wants to repay the favor.
Yeah, it's fair game at this point, right? It's just a matter of when and where if he can get there. Turn 1 is obviously the most reasonable place for that to happen because it gives you the best chance of closing up on the guy and making a move inside or outside on him that gets him close enough that you can get a piece of that body work and loosen him up a little bit.
This will be a 3-car breakaway right here. How does Ben Mayer respond? How does he learn? How does he educate? The first time he's in behind somebody, I see Seamus McKendry making his way back on the racetrack.
Brown nice and close here. He could do something going down into the roller coaster. Another big spot where you carry a lot of speed and you get hard on the brakes. Doesn't seem to be close enough yet to really work the draft to his advantage to make that kind of move.
The Q3 roller coaster. Like I was talking about, I just don't think Noah has the speed that these two have right here at the end of this run. But that's why Noah's got to keep it close, because these two bobble and a mistake happens, Noah can pounce on it. But right now, Mayer, again, he's been excellent off 17. What does he do here in 1?
Here we come, headed towards the horseshoe, and he swings wide again, does Mayer. Brown protecting that inside. Mayer closer this time, side by side, as they work their way through the horseshoe. How does Brown defend this? He can't. Mayer's along the inside. He'll have the advantage as they get to NASCAR Bend.
Got to be careful here. Can get together, and then Harmon can strike. Side by side.
He's got him as they get to the left hook. And that is going to change the lead for a second, but the inside will then go back to Brown. Can he close the door back? Yes. Oh, contact there, and around goes Mayer. And he almost takes out Harmon. Harmon will get second out of that. Corey comes whistling past. He gets by as well. And it looks like DaCosta does. And it also looks like Mayer is going to be back here behind Odrick now.
Oh, that's a tough break for Ben Mayer. Got to see what race control says about that. Is that going to be a racing incident? Here now with 4 laps to go. Does Noah pounce on Carson Brown?
I think that was a racing incident. I don't see how you can see that any other way. If that wasn't a racing incident, then the first one wasn't either. And you saw Brown bobble a little bit there, and Harmon just wasn't close enough to capitalize it to grab the lead. But he's on him, and he's going to have 3 laps to go.
We're going to note here, Julian DaCosta now made his way to the 3rd position now. Been climbing through the field.
Yeah, that's the one thing Corey didn't need.
16 years old versus 19 years old. A couple young guns going at it right here. Coming to 3 laps to go, Ralph.
Problem for Corey could be those brakes getting worse.
Now, got to wonder, the two. Was there too much contact there that's going to result in a little too much damage? Maybe some tire damage? Not really sure. We'll see how it holds up. As of right now, looks like it's okay.
There's Harmon in that 7. Silver hair car. Boy, they are back strong, aren't they, as a team?
They really have. They really been putting a lot of work into Noah. Brought a fast race car. Silver Hair usually brings fast race cars to the racetrack, and right here they're pulling it. Noah Harmon, his best finish of 4th. He had it back in Lime Rock. Come here a couple weeks later. He's shown top 5 speed this summer here, Ralph. Just hasn't been able to finish. He's gotten wrecked in the last 2 races he's competed in. Now here he is coming down up toward the S's, trying to get his first podium, maybe his first win, or does Carson Brown, is he able to do that?
Yeah, Brown is putting in some real good laps here late. Let's take a look at this incident again. They went inside, outside, back and forth. He got up on the curbing and got into him. So to me, I'm going to classify that as a racing incident.
It's a race. They were side by side for a long time, all the way through. Great job by everyone avoiding that right there, by the way. But I have to agree. It looks like a race. They were side by side, bouncing there. They're going for the lead. It's the closing laps of the race. I hope race control can see that. But they were battling, and I'm glad to see Ben's able to continue a little bit there. And now Carson Brown's starting to pull away from Noah Harmon now.
Yeah, he is. Harmon has had good speed. I just don't know if he's had that kind of speed all day today. But he's had enough to put himself into a great position here to get a nice, solid finish on the podium and a career best.
And Ralph, we were talking about this before the race. Carson Brown in that number 2 Mike Skeen car that dominated the Road America race. Right now, he's looking pretty good with 2 laps to go.
That car in the right hands has proven to be a real winner. Skeen doing that, and now it looks like Carson Brown might do the same.
White flag next time by. If I'm Noah right now, he's got to know right now. Doesn't have the speed, but got to wait and see what happens with 2. You never know what race control is going to call that incident back there at Ben Mayer. Got to keep the car clean. We've seen a lot of people overdrive on entry, especially into 1, down along the bend in the back straightaway. We'll see what happens here, but Carson Brown looking pretty good, trying to go for his first win.
Yeah, and Harmon certainly doesn't want to make a mistake to give DaCosta an opportunity. Come by and steal a spot away from him. And how about Jared Audrick is back there in 5th now and pushing on Sam Corey. He could get all the way up to 4th here if Corey doesn't make it back around in that position. And we know he's having issues with the brakes. Just got to make it down from the top end of the racetrack to the bottom. And Brown will have the win here today.
Just so impressive, Carson Brown. I mean, he was able to get back around Ben Mayer, able to hold off Ben Mayer. They were side by side. I wasn't sure if any of those drivers were going to make it through the S's there, but they did.
Corey has got Audrick, Buffamonte, and Mayer all on his heels as he's trying to get back to hang on to 4th. Here comes Mayer trying to get a spot back on Buffamonte.
That's such a shame for Ben
right
Mayer.
alongside of him there.
So disappointing for Ben Mayer. He was fast. I mean, he had the car. Obviously, a couple cautions, restacked everybody up. Carson Brown got in there. But again, you got to give Ben Mayer his flowers today. He's done a tremendous job.
Checkered flag for Brown. Oh, no, 1 to go. What am I saying? 1 to go. I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. Way ahead.
Got to keep it clean here for Carson Brown. Got to be very easy. That's okay. We're all trying. I know Carson Brown's trying to jump the gun here as well. Noah Harmon trying to go for his first podium. Julian DaCosta was fast in practice, made his way through the field.
Still sliding those Pirellis around, but very much under control. DaCosta a little bit cleaner through there.
So impressive with the 16-year-old from New London, North Carolina. 4th start of the season, full-time competitor in the dirt car Summer Nationals, and that number 28 Longhorn chassis. in that ASA Stars National Tour Platinum program this season, driving for Anthony Campi Racing. Just super impressive by him today.
Getting a look at Phillips in the 99, who's running second in Pro-Am. Here comes Brown, final time around. Harmon right there with him. Harmon will be thrilled with this run.
Super impressive for him. Super impressive for Carson Brown.
Big welcome back to the paddock for the Silver Hair Gang, and they're going to be back up on the podium. And here comes Carson Brown, this time making his way to the checkered flag, and the win here today in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category, presented by Pirelli, as Carson Brown goes to the top step of the podium. Harmon will get second, DaCosta third, Corey holds on for fourth, and he'll chip away at the points between him and McKee. Jared Odrick will take fifth overall and first in the Pro-Am category. Tremendous run for him. Boris said all the way up to eighth. Phillips will take second. Prochuk will take third in Pro-Am.
What a race, Ralph. VIR always delivers, and it delivered right here.
It sure did. We had a thriller here with our Q3 Architecture TA2 category. We figured we would, and these guys and gals certainly delivered. A lot of twists and turns throughout this one, no doubt about it.
Noah Harmon getting second. First podium for him. Silver Hair Racing comes back, flexing their muscle here a bit. Matching his best career finish. Or besting that, at fourth at Lime Rock. But Carson Brown, how about it today? What a day.
Yep, great run, and what a fight he had between him and Mayer as they kept going at it, going down into turn number one. Let's go back and take a look at that. Inside, outside, outside, inside. And some contact in the middle, making the difference there. Just loosened him up enough, and Mayer slipped back, and Brown got the lead. And then a little later on, getting together again here as they went at it hard, side by side, and Mayer got up and over the curbing, and it kicked him over into Brown. And Mayer goes around, and Brown goes on to the win.
Yeah, Ralph, great race today. Also, we saw Carson Brown, tough break for Ben Mayer, one of the fastest guys, led all the laps up, and Carson Brown got around at the very end. Just an impressive afternoon here at VIR. Great weather, great crowd out here that we had. Came out to watch, and they were treated to a great TA2 race this afternoon.
Yeah, I know you got some work you got to go do over in the Victory Lane area, so we'll let you go do that. Ford, thanks for coming by, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Ralph. Appreciate it.
All right, as you're taking a look at our race results here, Mia Lovell back in 24th. McKee outside the top 20, unfortunately, after he ran so well early on. Here's a look at the overall race highlights as this one got underway. And this was a lot about Mayer and McKee chasing each other. Mayer was out front for most of the day, and then McKee had issues. Brown got after McKee, but eventually it was a mechanical problem. Seen here as McKee slowed going down into the horseshoe. Not sure if it was transmission or the rear end that finally let go, but he was done and out of the fight. And then it was between Mayer and Brown. We talked about this, two different pieces of contact. There was the first one, Brown getting by, and then getting up in to Mayer there, and that took him out. And Brown goes on to take the win over Noah Harmon. They are in the winner's circle area, so let's head down to Ben.
Thank you so much, Ralph. Waiting for Carson to get out of the car, but come on, VIR, let's hear you, ladies and gentlemen. This was quite a show. Carson Brown, provisionally our first place. You got to be careful doing that. Woo-hoo.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Unbelievable with Pay Cafe, M1, Team SLR, Carson Brown, fourth race with us, first time winning the race. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. Just a big thank you to the whole SLR crew. Ran really good. Definitely on the freer side, but just glad we were able to make enough drive and be out front there at the end and pass the 10 car. And started the 10 car. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I got sent off earlier in the race, and then I'm not quite sure what happened there. But just a big thank you to all the guys. Pay Cafe, Ab Logistics, Chevy, just Gun3's Garage, just everybody that helps make this thing go around.
Nice. Well, Carson Brown, congratulations. Noah Harmon, don't go too far. You know, you got to give your dad a hug, but unbelievable. First time on the podium. Silverhair is just from down the street. Come on now, Silverhair people. Let's get loud. Carson, how does that feel?
It feels really good.
Wait, Noah, how does that feel?
It feels really good. This Chevrolet was super quick all weekend, and can't thank Cube 3 Street Side Classics enough. And everybody from this greater Silverhair family who came out today. God, we got to put on quite a show and get on the podium for everybody. So thank you to everyone who's supported me all year. This has been a really big effort to even get on the grid, so this is awesome.
Nice. How about that, Noah Harmon? Come on, Silverhair people. Let's hear you. Waukegan Farms from just that. What's that?
Can I say one more thing? Yeah. And we lost Rocket this weekend, and, you know, we really miss him, and I think we had a little bit of extra help today. So we love you, Rocket, and we'll miss you.
Yeah. Nice. I love that. Yes. Rocket, their longtime truck driver, unfortunately passed this weekend. And so huge honor to that, Noah. So proud of you. Nice job. Where is Julian DaCosta? Here he is over here. Ladies and gentlemen, Julian DaCosta from 24th to 3rd. Unbelievable. How was it out there? You look worn out.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough race for all of us. I think we all did a great job. Man, the Nitro crew did a great job getting this car together. It was a great car. I couldn't have asked for a better car. You know, they always do a really good job getting it dialed in. It was a great race. It was a lot of fun moving through the field, and yeah, I got a lot of people to thank, and you know, I can't thank everybody enough. So.
Awesome. Julian DaCosta, nice job. I want to come and talk to our Pro-Am winner, Jared Odrick. Hold on. Don't come away from me just yet. Excuse me, guys. Sorry, Chris. Oh, sorry. I don't want to cut us on these wings. And no, I like this, ma'am. You can come on in here. I want a hug from Jared Odrick, too. First in Pro-Am. Nice job, man. Unbelievable. You're a little sweaty. Yeah. How was it out there?
No, it was great. It was great to be able to be that far up in the field and just see how competitive this field is. I mean, it's a tribute to everybody in this field and all the youngsters and all the Pro-Am guys, just how truly competitive this is. And so I just really hope that this series eventually, you know, gets the credit or just the respect and the eyeballs that it really deserves. And so, you know, I'm just super grateful to be here. I know that this weekend would be different if Barry were here. And that is always in the back of my mind because I know he's a true competitor, and that's what I wanted to do today. And us and TRB, you know, we've had history here at this track for a long time between me, Barry, and them, and it feels great to win with TRB.
Nice. Well, nice job. We're going to send it to a break. That is a very good-looking man right there, Jared Odrick. I need a little break, and then we're going to come back here for Winner's Circle. How about that, Virginia International Raceway? Come on now. We're going to get louder than that.
Hey, guys. Where's Dan?
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back here at Virginia International Raceway, and the podium activities are about to get underway, so let's go right back down to Ben Sissel.
All right, Virginia International Raceway, let's get loud for this. The Architecture TA2 series at the VIR SpeedTour. Some unbelievable stuff happened today. This is, remember, the provisional results. This is going to be so much fun. So keep up that energy, ladies and gentlemen, because in Pro-Am, all the way from Chicago, New York, running for HP Tuners, let's hear it. Keith Prochuk in third place in Pro-Am. Nick Middleton of Cube 3 handing out the posters for us. Keith, I got a little grass on you.
Oh, yeah.
Second place in Pro-Am. He was running with the camera in the car. Ladies and gentlemen, get really loud. Cale Phillips, come on now. Running with Nitro Motorsports.
Aaron, if I get in your way, just yell at me.
Nick Middleton presenting that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the top step, first round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. Now, first step here with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am. Let's hear it. Jared Odrick, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Middleton, come talk to me. This man has sacked Tom Brady many times, and there he is with his arms around you. That's got to feel pretty cool.
Very much so. Thank you very much for all the fans, first of all. This is a great track, VIR. We love it every single year. Congratulations. That was a really exciting race, one of the best races of the entire season. And I think looking at all the young guys here, I think the average age in the top 5 there was something like 17 years old. So look forward to seeing the next race, Barber. But congratulations to all the winners and everybody in the podium here today. But also thank you very much for all the crews that make this happen and all of the teams from the Trans Am series as well. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Nice. Now, hey, wait, hold on, Nick. Stay up here. How about a round of applause for Nick Middleton? We could not ask for a better sponsor in this series, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. Keith Prochuk, you're dirty, bro. You're dirty, and your car doesn't have a whole side on it. Tell us about your race.
Yeah. For me, it was a pretty wild race. I left half of the car on the racetrack, but it was just some good bumping and racing, and good. It was hard. We finished the race, and fantastic race for these guys, Cale and Jared. Absolute awesome finish for Jared. Thanks Cube 3. Thanks Trans Am.
Nice. How about that, Keith Prochuk, HP Tuners. Cale Phillips, I think I've seen a lot of your family here, so you picked a great weekend to be on the podium. How was your race?
Yeah, it was a good race, kind of back and forth with all the restarts there. It was one of those where, you get passed on the restart and you want another one, then you get ahead and you don't want another one and it comes out. But, a lot of good battles there with Keith especially. Congrats to Jared. My home track, so a lot of family here today. It's my wife's birthday, so happy birthday, babe. And, thank you to Nitro Motorsports and Cube 3 Architecture for a great series.
Nice. How about that? Happy birthday. I love it. Cale Phillips and then Jared Odrick. Unbelievable. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, no, it was great to be able to start that far up. It was the best we qualified. We had really good days of testing. Just a testament to TRB and Troy and the crew. They're just really committing themselves to this season, really going above and beyond, and coming all the way from the Midwest and really getting some test time. And thank you to my family that's here and my fiance, or now my wife, Crystal. Now that we've gone down to the courthouse and did the thing. And super appreciative. And I think we all got closer as a paddock this weekend commemorating Barry, and just knowing that we were without a really great competitor. And I also know Silverhair lost somebody this weekend, and we're all getting closer. And I just hope that the fans and everybody tuning in can really appreciate that, because it's really becoming in a family as well as just a really good racing community. And I hope we can step it up for you continually through the rest of the year and next year. Thank you.
How about that? VIR. All right, so we've got some hats to get here. So hold up those trophies. Come on, VIR. Let's hear it. Keith Prochek, Cale Phillips, Jared Odrick. Man, I like this. All right, now, this is where you guys get loud because they can throw out those hats to you. Okay, let's see where they go. All right, now they're going to hold up the trophies, put on those Cube 3 hats, hold up those Cube 3s. Come on, VIR, let's get really loud. Keith Prochek, Cale Phillips, Jared Odrick. Oh, I wanted a hat. Oh, almost. Cale Phillips throwing the boomerang. All right, our Pro-Am, ladies and gentlemen, kind of last chance here. Let's hear it. Keith Prochek, Cale Phillips, Jared Odrick. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Now they've got some certificates. These are cool box certificates. I know Jared Odrick is running a cool box. Cooling system. All right, Keith Prochek, Cale Phillips, Jared Odrick, VIR. Let's get loud because the champagne is coming out. Watch your lenses, camera people. All right, VIR, let's get loud. Come on now. Keith Prochek, Cale Phillips, Jared Odrick. Nice. How about that? Nice job, guys. Unbelievable. Keith, nice job. All right, our Pro-Am. Now we go to the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series National. Now, something I want to point out, this doesn't happen often. 3 different teams on the podium. 3 different, our 3 chassis manufacturers. We have M1, we have Howe, and we have Cope. So there's great parity in the Trans Am TA2 Series, the Cube 3 TA2 Series in 3rd place. Now remember, this is provisional. He started in 24th, has one of the coolest liveries in the TA2 Series. The number 30 with Nitro Motorsports. Let's hear it for Julian DaCosta. How about that? And his suit matches the livery. I love that. Old school Toyota. Nick Middleton presenting the trophies. Ladies and gentlemen, time to get loud. Silver hair, Waukegan Farms. Just from down the road is Waukegan Farms. Running for them this weekend is Silver hair. First time on the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series podium. Let's hear it for Noah Harmon, ladies and gentlemen. That, yeah, keep that up. And then driving for Pay Cafe, M1, Ebb Logistics, and Cube 3. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Carson Brown, first place. This is his 4th time running with us. Gets a first place. Gets a picture with Nick Middleton. Nick Middleton. Again, I know you've been working with Noah for a long time. All of these drivers, this has got to feel extra special.
This one's a great one. Noah, we've been after a podium for the entire season. I think the average age right now, we're doing 2 17-year-olds, and Noah's the old one at 19 here. So this is crazy. These are the young guys that we look forward to future in motor racing. So congratulations to all of them. Great race today. Some great racecraft. Congrats.
Nice, exactly. How about that, Nick Middleton? But remember, ladies and gentlemen, you want to get these drivers' autographs because we're going to be cheering for them on Sunday afternoons here pretty soon. Julian DaCosta. Unbelievable. Dude, maybe one more restart, you might be on the top step, but to come from 24th to 3rd, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, it was great. Like I said earlier, it was just overall, I really couldn't have asked for a better car and a better race. I think the cautions played into my role pretty well. Car was great. I really can't thank the Nitro crew enough. My parents are here supporting me. My girlfriend and her parents are here supporting me. You know, everybody that plays a role in this. There's so many people. There's so many people to thank, and you know I can't thank everybody enough. I have so many supporters and so many people behind me helping me. But overall, it was just a great race. These guys did an amazing job. Nitro crew did a great job getting my car done.
Nice. How about that? Julian DaCosta, ladies and gentlemen. Noah, I know you're happy to be up here, man. This has got to feel good. You've been chasing this down all year. Street Side Classics, you guys have got to be happy as well. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was good. I think we had a really solid race car, just a good race pace, and I think if we had a long run going out the cautions, I think we would have been in a really good spot. But just overall, super happy. We've been quick all weekend. It's by far been my best weekend in this car, and can't thank everybody enough. Q3, even though Nick had to roast me there twice on the podium about my age and lack of podiums, but thanks everyone for the SVRA family for coming out. I can't thank you guys enough for the support, and it's just been a great weekend. And you know, it's also been really hard for the guys. You know, we lost Rocket, and I think he was with us today, and you know, it was good to race for him today.
How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Noah, Harmon, Maurice, Laura, I know it's been such a weird weekend, ups and downs, but congratulations, you guys. Unbelievable. Carson, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, just a big thank you to everyone who came out, all the fans that are supporting me, and SLR for bringing me a really good race car. Fired off really good. Struggled a little bit as the race went on. Got some grass in the grill after we went off there in like turn 4, and yeah, just ran a pretty good race. Got by the 10 car. 10 car kind of got back by us and ended up getting together there. But yeah, very unfortunate, but just a big thank you to all the guys for all the hard work. Chevy, Head Logistics, Pay Cafe, M1 Race Cars that make all this happen.
Nice. All right, come on now, guys. This is where the celebration gets going here. Virginia International Raceway. Hold up those trophies. Get loud. Julian DaCosta, Noah Harmon, Carson Brown. VIR, come on now. We can get louder than that. We can get a lot louder than that, VIR, especially over here in my silver hair people. Come on now. Let's get loud. Hold up those trophies. Julian DaCosta, Noah Harmon, Carson Brown. Nice job. Now you got to get loud for those orange hats. Those are good. Deer season's coming up. Those are good deer season hats. All right, last chance. VIR, get loud. Julian DaCosta, Noah Harmon, Carson Brown. And like I said, 3 different teams, 3 different chassis. Loving the Cube 3 architecture TA2 series. All of these drivers get sparkling water. Come on now, Virginia International Raceway. Let's get loud as they subtly almost spray each other. Oh, and they get Nick Middleton. There goes the sponsorship. Got the camera. You guys covered everything. Got me a little bit. Nice job, though. Hey, nice job. Nice job. Okay, one more. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are excused. Congratulations. Our Almo Legato fastest lap goes to our points leader. Where is Tristan McKee with M1? Here he is, the Gamebridge Spire Motorsports. Tristan, tough race. I know that you wanted to win the championship and finish on the lead lap. That streak was broken today, but you got the fastest lap. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I definitely thought we had a really good car there, just kind of saving behind Ben there and just kind of managing tires and brakes there. I thought we were really good on the long run, so I feel like we would have had a chance to get the win there towards the middle part of the run there, but we had a transmission break. So, stuff like that happens. It's kind of been coming. We've had a streak of really good races going for the whole year, really. So I think we just got to finish it out strong, and we have 2 races left and still a big points lead. So I think pretty optimistic going into the last 2 races, and thanks to M1 and SLR, they brought really fast Chevys. Obviously we had really great speed with all 3 cars, so thanks to Spire, Gainbridge, HendrickCars.com, Josh Wise, Scott Speed, Lauren O'Neill for prepping me for this race. We were really fast, and I worked on a lot of things with the team, and Scott and Scotty, his dad was here this weekend, so it was cool having him here, and we were able to work on a lot of stuff. So overall, good weekend. Wish we could have finished out a little bit better.
Nice. How about that? Tristan McKee. Well, ladies, hold that up. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Eric is down here at his Jim Weed Winter Circle. Come down here and get some Jim Weed so that you're more enthused tomorrow for the Trans Am podium. Maurice, Laura, Silverhair gang, thank you guys so much for coming out. And we will see everybody here tomorrow with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli.
Okay, Ben, thank you. They will have an encore presentation of today's race at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Speed Sport 1 later today. And then tomorrow, as Ben pointed out, Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli live from Virginia International Raceway at 12:30 p.m. Next week, right here on Speed Sport 1, next weekend, we will have some great nitro drag racing for you as we go live from Durana Dragway in West Salem, Ohio for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. But tomorrow, Trans Am presented by Pirelli live on Speed Sport 1, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you tune in for that. It was a great battle here today. A lot of fun watching our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. That big bump right there settled it all down as Carson Brown goes on to get his first win here with us on this day at VIR, just in front of Noah Harmon and DaCosta behind him. Well, for Ford Martin and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long for now from here at Virginia International Raceway.
All right, thank you. We're back here in the SVRA paddock at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. I'm with Kyle Collins. His brother was just racing with us at Portland a few weeks ago, doing really well in the B sedan. Tony Delane, you're going to have to figure this out. Your mom was explaining to me all the different last names, but it is your brother. But you're driving this beautiful Lotus 18 Formula Junior. I absolutely love these Formula Junior cars. We had a reunion here about 10 years ago. So much fun. But you're one of the younger drivers driving one of the older Formula Junior models. Explain that.
Yeah, it was my grandfather's car, and he's owned it for almost 40 years now. And he's actually raced it in more countries than I've ever been to, which is pretty fun. But pretty special for me to get to strap into Grandpa's car here. And like you said, it's one of the older ones, so we're still running drum brakes on all 4 corners and a 4-speed, whereas some of the other cars have disc brakes with a 5-speed. So.
Yeah, just next door, we've got Robert Hemke's car here, the Cooper. He's got disc brakes. He's got a 5-speed. But that really doesn't matter sometimes when you go out there, and once the racing starts, you kind of forget, oh, wait, he's on discs, I'm on drums. It's just go as flat out as you can. Now, the cool thing about this, we talk about this in like Formula Bs or even Formula Fords, you're scrubbing speed if you're, sliding out there. These cars, sometimes you're in a full 4-wheel drift, 4-wheel slide just to get faster. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in the Formula B car or Formula Ford, like you said, slowing down when you're sliding. But this thing, you have to be sliding to be going fast. So we're hanging it out and scaring the people behind us that are getting to watch. So, but it's good fun.
We got to get a shot of this. Look at how tall and skinny the tires are on these old, just hard compound tires. So that also these are the Dunlops that, Goodwood is famous for. So not a lot of grip, and you're out there sliding basically on like Pinewood Derby car tires. Basically, they're like as hard as that. But does that make it more fun?
Oh, it's a blast. Yeah, the Dunlops are hard and not so soft, not very grippy, but they're very progressive in the way that they brake. And so you're just sliding, and it's very predictable. And although you don't have much grip, if you can carry the speed and get a nice slide and use the whole racetrack, you can. They're a lot faster than they look. So.
Okay, so one thing I got to point out. Stay there, Lucas. We got to show this because there's a shift pattern here in the car that is totally different. And he's driving 2 different cars here this weekend, but that's going to, so it goes, so not like a standard H where it's first, second, third, fourth. It's actually first, second, third, fourth, and then way back over for reverse. And that's something he's got to keep in his head all weekend long in this car. But the same weekend, he's driving a completely different, what I'm going to call just a total monster. Like these things, just crazy cars. Our Grand Marshal here this weekend is Brian Redmond, who was just speaking to him backstage here. I'll call it backstage, about how crazy these cars are and some great stories. But how do you describe these things?
Yeah, obviously a lot different than driving the Lotus in the 2-liter Chevron here. We got loads of power and big, wide, sticky slicks, and this thing is incredible, the things that it can do. I mean, you go into a corner so much faster than you think is possible, and it just sticks. And it compared to some other cars, we don't have all the downforce of some of the more modern cars, but when it does slide, it is pretty progressive and predictable too. So although it's fast, it is pretty sweet and nice to drive as well.
How challenging is it for your brain, though? Because you go from a car with no power, no grip, to a car with way too much power and way too much grip and a different shifting pattern. Do you have to kind of reprogram, or once you're in it and you've got your goggles on in that car, you kind of like, okay, I'm in the Junior and now I'm in this car?
It sounds goofy, but that's part of the trick, actually, putting the open helmet with the goggles on in that car and then get back in with the closed helmet in this car. You're in 2 different modes, and I thought it would be more difficult than it is, actually, but you hop into the car and first couple corners, so you're feeling the limit of the tires, and you remember your braking points are going to be different, obviously, but it's not as bad as you'd think. You get used to it pretty quick. So
you and your brother, you're both very young guys. How do you explain to your friends, oh, I can't go to that with you this weekend because I'm going to Lime Rock or Watkins Glen to race these crazy cars you've never heard of?
Yeah, a lot of them had no idea, but the more that we keep doing it and the more they keep seeing us doing it, a lot of them have gained a lot of interest in it, actually, and have been coming out to the racetrack and stuff. So it's cool to get to share that and spread it with some more people our age. I think is good.
I love it. Well, one thing I want to point out, just as a photographer, filming person, the stripes on this is the old Canon roll of film. So I love that. And then it was Oscar ran in Can-Am back in the day, and he ran Auto World, and he had slot car tracks around his whole Can-Am car. For that was the stripes. That were the rules. So you go out, your Formula Junior in this beautiful Lotus 18. I'm going to put you on the spot. If you were to pick a favorite to drive and to race and, you know, different personalities, which one of these two is your favorite?
That's a tough choice. It is hard to choose. Part of it is track dependent. We were at Lime Rock last weekend, and the Junior around Lime Rock is just magic. That's a perfect size track, but the same here, Watkins Glen and the Chevron is the perfect track and race car combo. So I think part of it depends on the track a little bit, but it is just such a treat to get to drive both of them, for sure.
I love it. Well, Kyle, thank you so much for coming out. We will be watching for you in the live stream. It's going to be extra pressure. Not only is your grandpa here and the whole family, but extra pressure that our Grand Marshal actually raced one of these here at Watkins Glen. So he's going to be comparing times and things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure. So that'll be good fun.
Nice. Well, thank you for being here, and we'll see you here in a little bit.
Well, cars are on track here at Virginia International Raceway, and Ben Sissel has made his way up to the booth, has gotten done stripping. And we are about ready to get into some SVRA action here, Ben. You a little warm under the collar out there?
Yeah, just a little bit. It's a little bit hotter here. We are about 2 weeks earlier than we normally are here. Usually when we come here, it's the first weekend of October, and the leaves are just starting to change, so it's a little bit warm. So now I'm down to my – good thing we don't have cameras in here.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I'm down to it. So this is our SVRA Group 7, 9, 11, and PSSA, which is the Prototype Sprint Series Association, presented by Hankook. Starting out front, and this is not a big surprise, is Nathan Bird in a JDR F1000A. Charles Livingston, second. Paul Gatto, third. Tim Pierce, fourth. Steve Hamilton, fifth. Sean Monet, sixth. Landon Matriano Lim in a Ligier JF P4. Beautiful car. Gary Gray, one of my favorite drivers, in a Radical SR8 out there, the number 379. Adam Brickley in a Sebeco MP01. Keith Taylor in 10th in a Radical SR3. Nabi Muammar in a Sebeco MP01 Evo. And Greg Rogelia in a Radical SR1 starting 12th.
And I believe Landon's running multiple classes with it this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's also running in Formula Regional Americas Championship, which is coming up later on this afternoon. Those things out front, those JDR F1000s with the motorcycle engines, those things scream when they're at full song.
They really do.
That's with Arrive Drive Motorsports, with Dustin Hodges and his team. Nathan Bird does so many racing events and a very fast driver.
Yeah, that has been Nathan's plan, his family's plan, since he decided to go racing, was to let's run everything, get as much seat time as we can in anything and everything, and see if we can't get to Indianapolis with IndyCar. Of course, his grandfather, a legendary team owner and sponsor in IndyCar racing for many, many years. Here we go.
I love
green flag, and this one is underway.
I love when they pack up tight like that at the start.
Fanning out as we head down to one.
So Nathan Bird through one. And we'll try to gap these other Formula groups. Now, Group 7, 9, 11, and PSSA. Group 9 is Wings and Slicks, Open Wheel. Group 11 are the prototypes. PSSA is the Prototype Sprint Series. And then Group 7 is like Can-Am cars or some S2s, things like that. But look at that thing just stay on the ground like a slot car.
Yeah, they are absolute rockets through here.
You can hear him there. Listen to that.
Yeah.
Nathan Bird coming around the Mission Food section.
Yeah, Bird out front in his 98.
Wearing his Bell National Championship helmet that we will be giving away at our National Championship here coming up at Circuit of the Americas for the COTA SpeedTour. Just, 3 events away, I think.
Yeah, counting this weekend. And then we got Barber up next, and then Circuit of the Americas after that. Going to swap things up back here. Going to kick Pierce back to 4th. Gatto and Livingston getting through.
Yeah, I'd like to see the front wing of the number 33 Charles Livingston as he was
like
coming into the brake zone. It was touching the ground and flopping around, and I don't know if it's loose or if that's just a feature of the car. Gosh, they are racing too close.
Moving outside, thinking back to the inside as that battle for second heads into turn number 1. Inside.
Livingston takes it.
Going to make it work. Otto trying to fight back. He'll have advantage inside next corner. Doesn't do it.
Now Livingston coming around. Here's where you can hear him.
Going back, taking a look at the action, headed down into turn number 1. See, you got to the inside there. Gatto gave him plenty of room.
That was a good pass.
Yeah, it was
Great
aggressive
shots.
but clean.
Somebody,
oh,
that's
is that
Bird?
Yeah, it pulls off on the backstretch.
And they're side by side going up, almost approaching the roller coaster.
What a shame for Bird.
Tim Pierce is in the best position right now in that 81 car.
Sure is. This should be Hamilton here. The 93, yep. 4th overall now. And 4th in class.
Now, I do really appreciate how Nathan Bird pulled over mechanical, and we are going to be able to stay green without having to go full course yellow. Very unselfish move from Nathan Bird. We appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's Livingston, Gatto, Pierce, Hamilton, your top 4.
And Livingston's front wing, under braking, is still dragging on the ground.
And Gatto now gets around here as well. He's going to sneak around Pierce. They swapped it back and forth.
Look at those things just move through the corners like that. I love coming to Virginia International Raceway. This is a beautiful track. And if you're thinking, oh, it must just look like that on camera, it's even better in person, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it really is.
So you'll see Livingston come around, and now he'll see Bird. As they come through the Mission Food section. So it's Livingston, Gatto, and Pierce. Now we come up to some of our radicals and Sebecos.
That's the 36 of Muhammad. Right there.
Well, he's really moved up from 12th to 8th.
21 Rogalia.
Matriano Lim is the first of our non-Group 9 cars, doing really well out there. He's in the 739 car. Here is our leaders. So it's Livingston, Gatto, Pierce, Hamilton. The Ligier that Landon Matriano Lim is driving, raced with us at COTA last year. Just a really cool looking kind of modern prototype car. Here come the leaders screaming, absolutely screaming up the hills.
You just dance from one side of the racetrack to the other, from one set of curbing over to the next and back. All the way up here to turn 11 and then 12.
These cars are so light, they're so low, and they run at, I can't even guess, maybe like 11,000, 12,000 RPM, it sounds like.
I would bet every bit of that with those motorcycle engines in there.
In this long back straightaway to a big braking zone, and it just gives you like a little hint of a left and then just a deep right-hand turn down the roller coaster. Difficult section of the track. Charles Livingston is in a JDR 002. As they come through Cube 3 Architecture's turn 1.
Livingston, Gatto, and Pierce all staying the same, with Hamilton in 4th. No changes there whatsoever.
He's hitting his marks. Look at this. He's getting all the apexes, not going too much on the curbs because these cars are a little bit fragile. They don't have huge suspension pieces or anything like that. There's 32. That's Adam Brickley in a Sebeco MPO1 with Kaizen. Here is Landon Matriano Lim. There's that Ligier. Looks like another one of those cars that looks like it's 30 years in the future.
He will be running in the open wheel categories this weekend. He's a former F4 and FR driver. Won the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award 2023. Ran Formula Regional Americas last year, finished 8th in the standings, 5 top 10s.
Yeah, he did really well. But look at this car. Almost a John Player special.
I saw that rolling through the paddock earlier this weekend, and it is just a great looking car in person. Like the design of the car anyway, but that black with the gold really looks sharp. Adds to the sinister look.
Yeah, it looks like a car from a sci-fi movie in the 80s of the future.
Yeah.
It is a good looking car.
Rolling is at the fleur-de-lis on the side of the car. Kind of a New Orleans Saints look to it.
Yeah. They come through Hog Pen, now onto the front stretch. Through the garages, through the paddock.
Showing 6 laps remaining here, Ben.
So this is the start of our SVRA races here, the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association. This is Group 7, 9, 11, and PSSA. We had a wonderful Q3 Architecture TA2 Series race today. We've done JFC, we've done F4, we've got FR coming up, and a smattering of all the SVRA groups.
Yeah, we've got an active afternoon here. There's the number 20.
Keith Taylor in a Radical SR3 SRX. Or SX, I'm sorry. Gary Gray currently 11th. Bird is out. Nathan Bird led the first lap and then went out at Oak Tree with a mechanical. Did you ever get to come to VIR with the Oak Tree?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was such a sight
beautiful.
to see. Yeah.
It was beautiful. A couple 100 years old, towering over the circuit back there.
The drone really shows you all the intricacies of the track. There are little bends everywhere that don't look like that, you know, in regular flat vision. You can see all the little weird left and rights here at VIR. It's Keith Taylor.
You talked about the Oak Tree and son of Oak Tree. I guess they grabbed some of the acorns from the Oak Tree, planted it in one of the track workers' backyards, and started growing it, and now they're moving it over here.
Yeah, it's over here. If at some point, if we have a break, the camera operator at Oak Tree, if he just turns around to 180, you'll see it has its own mailbox that you can write notes to it of the remembrance of its dad. And then I think they made a bunch of keychains out of it. I think there's a bar in the tavern that's made from the Oak Tree.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff. I was talking to Billy here a couple of years ago, and they didn't know this, but under the oak tree was an old well. So when they took out the rest of the trunk, there was a well there that they think might have been from the late 1700s, early 1800s.
Wow. I'm sure there's a lot of things around this place that they don't know are here.
That's Tim Pierce in that JDR F1000. Currently in third.
Going to have 4 laps to go here in a moment. A moment being now. So the leader crosses the line. There's so much to this property as well. There's the hotel, obviously, in the South Bend villas. There's also the lodge up on the hill, the restaurant in it, and all of that. Here's a look at the Son of Oak. And there he is. There's your mailbox, Ben.
And I'm surprised every year I come and look at it, and it does keep growing year after year, and I'd say very healthy.
That's great. Got a ways to go to catch up to Dad's size. But if we're all lucky enough to come back in a couple hundred years for races here then, I'm sure we'll see it big and strong just like its old man was.
There's the mailbox.
Yeah, looking pretty good size, isn't it?
Here comes Landon Matriano Lim in that Ligier JF P4.
Did you ever run the go-kart track here?
I have. It's very difficult.
It's really good.
Yeah, it is a good go-kart track.
It is really good. They used to have a rally school here, too.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember that, the little dirt paths around.
Yeah, that was fun.
So here's to the lead group. Our leader, Livingston, out front, but just barely. With Gatto right behind, Paulie Gatto in a JDR F1000. Look at how they just kind of skip through this section so fast. But when they're at full song like that, and you know, we can hear them here on TV, but to hear them in person like that, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, they really are good sounding race cars.
There's Gatto trying to get up to Livingston. The draft in these cars does work, but I'm not sure he's close enough.
He's pushing pretty hard. He's giving it everything he's got. He's going to have 2 laps to go next time by.
Livingston's front wing is still, it doesn't look like it's on all the way. It's not affecting him though.
No, it's working good enough, isn't it?
To do a 149 here, that's pretty good.
Here come the leaders. Yeah, Gatto has definitely closed up on him and closes up more going into turn 1. We might have a fight on our hands here, Ben, coming to the last lap.
That's good. If we have a waving white flag next time by on the leader. Could be either one of these 2 cars. Now, Gatto kind of has an advantage because he can see where Livingston is braking and maybe try to just go, 3 feet deeper. Livingston looking in his mirrors, but he's got to hit all of his marks as he comes up on lap traffic.
Yeah, they're going to hit some traffic here, and let's see how that plays into this story as well.
Should be Gary Gray, who is out there, I promise you, having more fun than anybody else out there.
They're going to catch Gary by the time they get up to 11. They should be able to whistle past him down the long back section here.
Uh-oh, but look at that.
Yeah, that's going to tighten it up a little bit, isn't it? Gatto trying to squeeze in there. Oh, boy, that was tight. Gary saying that's a little closer to the action than I wanted to get, fellas. And Gatto's going to have the advantage and the lead.
He played that really well. But
He sure did.
That was very risky. I didn't like that. Now Livingston using the draft.
He's got a great run. Here he comes, pulling up alongside.
That would have been a photo finish.
Oh, boy, look at that.
White flag is out.
And they got traffic in front of them, too, Ben. That could be an advantage for Gatto, and it is. Oh! Livingston goes around. Think he tried to get on the gas a little too hard too early?
Maybe. It looks like it. It was unassisted.
Yeah.
So Gatto is going to take it.
Hopefully he's able to get going and get out of the way. Final time up through the S's.
The car rotates really well.
Sure does.
So surely Dustin Hodges is telling them, all right, you've got it. Bring it home. About a quarter of a lap left to take the checkered flag.
Yep, just hit your marks. Final time.
Paulie Gatto started third up to first.
JDR F1000. This car's so unique when you see them in person. They have such a, it appears to be such a long front. And here he comes to the checkered flag. Paulie Gatto takes the win here at Virginia International Raceway.
That was an impressive run by Gatto.
Yeah, sure was. Pierce and Livingston will finish second and third. Hamilton grabs fourth.
Look at how pretty this place is.
Out on their cool down lap. Here's a look at those results. Gatto, Pierce, Livingston, Hamilton, and Landon Matriano Lim takes a fifth here in SVRA groups 7, 9, 11, and PSSA. Nathan Bird unfortunately led that opening lap, had a good run going. Something letting go on the car mechanically, and he ends up finishing last. When we come back, we will have International GT action for you from here at VIR. Stay with us. That's coming up after the break.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
ladies and gentlemen, the VIR Speed Tour with International GT. This is our third International GT sprint race. Tomorrow we will have a 1 hour enduro, but starting out front in Ralph's favorite car is Jason Craver in that 2022 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Reg Williams starting second, Tom Pank third in that Audi R8, Lucas Pank fourth in a Porsche GT3R, John Boyette fifth, Woody Witchard sixth, Cliff Kayer seventh, Troy Peterson, who had a great race too with us here, is starting eighth. Ninth is our points leader, Michael Merritt. 10th is Thomas Ballister, last year's champion. William Oliver is 11th. Robert Weisen, Bob Weisen is 12th. Mike Ward, 13th. Kurt Kropp, 14th. Thomas Kirk, 15th. Cameron McIntyre in that KTM GT4 is 16th. Maria Mejia, I said this on the fan walk, the grid walk earlier. She was runner-up, but also our 2023 Stuttgart champion. So she was runner-up one year and then a champion the next year. I forgot to mention that, so Julie Bentley reminded me, which I appreciate. Eric Gray starting 18th, Brian Norman 19th, and Richard Grant in a 2025 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport starting 20th. A KTM. I've seen that car a few times here, and Cameron's brought it out, but what do they run in? I'm not sure.
The Expo there?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an Expo. It can run in a variety of categories like this here. It's also just a very popular track day car. And I believe you can buy one with a license, but if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. I'm used to seeing most KTMs with 2 wheels, not 4.
Yeah, in your world. I wonder what made them want to venture off into this.
Another opportunity, I believe, with the engine.
So that's Lucas Pank following his dad through Hog Pen. I believe they're going to do 2 pace laps because I haven't seen the pace car duck in. It looks like the lights
are on. Yeah, you can get it street legal version there, Ben. We can hook you up. I know some folks at KTM. If you want to get yourself one of those, we can get you in some orange.
I'd like to drive one.
We can get you in some orange.
I live in Tennessee, so orange is the favorite color. So they're coming back around, 2 pace laps for International GT just to make sure the tires are warm. They should be warm. It is hot out there. Great field of cars coming through. Cube 3, turn 1 here at Virginia International Raceway.
Comes with an Audi 2.5 liter 5-cylinder TFSI engine in it.
They're neat looking cars.
I love how the canopy opens up like a jet fighter, right? That's I think one of the most attractive things about it. Outside of the performance.
The Lamborghini is trying to speed that Ginetta up. In the heat like this, some of these cars could potentially overheat at such slow speeds. Woody Witchard and his crew with Matrix, they stayed late until about 2:30 a.m. last night getting that car back up and running. None of us thought that he was going to make it out for the grid this morning, and now he's back out there today. There he is, right behind Boyette in the yellow and black car.
Well, Tom's a lot farther up the grid this time than he was this morning, isn't he?
Yeah. This morning he started in last and had to come in with some, I his tires overheated. That's what he told me at the winter circle. So
is that what it was?
Do now, yeah. Yeah, he's not. That car is still pretty new to him, and he's not sure how to do all the traction controls and the nannies. And so he thinks he turned them all off, and he thinks he just kind of overcooked the tires.
Let's see what he can do with a nice fourth place start as opposed to a tail end of the field.
Oh, he wants that Lamborghini. And I think he'll cross the start-finish line ahead.
In one lap?
One lap.
Okay.
Look at them bunching up just like they should. IGT is very good at this. They put on a great show for us.
You putting a little ice cream on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can do that. On our bet, you mean? On our wager? All right, yeah, I'll bet you. By the time they cross the stripe, Tom Pank will be in first.
At the end of one lap. Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's a big bet for me.
Here we go. Green flag. Down to one. Pank back there in third. Not going to get him here. Go, Lambo, go.
He's side by side with his son, Lucas.
And Lucas gets a little too wide there. And one car is going to close up on him, but not get around him.
Yeah. Peterson.
Uh-oh. Off in the dirt there. One of the Porsches. Another one off.
That was Woody Witchard.
Yeah, he's still trying to get back up on track, too.
Yeah.
You see another one way off in the distance.
I think I'm
getting back out on track.
I think there's going to be some ice cream in your future, Ralph. I don't think Tom can make that gap.
I can only hope at this point. He's something chocolate, I can promise you that.
Jason Kramer in the 111 Lamborghini. Tom Pank coming up behind Reg Williams. We're in one of the Goldcrest cars, but just not sure which car we're in.
Yeah. This is Williams' car, we're told.
Dr. Reg Williams. This is kind of his home track. I believe he's an eye doctor. Man, that looks fast. My brain can't process this quick enough.
All you need to navigate now, Ben, is to the ice cream shop.
Yeah, I think
because the Lambo led the first lap.
Yep.
You got a favorite here in town?
What's that? Do I have a favorite? Well, yes.
You have one everywhere else.
There's like a place in Danville, but now we stay in Roxborough. But there was just a looks like it had been there since the 50s, Dixie Freeze type thing.
Okay.
Right to the right in downtown Danville. I don't have one in Roxborough where we're staying. Here's Grant. Okay, now look at this. Tom Pank right behind Reg Williams, and then Lucas Pank following. Tom Pank and Reg Williams, they have raced together quite a bit, but Reg is not used to seeing Tom in an Audi R8. Usually he's in his Porsche Cup car.
Tom can't get anxious here because he can see Craver pulling away, and he knows he's got to get around the Porsche before he can go after the Raging Bull.
I really thought the Audi would have a little bit higher top speed. Doesn't seem like it. Lucas Pank keeping up with him very well. All of the melee that happened in the background that we were looking at, Ralph, must have been cleared because we're still under green.
Yeah.
Pank is trying to make a move into one.
It was all in the 3, 4, 5 section. There goes Pank. Ran it in deep.
Yeah, got squiggly there.
But was able to keep it on the racetrack. Through NASCAR bend.
Now, Pank, what does this gap look like? Here's the pass.
Gave him plenty of room, and Pank took full advantage of it. You can see how he ran it deep there, and the car pushed out a little bit, but he gathers it back up.
That was smart of Reg, because he's not in that fight. He's leading. These two cars are in exhibition. Tom Pank and Jason Craver.
And look how Pank is taken off.
Yep. So Reg Williams is winning this International GT race. Lucas Pank right behind him. But we still have Craver and now Pank trying to get around. And Pank told me this morning he really wants that Lamborghini. And Craver would really like to go clean sweep 1, 2, 3. He won yesterday's race. He won this morning's race. He'd like to top it off.
The Lamborghini just passes us here. Oh boy. That's Pank.
That's Pank, yeah.
That's Pank in the Audi.
Yeah. He's got to do it all over again.
I think with 6.5 laps remaining, Ben, that's going to be kind of hard to do.
It is.
Unless you want to go for 2 scoops on that ice cream.
No, I think I'm good. Yeah. So now we're seeing Dr. Reg Williams leading Lucas up the uphill S's.
I don't know Tom Pank to make a lot of mistakes behind the wheel, but I'm just wondering if he wanted that Lambo so bad that he just pushed it a hair too hard.
I think so. But the funny thing about Tom Pank, you go ask him, he will tell you the truth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he will tell you exactly
He'll
what
admit
happened.
to his mistake.
Yeah. No, he's great to talk to because he tells you, he's not trying to hide anything. This is, he's just having fun out here. He's like, yeah, it was probably one of those things that it's a 50-50 probability of him making that corner, and that time he didn't. And again, that car is pretty new to him. He doesn't have a lot of laps in that car.
Yeah, he was saying that this morning, wasn't he?
Now, we talk about this, but I wonder why 008. I need to ask him. Not 007, but he's 008. So here's Tom. Got to get around Michael Merritt. Thomas Ballister, last year's champion. Another one of our food manufacturers that race in International GT. We have a lot of them.
Some really tasty ones, too.
Too Fast, Too Tasty is Mission Foods and Juan Gonzalez. Then,
and don't forget, everything fits in a taco.
Yeah. And then Ballister, I think he has a food company in Puerto Rico. Colosso.
And we have our salad guys, right?
Yeah. And Sandwich Foods, Mark Sandrich. And then Bob Gee is the Cookie King of Chicago. Yeah. We have a bunch.
I haven't had any of those yet.
I can't tell the number who he's chasing. It's a Matrix car. It might be Oliver, William Oliver. But I can't tell.
Yes.
Okay.
That is. And that would be a fight for 8th overall.
Now here comes Pank right behind Michael Merritt. Merritt,
which is 6th, and he's going to get that.
Now he's going to come after Kayer. One of the weirdest, proudest moments I saw Tom Pank. He had a great race with Lucas here, and Lucas beat him. And Tom, it was a weird thing because he hated being beat, but he was so proud of Lucas, you know, because it was a fair and square fight, and Lucas just beat him. It was about maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago here at VIR. It was the first time Lucas had beat his dad.
Challenge of being a dad.
But every dad, I have 2 sons. You want your sons to be better than you.
Of course.
You know.
More successful and everything.
Not quickly.
No.
You know, you want them to, like, work for it.
And not by much.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Some of my signs were taken down there in the Q3 Architecture TA2
Yeah,
race.
you had a rough afternoon with that.
Yeah. There's Richard Grant. Richard Grant from my state of Tennessee in a 2025 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. So Tom Pank, can he get around Kayer? If he can't get him by this bridge, it really isn't great passing until maybe Oak Tree, the entrance of Oak Tree.
Mm-hmm. And then after that, it'd be the braking zone going into roller coaster.
But this next left-hander is where Pank got it all wrong a couple laps ago.
Yep, right in here.
But he feels confident there.
Woo. He sent it, didn't he?
Yeah. Michael Merritt there with the gold stripe is our points leader. He will be out tomorrow morning with Evan Slater as a co-driver. Kayer trying to bring it back to Tom Pank.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought this, but I just thought those Audi R8s had a little bit higher top speed than the Porsches.
Maybe because of the aerodynamics of it, you thought? A little bit lower to the ground and out of the wind. It does have a massive rear wing to it, though.
Look at this, though. Lucas Pank still staying with Reg Williams.
And he's got a shot at this. Right here. Look at that. What a move under braking. He saw that developing in front of him and took full advantage of it. That is playing your hand just perfectly, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Richard Grant.
And now he's got, I bet you he's got a car between him and Kayer just long enough that he's able to, yeah, just long enough. Put a couple of car lengths between them.
So Lucas Pank now leading the overall Mission Foods trophy because Kayer is, or Craver, sorry, is in exhibition class. So now Reg Williams is going to try to get Pank back. Poor Reg Williams, man. He had a rivalry with Tom Pank for years, and now maybe he's got one with his son.
Can't get away from these Panks. Here's a look at it from different view. And Lucas just saw that developing and just went for it. Hopped over that curb, left your sign alone. That was a nice piece of driving right there.
Here's our leader, Craver. Now we're on board with Reg Williams. Coming into the Cube 3 Architecture Turn 1. Let's see if he can do anything. Doesn't look like he's close enough yet.
Showing 3 to go here.
Lucas Pank is in a 2010 GT4R. Reg Williams is in a 2017 GT4R. And now, Lucas, got to hit your marks. I'd almost rather be in Reg's seat than Lucas's seat right now.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to give up the lead, right? But I understand the chaser versus a chasee comment there, and I always feel more comfortable in the chaser position than the chasee. But yeah, with just a couple laps to go, you don't want to give up the lead.
Now look at this. Reg is just on the back. He's going to feel the draft, and this is a long straightaway, ladies and gentlemen. So Reg might be able to get him.
Here he comes. He's closing. And he is going to be right on him as we lose him under the drone. Alongside, just in front, got him. Can he make it stick? Yep.
I like the picture-in-picture they went to. Nice job.
Yeah, that was pretty slick. And now he starts to stretch it out a little bit.
White flag next time by on Dr. Reg Williams as they come up on Cameron McIntyre in that KTM. I don't say KTM often in my job here, but I'm sure in your old life you said it all the time.
I've said it quite a few times, yeah.
Okay, let's see if Lucas can do it again. Same scenario.
Yep,
same
sure
place.
is. Oh boy, he's trying it again, isn't he? But Williams is shading over just enough to keep him away. So Pank looks to the other side, but that's right where the KTM sits. They are both carrying a tremendous amount of speed through here, approaching 140 miles an hour, 130 and on to off the gas. Hard on the brakes here.
Already up to 100 miles an hour. 140? So Reg has a little bit more top speed than Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas nudging 160 almost.
White flag is out on your Lamborghini, Ralph.
There you go. Craver with one more lap. He's had a strong, strong weekend. Gonna have to thank him for the ice cream later.
Look at him outbrake him, though. Wow. Lucas
is really good on the binders, isn't he?
There's our leader.
Well, we're going to get to see International GT at Barber here in a couple of weeks. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I'll be buying you ice cream there.
Yeah. See what the field looks like when we get down there.
Yeah, I go to Thunder Hill first with the Trans Am Western Championship. Then we go Barber and then Coda for our national championship. But here comes your Lamborghini, about to start the roller coaster and come down for its last.
Here he is, Jason Craver, that 2022 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Rocketing out a hog pen out on the front stretch here. Checkered flag awaits. There it is, and another win for Jason Craver on this weekend here at Virginia International Raceway. We wait for Williams and Pank. Here they come on board with Pank. Williams across the line. Pank behind him to take third. And where's Tom Pank?
There goes Maria.
There goes Tom. Fourth overall. After what he went through, that's pretty darn good.
I'm not seeing where Maria Mejia scored. Oh, 18. There's Craver. So it's Craver, Reg Williams, Lucas Pank, Tom Pank, John Boyette, Cliff Kayer, Michael Merritt, William Oliver, Tom Ballister, and Woody Witcher. That's our top 10. Bob Weisen, Mike Ward, Troy Peterson, Kurt Kropp, Eric Gray, Thomas Kirk, Brian Norman, Maria Mejia, Cameron McIntyre, and Richard Grant.
And I believe Group 10 is next, right, Ben?
Yeah, SVRA Group 10. So a lot of stock cars, Trans Am cars, some big cars coming up next.
Look at some of the highlights here. This is where Pank made one of his bold moves to take the overall lead, or leading category here, that battle. Fighting with Merritt. And we will be right back to VIR with Group 10 after this.
Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Well, here we are, Group 10, SVRA at the VIR SpeedTour. I know which one of these cars is going to be my friend Ralph's favorite. I think it's
Callaway?
I think it's going to be that Callaway that we had with us just a few weeks ago at Watkins Glen, that Callaway of Charles Wick with Chevrolet Corvette Callaway. Unbelievable car. I was looking at it up close, and it is a pretty car.
The Ferrari's pretty sharp, too, I got to tell you.
So then John Liam Gray starting second, Porsche GT3. Frank Mosseri in a Ferrari 488 Evo Challenge. And Michael Earhart in a Porsche GT3 Cup. So I'm going to ask you then, the Ferrari or the Callaway Corvette?
Did I win the lottery or not?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, you can't sell them. You have to be able to, you have to put it in your garage and keep it for 10 years. And you just get to pick one or the other.
I'll take the Ferrari.
Really?
Well, yeah, it's going to hold its value better. Probably. Got to own a prancing horse at some point in time, right?
Yeah, I agree with
I've had 2 Corvettes. Hope to have a third sooner than later, but got to have a Ferrari at some point, so I might as well take it now if you're twisting my arm.
Now, there aren't just 4 cars in this group. This is a split start. So we also have stock cars. So Jack Finch is starting 5th. Danny Lowry starting 6th. Terry Mathis, 7th. Terry Mathis, is that the Beaver?
Jerry
Mathis. Okay.
I actually met him
Norman?
once.
Really?
Yes.
That's amazing. Brian Norman is going to start 8th. Ed Bull starting 9th. Greg Sarf starting 10th. Carlos Gann, and my favorite of the stock cars, Ford Thunderbird 11th. And then John Orzechowski.
Did you know the Beaver was a big race fan?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Saw him at the, where was it? Was it Anderson Raceway, Anderson Speedway in Anderson, Indiana, the Little 500.
Nice.
On the night before the Indy 500, 33 non-wing sprint cars, around a quarter-mile bull ring. And he was there for that. Really nice guy. Got to spend some time chatting with him.
Here they come up to the green flag, Ralph. That Callaway Corvette up front.
Should be a good one. Underway, and the Corvette thunders off to the lead. And the stock cars are right behind it. Kind of fitting, Ben, that we would have stock cars here today at Virginia International Raceway, since many of the NASCAR teams come up here and would test their road racing setups.
Yeah, we're about 2 hours from NASCAR country.
Yeah.
That's Jack Finch up front in that Dodge Charger. I think you taught me that's Greg Biffle's car.
The 3M car, yeah.
Okay. Oh, Finch is catching these guys.
The Biff.
That should be Danny Lowry in the Greg Biffle car.
Yeah.
And Terry Mathis, Brian Norman.
And that Earnhardt-looking number 3, the red one, is not a real Earnhardt car.
Okay.
The guy, when he bought that car, bought it from Rick Ware Racing, and the car was already red, and he's a big Earnhardt fan, so he thought, how can I tie the two together? So he went with the paint scheme that Senior used when they went over to Japan and did the special race in Japan.
John Liam Gray in that Porsche GT3 Cup. I wasn't really a big NASCAR fan when they did all the international stuff, but I wonder, first, how was it received? And then why did we choose to do that? Just trying to grow the audience?
Yeah, it went over well. They had a good following when they went to Suzuka. It was a good opportunity for them to get over there. I know the gentleman Ken Clapp, who is vice president of NASCAR on the West Coast, and basically nothing in NASCAR would have happened west of the Mississippi if it wasn't for Ken and Les Richter. And Ken helped make that all come together at Suzuka, and it was it's pretty darn good success. but it just kind of never really went on from there.
Had to be so expensive to bring all those cars and tools over there. So Charles Wicht, beautiful car, Chevrolet Callaway up front in Group 10 GT4, followed by John Liam Gray, then Frank Masseri in that red Ferrari 488 Evo.
Speaking of Ferrari, I got to see the Big Five all together in one room this week.
The Big Five Ferraris?
Yeah. You know what the Big Five are?
Well, a GTO 63.
No. This is the modern Big Five.
Oh, no, I don't know. If it's after 75, I don't know anything about it.
288 GTO.
Okay.
F40, F50, Enzo, and a LaFerrari.
Wouldn't have known any of those. I mean, I know the F40. I didn't even know there was an F50.
Our producer's losing faith in you.
yeah, to be honest, maybe 1982. If it was made after 1982, I just don't know about it.
Really?
Yeah. But here we go. Danny Lowry. He is being chased by the number 41, Brian Norman, who literally has a target on his car. See it?
Yeah. Well, Target sponsorship. Yeah, that'll do that. With the 41, that looks like it would be a Casey Mears car.
Oh, that's good. My wife is totally fine going to Walmart without any makeup in her pajamas. But she will not go to Target like that.
It's going to be dressed up?
She has to be at least presentable. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe the ladies out there could agree with that assessment.
Sure, there's quite a few of them out there right now going, yeah, that makes total sense to me.
I could go to Dollar General how I was dressed, like maybe 20 minutes ago.
I wouldn't be surprised that you would go anywhere dressed like you were
a
few minutes ago. I don't think much slows you down as far as worrying about that.
There's Charles Wicht. That is a beautiful car. And we were talking about this at Watkins Glen. The body angles on that are a little bit more agreeable to me than Corvette. Like it just seems like they've just rounded off some of the corners a little bit. I don't know if that's the case, but maybe that's the paint scheme. But see how it just seems a little more round?
Well, it's a C7, but it's been Callaway'd. That makes sense. And they tend to make things pretty aero. They really work on that. Do a great job with that. I think it is a little bit softer while still holding the general lines of the C7. And our teammate Becca on our crew has confirmed that it is completely unacceptable to wear your pajamas to Target.
Oh, but it's fine for Walmart or Dollar
would
General.
be okay.
Okay. Target car, Terry Mathis.
Although I firmly believe there's got to be a photo on a security camera somewhere of you wearing pajamas at Nordstrom's or Neiman Marcus.
Maybe. I misspoke. That's Brian Norman making the pass there on
That's
the
a
Danny
nice
Lowry car, Greg Biffle car, the 3M. That was a good pass at the Cube 3, turn 1. Let's see if Danny Lowry can get that back.
Ben, I've been given a tip, and I see you laughing, so there's got to be something to this.
Producer. So, yeah, if we're
Tell
good,
me about
if we're
your
good
Christmas
friends,
cards. I haven't received one
you'll get a
yet.
Yeah, well, maybe this year.
Maybe. What do I have to look forward to?
Oh, you'll just have to wait. But some of our co-workers, they collect I send a Christmas card and an ornament, and now they've collected them and they line them all up together, and it's me in very little clothes, and I don't have the body to be in very little clothes, posing like I have all the confidence, like I'm the height of David Hasselhoff in weird poses and in Christmas attire, kind of.
So Cam has received one of these?
Not yet.
Not yet, but he was tipped off on it somehow.
Look in your mailbox.
He was tipped off on it, huh?
Now, who is in the Coors Light car?
Oh, boy. Originally or today?
No, today.
Today?
And originally. I can't find silver. Oh, that's Jack Finch in the Dodge Charger. There we go. All right, now, Norman, you have a target on your rear quarter panel that Danny Lowry is just staring at.
So you truly are the bad Santa, huh? Oh. I'm a little frightened for Christmas now.
This car should be running in second. That's Gray. John Liam Gray in a Porsche GT3 Cup. Squirrely through there. And that's a Cup car that we've seen Nathan Bird drive in with the Rock Drive Motorsports. Six laps remaining as they come through here. Finch, Jack Finch, just out in that Coors Light car. Now, who would have driven that Coors Light car?
Well, the number 40 was probably a Sterling Marlin machine.
He's from my neck of the woods.
Yes, he is. And his dad has one of the all-time greatest racing names ever.
Who's that?
Cuckoo.
I didn't know that.
Cuckoo Marlin.
That is pretty good. We have a flashing white flag. That means there's a slow vehicle on track somewhere. That car just looks planted.
That's actually a Busch Grand National car there, the 77. Was a Busch Grand National car. Been painted over.
There's Carlos Gann back there in that Ford Thunderbird. The number 9 Bill Elliott car. That's a beautiful car.
It is a great looking race car.
Greg Sarf in that Dodge Charger. I was talking to he and his friend. They came through our Trans Am Tech, and they were just kind of looking at how we do tech. So I was kind of talking to them and explaining to them. They both had Havoline shirts on, so I asked them if they were with the Havoline car, and they said, yeah. So they're out here just having fun. Now,
that would have been a Juan Pablo Montoya car.
Well, yeah, we talked about that at
the 42 on it. That's when Havoline was running with Chip Ganassi.
It's cool to see Max Pappas in the paddock today.
Oh, great to see Max here. You know, I had Max's first interview when he came over from Formula One. When he first came to the U.S., I ended up interviewing Max for the first time. You know, his family, his mom does ties back in Italy. Very well-known custom tie manufacturer.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he gave me one once. They're very nicely made.
My kids are convinced that the bad guy in the movie Turbo about the snail that goes to the Indy 500
is Max.
Guy is based on Max.
Could very well be.
If you watch it, you're like, yeah, I can see that.
Could very well be.
This car third in our screen, that's Carlos Gann. By far my favorite of the stock cars. That's my era of stock cars.
Yeah, it's a great looking car. Just a classic in so many ways. That Coors sponsorship on it and everything.
And there's still a few pieces, trim pieces from the actual car on there.
Yep. The little chrome piece around the back and the front.
Yeah.
Not much, but tip
more
of the hat.
Than today.
Yeah, way more than today.
It is funny that we still call it stock car.
Yeah.
But, you know, I get it.
You sure have changed.
Travis Gann coming down the roller coaster.
Speaking of stock car racing, Joe Nemechek had a massive off here recently.
While we were at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, fortunately he was in a track attack car, which is basically a stock car from Hendrick Motorsports, and he's okay. We're happy to report. A little beat up, but okay.
Yeah, someone showed me a picture of him. Somebody that saw the wreck also. So any other car, he might not have made it. You know, any kind of like factory built car, but he knows what he's doing when he's building cars. He knows what kind of car he wants to get into. But yeah, I don't know, Ralph. That's a pretty car right there.
It's a beautiful car. Beautiful car.
I like the Callaway, though. I've got some Callaway golf clubs. They make good golf clubs, so why wouldn't they make a good Corvette?
That's right. Speaking of Corvette, I ran into Corvette Hall of Famer Johnny O'Connell last night in the hotel parking lot.
Is he coaching?
He's here coaching, yeah. And he brought up the Corvette with him out of Georgia. The Corvette gave him when he got inducted into the Corvette Hall of Fame, which I thought was very cool. And what's really neat about it is it's a dark charcoal gray C7.
Yeah.
And it's got the number on the door, just like it would have on the race car, his number. And above the number 3, it says Corvette Hall of Famer.
Nice.
Which is really cool.
That is awesome.
Really cool.
Danny Lowry trying everything he can to push Brian Norman in that Target car. Trying to get him to drive in his mirrors. There's that Callaway. Where are the Callaways made? Where do they ship the Corvettes to?
I believe they're out of Connecticut. Let me look.
The Corvette factory is about an hour north of me, and that's a really neat tour to do, as is the Corvette Museum and the racetrack right across the street. If you ever get a chance, Bowling Green, Kentucky, make sure you go do the Corvette tour in the museum.
Been through the museum, haven't been to the racetrack yet.
The racetrack is fun. I kind of talked to them about it right when they made it, because I felt like Corvette made a Porsche track. It is a very technical track, but that's what they want to do. They want to have the people test out the new Corvettes, and in one lap you have put that thing through everything. It's a fun little track. There's that 488, the number 270 of Frank Masseri. 488 Evo Challenge.
They have Callaway Cars Incorporated out of Old Lyme, Connecticut, and then there's a Callaway Cars West out in Temecula, California. And then there's a Callaway competition office in Germany, because they do race quite a bit in Europe.
We've had a good amount of spectators here this weekend. Really great weather. It's a little bit hot, but as you can see, we've got blue skies, green grass. What could be better?
And race cars.
Wonderful music. Just over the hill, there's a county fair going on this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Charles Wick, we've been following him for like the last 4 or 5 years in IGT and vintage racing. I don't remember him bringing that car before we were at Watkins Glen 2 weeks ago.
That was the first I'd seen it all year.
It is a beautiful car.
Would that car still qualify for IGT?
The Callaway?
Yeah.
No, because I always give Ken a problem with this. IGT is misnamed. It should be EGT. They only allow European cars. So it's really not international GT. He let Camaro run once with Ted Giovannis in exhibition. He let a Japanese car run once in exhibition, but he's pretty much staying with the European manufacturer.
All right, so are you going to start Maybe trying to get a little petition together for Julie.
I don't know. Because
see if she opens the door up a little bit there.
BOP stuff. They've kind of figured it out of how to do the Ferraris versus the Porsches with some like R8s or things like that. But American muscle cars will have totally different braking zones. They might pull about the same laps, but totally different ways.
Yeah, but now that you have the C8,
yeah, that's true.
It would probably even out a little bit.
We'll have to ask Tom Pank. Tom Pank is getting the C8. Is it a ZR1 or a
ZR1X?
Yeah, whatever is the 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
He gets it delivered, I think he said Monday or Tuesday.
The ZR1, yeah. 1,064.
Is this the checker?
Oh, problems for the Biff.
With Bridge Hall Bennett.
Speaking of Corvette, I ran into a friend of mine recently who is very heavily, I could probably say heavily again and still not be close enough to how much input he has in the Corvette world. And I asked him how close we are to a C9. And he said there's probably at least 2 more variations of the C8 before we see the C9. So with the ZR1 up to 1,200 horsepower, where could we possibly be headed? Looking for the checkers. There they are. The Callaway takes the win and flashes the lights. Vic grabbing the checkers here today.
Just like he did a couple weeks ago at Watkins Glen.
That is a strong car and a tough combination for sure. Get those two together.
Good driver. Here comes Finch. Dodge Charger. Sterling Marlin. Brian Norman. Dodge Charger. Terry Mathis on the Chevrolet Cup car.
Callaway ridden right across the grill there, huh? And here's a look at the results. Wicht, Gray, Finch, Norman, Mathis, Lowry, Mokri, Bull, Sarf, and Gann, as we excuse Ben since he's on his way down to get ready for the next race. Earhart and John Orszowski wrapping this one up. That'll wrap that one up. That is Group 10. And we will be right back for more open wheel action coming your way from Virginia International Raceway right after this. Stay tuned.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we are back high above the false grid here at Virginia International Raceway. Ralph Shaheen here with you, and joining me, Habir Dawson. True Such. Great to have you guys here with me. Welcome to the booth. You guys had eventful races earlier today, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. It was pretty eventful, especially for Drew over there.
Yeah. Drew, that really worked out well for you.
Yeah, thank you, Ralph. It was a pretty fun race. It was a tight one, but yeah, I'm just glad we were able to get it done. We started on pole and ended up winning the race. So
yeah. I had my shoes off earlier, was able to do the math here now. What, 25 points down? Is that it?
Yeah, that's right.
With one race to go tomorrow, then two up a Barber.
Exactly, yep.
Okay, so we going new tires tomorrow, or what's the plan?
We don't have any new tires left because the whole field went to new tires for race one.
Okay.
So we'll be running our tires from qualifying. But
okay, all right. And these guys getting ready to roll out here, and if you think your points chase is tight, this one is frightening. The FR Formula Regional Americas Championship is as tight as we have it in any of our open wheel divisions as we get ready for their next race in the 2025 season. Titus Sherlock has really been on a charge, hasn't he, guys?
Yeah, he didn't have so much good luck at the beginning of the season, but he's been crawling back pretty quick here.
Yeah, he's 11.5 points behind the leader. And Bruno Ribeiro and Nicholas Ambiato, boy, they had a crazy weekend at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park.
Yeah, Bruno Ribeiro, one did not start and one retirement. Really hurt his championship chances. He's held on to the lead thanks to his phenomenal start to the season. But yeah, Titus is certainly looking to make a dent this race and tomorrow.
Yeah. And I believe the gap between Ribeiro and Ambiato is just 4 heading into this race here now. And, of course, they're fighting for a $100,000 check. Boy, that can do a lot to help you move to the next step.
Absolutely.
Yeah, $100,000 of any money, especially in racing, that goes a long way.
Yeah.
And Titus is coming in here pretty strong. He just swept the weekend at CMP.
Yep, sure did. He's been on that sweep streak thing going lately. All right, there you see the 22 of Jet Bowling, another driver who's had a decent year. He's had a win, as has Brady Golan. And they're both looking to maybe see if they can get in the top 3 in the points. Everybody behind the Ginetta safety car.
You know, this is a good shot here, and I don't think anybody really expected this, but Christian Brooks on pole in the first race of, I believe this first race in FR this season.
Yeah. Yep. Running the Tony Driver Development Ligier JF F3. He's a third entry for the team out of Brownsburg, Indiana.
With Titus Sherlock right behind him.
And Brooks started in rallycross, so that's a much different pathway to open wheel racing than most guys take. I would say there's a pretty good bet that everybody else in the field came up through karting and then into the open wheel ladder system.
Yeah, pretty much everyone starts in karting and then moves up to National Series and then moves up into F4 and FR.
He ran F4 US in 2019, won 2 races, including one right here. Then he's ran USF 2000 in 2020 and got all the way to Indy Next in 2024. So he's got quite a few laps in a wide variety of open wheel machinery. So even though we haven't seen him here in Formula Regional Americas, he's no stranger to a high horsepower open wheel machine.
Certainly, it's been interesting to see how his talent has translated into the FR machine.
Yeah.
But you have to consider Titus. This is his second year in these cars, and he's had plenty of good results to show for it. So it'll be interesting to see kind of. Obviously, I wouldn't say he's a rookie, but Titus certainly has more experience with this chassis.
Yeah. So one thing he's going to do here today that he didn't do in Indy Next was a standing start.
That's right.
So that could be a little bit tricky, too. Qualifying is one thing. Standing starts are another, right, Javier?
Oh, yeah. Standing starts are a whole different level. I raced Spec MX-5 before this, and those rolling starts, they're completely different.
Yeah. There's a look at the field, all lined up, ready to go. Ribeiro right there in the 01. 2020 to 22 is Jet Bowling. The 80 is going to be Brady Golan. There you see the 46 as well, Connor Roberts. The 5 is Landon Matriano Lim in the back. Watching the lights. Get ready. We're racing here at Virginia International Raceway.
Titus Sherlock slots in a second place there.
Headed down towards turn 1. Everybody trying to find a spot. The 31 is Sherlock. He's on the inside. Trying to hang on for second here.
Looks like he'll keep that. but he's got someone down the inside right there.
Yeah, Brooks out into the lead. Oh, one car is off.
Way off.
Right here, the NASCAR. Is that Bowling? Is that Jet Bowling?
It looks like Jet Bowling, and it looks like he collided with their championship leader, Bruno Ribeiro.
Yeah, it is Jet Bowling. Sherlock is up to third. There goes the 55 of Ambiato. Ribeiro sitting in second. And I got to believe where Jet is sitting at that would bring out a full course caution.
Yep, that just brought out the yellows right there.
And everybody's slowing down right away. Bowling, who had a win earlier this year, finds himself up along the tires here today at VIR. There's plenty of width around this racetrack, but boy, when you get side by side here, it just feels like it gets extremely narrow really fast.
Yeah, some parts of this track are pretty wide, like the front straight, the back straight, but a lot of other places on the track are pretty narrow.
Yeah.
Especially coming around turn 1, NASCAR bend, that whole area is really, really narrow.
Yeah, and you get another guy alongside you, just cuts it in half, right?
Oh, yeah. Earlier today, I went 3 wide in turn 1, and that was a little tight.
Where were you in the 3?
In the middle.
Oh, of course, right?
Yep.
Right where you don't want to be. Here's a look at it. Let's see. Bowling is running on the inside of that third group there. The blue car. Is that Brady Golan that he's going to make contact with here? Well, they never made contact. He just didn't make the corner. Looks like he got a little too wide out there.
You know, if you get a little wide there, it kind of sucks you off.
Yeah, apparently. What a shame.
Ralph, I'm not sure if we ever went yellow.
We are back to green.
It's like Titus Sherlock dropped down another spot.
Well, I definitely never saw the safety car.
Yeah, no safety car. I think maybe just a local yellow.
No, Jet Bowling crashed pretty close to that orange marked track exit, so they may have been able to clear it before the field came back around. That's remarkable.
Yeah. Well, might have another incident here. Yikes, the 46 of Roberts. That's the second car today we've seen come back across traffic like that.
Yeah, that happened in the JFC race right in front of me. Took out one car in front of me, and I was able to avoid it to the left.
You just missed him, too.
Yep.
It's got to be a frightening thing for both the driver and the drivers coming after him.
For sure.
So back at the front, it looks like Christian Brooks had no problem at all with that standing start. He got a great launch, and he's been in the lead ever since.
He's had no issues whatsoever, has he? Christian Brooks. There's Bowling's car coming by us here on pit road. Making his Formula Regional America's debut right here with us today at Virginia International Raceway. 3.27 miles around. Opened up back in 1957. 18 turns if you count the one on the front straightaway.
So Titus Sherlock has been shuffled back from second. He's down to fourth now, and he's looking at Bruno Ribeiro in second right now and hoping that he can steal that position back.
Yeah, Titus is all the way back behind Brady Golan. There's your race leader.
Yeah, the race leader is about 6, maybe 7 car lengths ahead of position 2. And Titus is right on the tail of him.
And Brooks out of Santa Clarita, California, and Golan out of Austin, Texas, both part of that Tony driver development program.
It's a huge gap between second and third at this point.
Yeah, it really is.
It looks like Titus might be able to get a shot at, at Brady Golan here. Not quite close enough.
And then it's Lawley in the 88 and Ambiato back behind that before we get to Wolf, Lim, Jansen, and Roberts in 10th. Puff of smoke out of Ribeiro's car. Saw a little bit more as he was not quite to the braking zone at turn 1. There it is, even more. Guys, he could have a major mechanical here.
Yeah, it looks like a blown motor to me.
This could be huge for the championship.
Oh, it would be disastrous for Ribeiro. And I sure hope he's not dropping anything behind it because he's continuing on.
Well, look at how far back he's dropped behind Christian Brooks already.
Yeah. That looked like dirt there that he popped up. But you saw it as well as I did, Habir. There was some serious smoke there.
Oh, yeah, that looked like piston rings gone for sure. Yeah, that huge gap between second and third
is going away, isn't it?
Yeah, that dropped down real quick.
Yeah, Golan's on him in a hurry. Here they are. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, look at that smoke.
He's fumigating the whole area. There he goes. Now he pulls over. I hope he's not dropping anything out from behind that car.
Oh, it looked like a car tried to steal a draft off of him for a second.
A little bit, didn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
That would have been Wolf, I believe.
Hopefully he can make it back to pit lane without dropping any oil.
That's Lawley, the 88.
Back in the Spec MX-5 race a couple of years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, someone blew a motor going into the roller coaster there, and the entire field went off.
Oh. Good day for the Miata parts guys, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tough day for the racers. Well, that is definitely going to shake things up in this championship again in the points. As we set the table for you once again. Coming into the weekend, Ribeiro was at the top, but oh boy, not by much. And then Ambiato and Sherlock right there. So Sherlock running in third, Ambiato in fifth, and Ribeiro out of it. It's really going to get tight going into tomorrow's race. And is that Ribeiro there? Didn't make it all the way back around, right?
Yep, not quite. That looks like it's going to bring out the safety car for sure.
There's that full course caution.
The safety car is the last thing Christian Brooks would want here, and honestly Brady Golan as well.
Yeah.
You know, Titus, that's going to help bring him back up.
Yeah, he needs to get Titus. If he gets real aggressive here right now, could really take a big chunk out of the points.
This would be the time to do it.
Yep. Yeah, it would.
When all the cars are all bunched up.
Yep. Certainly want to get at least one spot here.
And points can be skewed so far by DNFs or just things outside of a driver's control, but even if you can finish one spot ahead of another driver, gain 6 or 7 points on them in the championship, it can really count by the end of the season.
Golan came into this one 78.5 points out of third, and he's sitting in second right now, so Brady with a shot at maybe getting himself a little bit closer in the fight for third, too, in the championship. Which isn't $100,000 to finish in third, but still significant. Well, while these guys make their way back around looking for the Ginetta safety car, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back to VIR.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
And we are back here at Virginia International Raceway, back behind the Ginetta safety car. That is your race leader there, Connor Roberts, who has led every lap here. But Drew, you were looking at the car sitting in second place in the championship. We were talking about.
Yeah, that's Nico
Ambiato, right?
Yeah, he started in ninth, and it looked like he had. After the first couple laps, there was a pretty sizable gap between the front two groups that were running and him. So this safety car could be big for him as well. I'm not sure what kind of pace he has and if he can challenge for even a podium.
Well, you know a lot now, Drew, about being in the thick of one of these points championships and how they can fluctuate up and down. How have you been handling it personally?
That's right. I mean, we've had a very dramatic season, but I think it's important to always kind of take the same thing away from each weekend, regardless of whether we do super well or we have car problems or whatever happens. I think when you step back and look at the season as a whole, it's a net improvement over time. So I'm happy with that for sure.
Looks like the pace car is going to be, safety car is going to be going around again. And obviously everybody's trying to draw the attention of either the next level of the ladder up or way up. How do you find that process to be?
It's a struggle for sure. There's always more publicity that you can do. And the biggest thing is trying to find sponsors. So trying to advertise what you can offer sponsors and what they can offer you in return.
And what have you guys been doing to accomplish that goal?
So actually recently I just partnered with the digital marketing company called Trend North. They're sponsoring my race car for this weekend and for the next weekend at Barber as well. And I'm super excited about it because it means we're able to create kind of higher value content and really kind of get our message out to more people.
Yeah, and for me, I mostly try to promote on social media. I've been trying to grow my Instagram over the past year or so. So right now I'm at around 4K followers on Instagram. And that's one of the best ways that you can advertise to sponsors too, is if you have a large following on social media, you have more visibility that you can offer them.
All right, so Javier, give us your Instagram handle. You gave us the pitch, now give us the handle.
It's at HarbierD23 on Instagram.
All right. I think I follow you. I got to make sure. I don't follow Drew, don't I? So you guys race tomorrow afternoon. You ran mid-morning today. Any differences you think in this racetrack in the afternoon when the sun's been on it a little bit?
Might get greasy for sure.
Yeah.
Depends on what the temperature is, but it looks like it's going to be around the same. But again, more daylight means more time for the track to heat up.
Yeah.
It's interesting here because the track is usually fastest in the morning, but we've had kind of wet mornings so far. Like there's been a lot of dew down and in some cases fog as well.
Yeah.
That really, really cools the asphalt down. So this weekend, unlike other weekends, we've seen the track get faster throughout the day. But this is later than we've had any of our sessions. So it'll be interesting to see how the track develops.
You know, another interesting thing I found was the track didn't really get too greasy throughout the race either. Usually we find that as more rubber gets laid down, it gets pretty slick. But honestly, I didn't really find that too much. I found that I had more lost grip because my tires got hot than track conditions.
As we are approaching the end of 2025, do you guys know what you're doing in 26 yet?
I do not. I wish I had a good answer for you, but
See what happens if you
don't.
win this championship, right?
Exactly.
Same here. Wish I had an answer for you, but at the moment I don't. Hopefully FR, maybe not. We'll see.
Looks like these guys are ready to go back to green, and look at this, Golan making a move here.
That's a huge move. He got a massive run on that start.
Can he make it stick? He's up along the outside. Oh boy, just coming back is Brooks.
Can he hold it?
Brooks is going to get him.
And they both got a great launch on the rest of the field, but they're teammates. Now if they're battling, they could fall back into the clutches of the other drivers.
Sure could. Don't forget, they are both part of that Tony driver development program.
Oh, what a move from Abbiato there. He barely fit in that space. Up into fourth.
Well, that battle's holding Titus right up there with him.
Yeah. Titus would very, very much love to get to the front of this deal and steal another victory and a whole bunch of points on Ribeiro.
4 in a row sounds pretty good for him right now.
It sure would.
It'll be interesting to see now if Golan and Brooks will battle each other too hard in the next 10 minutes or so before the final lap.
Yeah.
They might be looking to just build a gap on the rest of the field and then duke it out between themselves.
A little lock up there.
Yeah, it sure was. You know, we're closing in on 11 minutes remaining here.
Doesn't look like anyone's going to be close enough to make a move in the turn one.
Not this time, as Brooks stretched it out.
Even with that lockup.
You guys see anywhere where Sherlock has a shot at getting around him?
It looks like the top two cars have a little bit more straight line speed than him, but it looks like in the tighter stuff, it looks like he's getting a little bit better of a run. So I think maybe if he gets a really good run out of roller coaster, he might be able to get something done down in turn one.
Brooks has led every lap here today. Brady led about 300 yards, and that was it.
Oh, someone in the wall there at Oak Tree.
Oh, yeah. Not sure who that is, but we have a camera right there. Oh, it's the 5 of Landon Matriano Lim. Driver out of Shreveport, Louisiana, running for Crosslink, PMCA Partners. There's Attiello.
That is super unfortunate. Landon's been pulling double duty this weekend.
Yeah,
I hear. He's also running in the Ligier LMP4 car.
Well, he's missing part of his front wing.
Yeah,
but
looks like he got it backed up and is going to roll back to the pits. Hopefully they can get a new wing on that and it won't be a safety car.
Inside of 9 minutes to go here. Looks like everybody's slowed down as the full course caution is out.
So now with Landon out of the wall, do you reckon they'll go green this time by?
I think they're going to do that again, yeah.
I think so.
That should leave about 6 or 7 minutes left.
Yeah, looks like we'll be down right around 7 minutes or so.
And we'll see if anyone can get a good restart and make a move into turn one.
Of course, the series is under the direction of former IndyCar star Scott Goodyear. Does a great job with the series. Your series as well, all the open wheel divisions.
You have no safety car out, so it looks like probably green this time by.
This is interesting that we've had 2 restarts without a safety car leading the field to the restart, so it's been completely on the leader to maintain the pace.
Yeah, it is really interesting. I don't think that's happened to our class once this season.
No, I haven't. First I remember seeing it all year.
Which, with a track this long, that's a little bit more possible than other tracks.
Yeah.
Top 3 are all tucked nose to tail, ready to go green.
Let's see what he does. He switches up his restart procedure this time. And you've got to get past just at the entrance to pit lane there before you can pass anybody in front of you, right? Right there?
Yep, right at the beginning of the pit wall, pretty much.
There was nose-to-tail contact between 2 cars in turn 17.
Here we go, swinging out wide, headed down to turn 1.
Huge defensive move.
Going on the outside, cuts back inside. Not able to get there yet.
Let's see if he can get him into turn 3.
Brooks hanging on to the lead in the NASCAR bend. Now the left hook. Wind through the snake. Flat out up through the S's.
Those top 2 got a really good start.
Yeah, Brooks left it a lot longer than he did the last time, and it kind of caused a bit of an accordion effect in the field, and he timed that launch perfectly.
Yeah, well, you got to mix it up, right? Can't give him the same thing twice.
Yep.
There's Wolf there in the 13, the blue car. Back in 7th.
It looks like Barrett Wolf has his shock cover off. Not sure how that happened.
Lim on pit lane and now rolling back out. Christian Brooks out of Santa Clarita, California, in that first race here with us with Formula Regional Americas. Well, he's going to like this series, isn't he? If it finishes like this, he's inside of 5 minutes here at VIR.
You know, less than 5 minutes remaining and still leading. Led every single lap.
That's a pretty good debut.
Yeah.
Nobody has had an answer for him so far.
Nobody.
No, they really haven't.
This track's almost 4 miles long. But
yeah, 3.27.
But when you got cars in your mirror trying to battle it out, this track can feel maybe 6-7 miles long sometimes.
Yeah. It can take a while to get around, right?
Again, the top three are kind of running away with it.
Oh, another one off.
Same spot.
Is that Kevin Jansen?
Yeah, sure looks like it. Unhooking the belts.
Looks like he's not going to try to back it out of the wall.
No, and it looks like he's too far nosed in there. And with 3 minutes to go, that's probably the end of this one.
That should do it.
Probably.
And coming into this race, it was Ambiato, Ribeiro, and Sherlock all in the top three in the points there. And Sherlock is going to finish in front of Ambiato and Ribeiro. So this thing is going to turn upside down again heading into tomorrow's race.
Yep,
checkered flag. There it is. What a run for Brooks. Christian Brooks out of Santa Clarita, California. The Tony Driver Development Program comes here to VIR to make his debut in Formula Regional Americas. Leads every lap and takes the win. Even though it finished under yellow, I would say, gentlemen, it was convincing.
Yeah, that was impressive. Led every single lap. Even on the restart there, he almost lost it, but not quite.
Yeah.
It is so hard to hold the lead on a restart at this track because there's such a long run down into turn one, but every time he just did what he needed to do.
Yeah. Yep. His mental game was just as good as his physical game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Brooks, Golan, Sherlock, top three. They're all headed to the podium. Ambiato and Lally will wrap up the top five. Then it's Wolf, Roberts, Attiello, Jansen, and Lim. That's the way they'll finish throughout the 10, with Ribeiro all the way back in 11th. And Bowling, a winner earlier this year, was looking to maybe move up in the points. He will finish dead last.
And that was impressive from Ambiato, too, starting from P9.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Sherlock didn't win, but he finished in front of everybody he had to, and sometimes that's as good as a win, right?
Yeah,
if you're looking big picture. Well, Habir, Drew, thanks for coming by. I know you guys need to get ready for tomorrow. No wild nights in Danville tonight, okay?
No wild nights.
Focus on the racing tomorrow, and we'll see you back out here then.
Thank you. It was great.
Thank you very much, Ralph.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
You too.
You too.
Okay. These guys are going to be making their way to the podium here. Oh, and there's the ejection. Kevin Jansen. Yep. And crawling out. There's bowling going off right at the start of this one into the tires. Brooks was just gone. Then Ribeiro, that one lets go. His day was over. Field chased Brooks all afternoon long, but it really ultimately had nothing for him. Even with the restarts, he would quickly get back into the lead and extend it back out. And finishing under yellow with Christian Brooks taking the win and now making his way over to the podium. Here he is, crawling out of the car. He definitely was number one here today, leading every lap, showing the way all the way to the podium. Over to shake hands with his teammate there, Brady Golan. And we will head down to Ben. Take it away, Ben.
Very nice. I'll let you take all this stuff off. I know you ran F4 with us a few years ago, then went on to Indy next, and then came back and ran this. Did you have fun out there, and what was it like?
It was a ton of fun. Just the restarts were killing me. I had a comfortable lead there at the beginning. It just seemed to keep going caution, which sucked. But, you know, it was pretty insane, the pace from the Tony driver development cars today, 1-2. I think the first 1-2 for Nathan and his team, and I'm just very thankful they brought me out here, and I'm having a ton of fun.
Nice. I love it. Well, nice job. Congratulations. Welcome to come out. We're going to send it over to John Phippen for the podium celebration, and I'm not sure what we're going to have to do here. So first, let's take a break, and then we're going to come back for the victory circle. How about that? This isn't working, and I have a...
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Thanks, Ralph. Let's bring up our podium finishers, starting with third place, Titus Sherlock, ladies and gentlemen. Titus, come on up. We have to get the right hat for you while we're doing that. Anyway, an eventful race, but it certainly came into your favor on the points battle, my friend.
Yeah, that's a positive side. Just kind of struggled with the car that race. But yeah, overall good points day, so can't be too upset.
Anybody to thank?
Yeah, all the Crosslink boys, they've done a great job. The car's been super reliable, and I can't thank them enough for that. My family, my uncle, everyone watching at home, thank you.
Congratulations. Let's get the Ligier hat on Titus Sherlock, our third place finisher, as we'll bring him up onto the podium and allow Gavin Baker to take a few photographs. Let's bring up our second place finisher from Tony Driver Development. It's Brady Golan. Brady. Brady, your second podium to go along with a win earlier this season. You had a pretty good battle with your teammate there.
Yeah, there's always something about battling a teammate. Like, it's fun, but it's a bit worrying.
Yeah, that's the first rule. Never take out your teammate, right?
Yes, sir.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
My beautiful mechanic, Tyler. Yeah, what a great guy.
That's it. All right, well done. Brady Golan, ladies and gentlemen, second place finisher. 2 podiums to go along with a win earlier this season. And now let's bring up our winner, first-time driver in this car, although he's raced with us back in the day in the F4 Championship. But from the pole, never-headed Christian Brooks, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, you took to this car pretty well.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty similar to the NXT car that I drove previously, and you know, these guys did a really good job of getting me up to speed, and they show a lot of confidence in me, which I think gives me some confidence in myself. So huge thanks to Nathan, Tony, all the TDD boys. They did an amazing job, and just feels good to be back.
And how about this guy giving you some trouble on the restarts, man?
Yeah, Brady was doing an insane job on every restart. And, you know, there's a zone for the restart. So you can't go early as I would like to. And honestly, he timed all of them perfectly. So, you know, I'm glad it came out this way, but he gave me a good fight.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Christian Brooks atop the podium for the first time on his first start with the car. So we got Tony Driver Development 1 and 2. Ligier hats on all 3 of our drivers as we are acknowledging Ligier. Mo Murray and the entire Ligier crew here this weekend. Thank them for producing these beautiful cars. We understand the second generation Formula Regional car is on the drawing boards. So we look forward to seeing that before too much longer. Now let's go to Hankook. Danny Von Dongen is here this weekend as well, the president of Hankook North America. Thanks to Danny for all the great work he and his crew does to keep these cars shod in these Hankook slicks. And rain tires if we need them, but we won't need them this weekend. And one more round of hats for Mountoon, the power plant provider for us. Mountoon keeps these Honda-based K20 engines breathing for all of our competitors in this series, as well as the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. And we thank Mountoon for all the hard work they do to keep these cars healthy. All right, the last round of photographs being taken. Now it's time for a little celebration. Let's hear it for Titus Sherlock from Crosslink Motorsports, Brady Golan from Tony Driver Development, and a first-time winner, Christian Brooks for Tony Driver Development. Ralph, we'll send it back to you.
Race cars on course here at Virginia International Raceway. And Ben, this is a Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli qualifying session for tomorrow's major event.
Yeah, these are the TA cars, the 900 horsepower, no driver nannies, no driver assist. Just, I think Justin Marks said it best. It's just a 900 horsepower go-kart.
Yeah. It's you, a steering wheel, and a throttle. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
And this is a very innovative class. Like, the rule book is very slim here. It's basically, here's your weights, here's your wheelbases, this is what you can do. And so a lot of the teams and drivers, like this first car from the 3GT team, formerly of Rocket Sports, and you've got Burton and Treacy and Ruman. Lots of different iterations of a TA car.
But a lot of history and knowledge in those 4 teams.
Yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of history and knowledge in there.
I think the 3GT team, most of those, a lot of the crew have been with the team for over 40 years.
Yeah.
Dyson, same thing.
Well, these guys are just getting going. They're warming things up. You saw Menard just go out and come right back in.
He likes to do that on qualifying, I've noticed.
Yeah. Looks like Andretti, Treacy, and Ruman are going to go after it a little bit.
We also have a GT1 car out there, and John DeGainer,
yeah,
the Ron Fellows car with AER. So it is qualifying time. And Tommy is just right behind Andretti. Usually they give each other, 100 yards.
Little space.
Maybe Tommy's just trying to learn something. Not sure.
Ben, while we let these guys really get up to speed and start posting some numbers, something for us to talk about. Let's talk about 2026 a little bit, since it's really not that far off on the horizon. It's going to be a very, very special year for Trans Am.
It is the 60th anniversary of the longest running road racing series in North America, the Trans Am Series, and we have a lot of special things that I can't announce yet that are in the works and in the plans to celebrate 60 years of just some of the coolest racing in history. And then we're going to the most iconic tracks in North America.
Yeah. Schedule is a little different than this year's. Some new stops. Plenty of traditional older stops.
Adam doesn't look comfortable. See, the car is wiggling there as it comes down the roller coaster, and he was telling me today that he just off the mark in speed, and he's not sure why. And that's the scariest. Like, the driver's crew, they don't like that. They like to know why they don't have the speed.
Yeah.
They just can't figure out. We just feel like this weekend they might not have it, or maybe Terry and Damon and Claudio figured something out.
This is Chris Dyson in the Jim Weed car. 108. Did he get to 180? It locked up on us there just for a second. Well, he was moving down that backstretch, wasn't he?
Yeah. And these cars are deceptively fast, and talking to the drivers, they don't feel it. You ever go 100 miles an hour like in a Cadillac and you don't realize you're going 100 miles an hour? It's kind of like that. And really, top speed, it's cool for us, cool for the audience, but all drivers want to know is what's your time around the track.
Yeah.
There's the time so far. Usually in TA, they take about 2-3 laps, get the tire temperature, get everything there, and then they try to do a flyer. So we should start to see.
Oh, around goes Dyson and NASCAR.
Kept it off the wall.
And he's got a 148.371 up on the board. What we're going to be waiting to see, looks like he got refired, is this guy in the Pittsburgh Paints and Stains number 3, Paul Menard, the current points leader and reigning champion. What can he post? His number one nemesis for the championship is Adam Andretti, who's second quickest for now with a 149.441.
Nope. Here we go.
Paul is out to get after it now.
Adam Andretti with a 147.
Oh, Adam just taking a big chunk out.
I want to say that their target is in the
146s?
146s, the early 146s, I think, is what they were saying.
Well, he's got to feel pretty good about that then, being a second quicker than Dyson.
We also have Brandon Jones out there. Here he is right here in Paul's last year's championship winning car, the Mastercraft car. Brandon Jones of NASCAR. I'm sure you know him well.
Yeah, Brandon's a very quick driver.
So there's Andretti, then Paul Menard, then Tommy Dreese, Amy Runer. John DeGainer came into pit lane, fixed something quick, and went back out. On board with Dreese. Let's see what kind of top speed Dreese can hit on this back straight.
We saw Dyson get to what, almost 180. All right, Tommy, what do you got? There's 100.
He might get a little bit of a pull from the car in front of him.
140, 150, 160. There's 170. He too came up just short.
I think he had to because he's coming up on Paul.
In the corner awful fast. Paul seemed to be a little slower on entry, but boy, he got a great rocket out of it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Look at how he left Dreese.
So it looks like Paul is starting his flyer. So he's going to try to cross the start-finish line at full speed and try to maintain that. He's got a good gap.
And Menard goes right to number 3 for the 147.7. Andretti to a 145.189. Ruben a 147. Menard a 147. Dreese, Dyson, and Jones all in the 148 range.
Wow. That's a
big
low
wow.
145.
That's a big wow.
Yeah. So he's found some speed.
Or
nice job.
he was sandbagging with you.
Maybe.
I doubt it. Adam's pretty honest with us, but boy, that's quick.
Yeah.
He's going to be, if he can hang on to that, he'll be very, very happy going to bed tonight. He is so hungry for this championship. We have talked about it all year long. But boy, he is so fired up for it.
There's Brandon Jones, currently running second in the green 3GT car. Master Force Tools. That's a pretty car.
You know, I was going to say that shade of green with the black really looks sharp.
And it's great to have somebody like Brandon Jones come out with us these races.
Dyson down to a 143.651.
Well, then I was way off. Because somebody told me today they wanted a 146, and they're killing that.
Andretti gets to a 144. Menard 143.585, top of the board. Dyson 143.6. Andretti 144.622. So just when we thought Adam was going to sleep well tonight, he might be up all night now.
Yeah. Yeah, but he may still be trying to make a flyer, but I would guess that Paul Menard's going to come in on that one. Dyson, he's going to have to take a couple more laps to just clean off his tires, regroup, put together a flyer.
Amy's at a 147. Tommy at 148.
Okay, let's see the top speed. Here comes Paul Menard. He looks like he's still moving, though. That's not that's not the body language of somebody coming in yet.
No, not yet. He's got Adam in front of him. DeGainer with a 153.741. Here comes Dyson to the line. He's going to stay at 143.651. Andretti stays 144.622. Menard stays with a 143.566. Now he looks like he's out of it.
Yeah, and unless they really think they've got something else, they need to come in because, of course, they qualify and race on the same set of tires. So tomorrow they're going to be doing a 100-mile race, totally different conditions. It's late in the afternoon here. There's shadows on the track. The sun is going down, and tomorrow they're racing right around noon.
He's definitely out of it now, Ben.
Yeah.
Just cruising around.
Now Andretti still looks like he's on a flyer.
Yeah, he's looking to see if he got a little more in it.
He wants the first row, the front row.
He could still be exploring too, doing a little R&D, seeing if they can. Brandon Jones on pit road. Two and a half minutes left in the session.
He's got Dyson on a coasting lap in front of him, so hopefully Dyson knows he's coming. Yep, look at that. See?
That's a pro.
Look at that, just, you know, camaraderie. Yeah, Adam, have at it.
Oh, boy. Look out, Adam. He was going for it, wasn't he?
Yep. You got to fire back up, though.
Yeah, he was going for it.
Now, surely Adam will come in. It is one of those things like you've got nothing to lose. You know, you're starting third, so might as well go out there and see if you can just try to maybe do some things that aren't high probability. And he went in just maybe, what, 4% too fast, and that did it.
I guarantee it wasn't much. The gap between it sticking and it not sticking. Yeah. And here it's Menard coming into his pit box. Here comes Adam down pit road. The Burton crew waiting for him just below us here in our booth.
Now Dreesy is still hunting, and how Adam came back on track with Ruman and Dreesy, that might have cost Dreesy a flyer if he was in fact on a flyer. But being that close to Amy, I doubt it. But maybe now he's trying to put together a late flyer.
Not seeing any kind of body damage to Adam's car as he went off track there. You worry about that big splitter on the front, and it all looks intact.
I believe Dreesy, is he the only one on circuit right now with 30 seconds left? Nope,
Gainer and Ruman still out there as well. And the checker flag is out. Menard will take the pole. Dyson, 0.08 of a second behind him. Andretti just a tick over a second back in third. Jones 2.5 seconds back in fourth. Then Dreesy just in front of Amy Ruman. That one came down to the end.
But this may be my favorite car in the field right there. One of my favorite drivers, John DeGainer. But this is my era of Trans Am.
It's a good one.
That's Ron Fellows' car. John DeGainer's running the GT1 class. And he's done really, really well with this year.
Yes. All around good guy.
Now, was this your era of Trans Am? Were you in Trans Am at this time?
Yeah, I was. I go back earlier than this too. back to the Wally and Willie eras.
Yeah. When was Tim the Toolman Taylor in Trans Am?
Tim would have been early 80s.
I think so, like maybe right when Willie T was coming in or right before Willie T.
Let's see.
Because he was a Ford driver, I think. Yeah, I just listened to a podcast. He was on the Mike Rowe podcast, and he talked about his couple seasons in Trans Am right before his comedy stuff started taking off. And he was a driver. But that's John DeGainer in GT1. And this is it. So, barring any kind of infractions, Paul Menard will take pole again. Then Chris Dyson, Adam Andretti, Brandon Jones fourth. Great job, Brandon. Then right behind him is Tommy Dreese, Amy Ruman, and John DeGainer. I love that Brandon Jones has joined us. And John DeGainer. And we were just, spent the weekend with Ron Fellows not too long ago at his track at CTMP. Of course, that's a Ron Fellows car. 1990s, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here.
Because that wasn't before his
Partnered
comedy
up with
then.
Steve Saleen.
Yeah, that's right then. So, but his comedy was taken off at that point.
Yeah.
Maybe he was comedian, but maybe Home Improvement hadn't come out yet.
Yeah.
But all kinds of people. Paul Newman, Tom Cruise, Walter Payton.
Well, I remember being around when Sweetness was in it, Walter Payton. Remember seeing him at the track, and Paul, of course, and
so, tons of famous drivers, but you've got also a lot
Bruce
of
Jenner.
celebrities. Bruce Jenner.
I remember interviewing Caitlin, when Bruce was actively competing as a race car driver.
Adam Carolla's run the series. And Adam Carolla and Caitlin Jenner are good friends. They still race together. Caitlin has a Porsche at one of maybe Thermal, and Adam has his car collection out there, and they run together and good friends. So it's kind of cool to see that Caitlin's still racing. Adam is obviously a huge enthusiast and still racing.
There's plenty of things to pick from.
So, looking at everybody's body language, this is going to be the results.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. More before we wrap up the day here at Virginia International Raceway.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
All right, more qualifying coming our way here, Ben, as we continue with the second half of our field in our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This will be the GT qualifying portion of the show. Bryson, Lowry, Griffin, Carlson, Grant, Paul, Coffey, and Cohen.
We have some new ones joining us here. And some ones we haven't seen in a while. Like you're seeing here with Danny Lowry, Billy Griffin. Billy Griffin is I believe a two-time GT champion with us. Now he and Danny Lowry have gotten into these Mercedes-Benz. Now, Billy...
We haven't seen these guys since Sebring, right?
They were with us at Road Atlanta was the last time.
They run Road Atlanta?
Yep. And Billy broke an axle, but all of a sudden said the car was doing really well. And look at Josh Carlson right behind him, staying right with him. This is qualifying, guys. You can't spread out. I think Billy and Danny are trying to work together. I don't think they were anticipating Josh Carlson in that XGT car staying with him. So in the Bridge Hall car, it's our good friend Danny Lowry, who was out there with us in the Greg Biffle car today. He runs a Shelby GT350. He's run a GT car with us, an XGT car with us, an SGT car, and a TA2 car with us. So I guess all we have to do now is get him in a TA car and a TA Cup, and he's done them all. Patrick Paul just behind them. Now he's starting to gap Billy. That's the Enceva car of Josh Carlson. We always talk about this. Josh Carlson is a door dasher. So maybe the only professional race car driver door dasher.
I'm sorry, Ben, but I had a very scary moment there. My daughter just texted me and said, coming home with a new car. Yeah. The look on your face is pretty much the same one I just had. What does that mean? And how much did this cost me? I said, I'm okay with it as long as you're paying for it.
What is it?
Well, it's a customized Mustang.
I thought she had like a VW Beetle or something.
She's got an Audi A3.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was, yeah. Oh, Josh Carlson smoking. Maybe off track. I can't tell if that was smoke or just a little bit off track. But now he's ahead of Billy. Patrick Paul in the TA2 car just behind them in SGT. But Josh Carlson, I'm showing at the top of the leaderboard right now with a 154.031. Billy Griffin right behind. Kaylee Bryson with a 155. I didn't get to talk to Kaylee here yet. But last year, after she got out of her car after a session, I see them driving through the paddock with all their fishing rods, and they went to the lake and went fishing. And if you follow her on Facebook, she's always like holding up bass and, you know, just doing the outdoor lifestyle stuff. And there's a lake real close to here, Heiko Lake, that's great fishing. So, you know, she knows how to spend her weekends.
Yeah. Mixing business with pleasure.
That is Danny Lowry, longtime supporter of the Trans Am Series, Bridge Hall Bennett. We really appreciate all that, and it's great to have him back running with us, too. Then there's Colin Cohen in that Maserati. Haven't seen Cary Grant yet. Milton, his dad, had an engine problem, and I knew Milton wasn't going to run, but hopefully Cary stuck around and ran. He's got 2 laps out there in timing and scoring. I just haven't seen him yet. There goes Cohen. So, Griffin over Carlson. Now Griffin's in a 150, doing really well. There's Cary Grant from the Memphis, Tennessee area. So his dad, Milton. We saw his uncle Richard in IGT. His cousin Keith Grant was with us in IGT at Watkins Glen. It's a racing family. I think there's 5 of them.
Definitely is.
Right now, Cary Grant is a 203.599. SGT. And Cohen and Coffey are running GT class. And unfortunately, Casey Jones came out for his first weekend to run GT with this great Corvette. You would have loved it. It had a wrap on it. It had a bunch of cats on the side of it because he owns a cat sanctuary. And then his name's Casey Jones, so I've had the Grateful Dead in my head all weekend.
I was waiting.
I was so excited to interview the guy because I was going to drop some Grateful Dead lines on him. And
nothing.
They had some engine problems. So hopefully we'll see him again.
There's Paul. His Mustang.
Patrick Paul's been a long time Trans Am TA2 and SGT competitor. Did a lot of the street races with us in Nashville and Detroit a few years ago.
Are you a street circuit guy, or would you prefer a traditional road course like this?
I like this, honestly, because it's safer. I never feel great about the street courses. But from the event standpoint, the street courses are amazing.
Yeah.
Now here comes Kaylee Bryson up behind Patrick Paul in her little yellow Corvette, currently running in 3rd with a time of 1:51.627, doing really well. Patrick Paul is a 1:53.746. Patrick Paul running a big Nexus. Somebody knocked my mission banner down there, my mission sign. Running Next Gen on the side of his car.
Kaylee has, of course, as she does, been running all kinds of stuff. She got a win on the high banks of Belleville a year ago, 2024. That's a big one.
I follow her on social media, and she is somewhere doing something totally different every weekend.
Every weekend. That's, I was just looking through that.
Living the dream.
Oh, yeah.
And she is a very talented race car driver. I hope she finds her footing somewhere as we look right now at Kaylee Bryson from a town that I lived in when I was a little kid, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Yep.
The 02, the yellow Corvette from LSI. So she's in the same car she was last year. Last year she ran SGT. Now they moved it up to whatever the stipulations to run XGT are.
Kaylee could go in a million different directions because she is fast in everything she gets behind the wheel of. So if she decides to be a sprint car racer full-time and run with the World of Outlaws or High Limits, she could do that. If she decides she wants to go towards NASCAR, she could do that. IMSA, anything. Prototypes.
I need to ask her. I wonder what she wants to do.
I've not asked her that either, but she has the skill set to go in any direction she wants.
So she's definitely not on a flyer right now. She's just kind of feeling the car out, maybe coming in. She has qualified second. She's going to be pretty happy with that on the front row with Billy Griffin.
Yeah, 150.755.
Josh Carlson right behind with a 158.10. And Danny Lowry 152.309.
Getting to be late afternoon here as we approach 5:30 in the afternoon on the East Coast. Sun starts going down earlier and earlier, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's been times here, Ralph, just we're here 2 weeks later normally, that I've gone down and checked my brake markers at turn 1. I do it every morning, and they've been frozen.
Yeah.
And so I have to hit them real hard to kind of because they can't, for safety, they can't be frozen. And it has been so hot here this weekend.
Yeah.
Colin Cohen here. This beautiful Maserati. I do really like the look of these Maseratis, and they sound amazing.
You need to get yourself one.
The Norwood Auto Italia.
Be a good daily driver for you.
Yeah.
Probably have to sell your entire fleet of British cars to get it, though, huh?
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't go British to Italian. Minute and a half left here. I'm looking down at Amy Ruhlman in pit lane and her little red Corvette. You're a Corvette guy, Ralph. So
yes.
I guess I should have known by the way you parked your car sideways that it wouldn't last. What did he mean by that? It's the first lines in Little Red Corvette from Prince, and I've wondered that my whole life. Such a great opening line to any song.
Yeah.
And one of those things that's been a mystery for 50 years for me.
Well, there's a lot of...
Ooh, Chris Coffey,
he got real sideways, didn't he, in your Maserati?
Mm-hmm. But if anybody knows, reach out to me. Tell me, because it's such a cool opening line that could go any direction.
Well, that song had a lot of sexual innuendo in it, so...
Yeah. As most Prince songs.
As most Prince songs did, yeah.
But it's just one of those just cool mystery things.
You ever see him live?
Yeah.
What a show, right?
Oh, it's one of the best guitar. He doesn't get the credit for how good
No,
the
he
guitar
does
player
not.
is. Chris Coffey coming in. Speaking of guitar players, Joe Walsh famously said, my Maserati does 185.
Yes, he does.
I asked Chris Coffey that, and his does not. Then there's Cary Grant. They should be coming in here.
Of course, Ted Nugent also said I got a face like a Maserati.
Wonder what he meant by that.
Probably not the same thing as Prince, I'm betting. Those big marks are good looking, aren't they?
Yeah, oh, I love those things. I think that's the best looking Mercedes that Mercedes has made since the Sterling Moss Mercedes. The gull wing's pretty, but those long hood Sterling Moss Le Mans Mercedes were just the Finch Mercedes. Those were so pretty.
You know, if you had ordered, Ben, as I'm sure you were so tempted to do at the time, one of the AMG Mercedes 1s, it was a 5-year wait for the car to get built. And while you were waiting for your multi-million-dollar AMG 1, you were given the opportunity to purchase, as a gift they called it, 3 variations throughout those 5 years of the GT. Very, very limited numbers, of course. And the last one, the trickiest one of them all, was basically a full-blown race car.
Wow.
Yeah. The door on that car, by the way, weighs 5 pounds.
That's amazing.
All carbon fiber. There's a look at your results. Griffin, Bryson, Carlson, Lowry, and Paul, the top 5. Coffey, Grant, and Cohen all ready to go tomorrow. Beautiful countryside here at VIR. We're going to take a break for now, and then we'll be back in a little bit.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
I love Trans Am because it's gritty, it's tough, you know, it's not flashy, and that's what I love about it. It's real racing, it's pure racing, it's the way racing was meant to be, and I think that's what anyone in this paddock would echo those sentiments. The people too make all the difference. The people in the paddock are some of the best I've ever raced. I've been blessed that I can go race in about any paddock out in the United States, and this is the one I always want to come back to because of the people. The people are like family. So yeah, it's a special place to race. We've seen a lot of amazing talent come through this series. I mean, talent that we watch in the Cup Series every weekend. We see Justin Haley. He came through the Trans Am Series. We see Connor Zilic now, and he came through the Trans Am Series. We're going to see Brent Cruz for many years down the road, Thomas Annunziata. So these names and the talent that's come through, Ernie Francis Jr., it's been amazing to watch. And it's been great for me because at this, you know, as I've had a great long career in Trans Am, as we've been over 10 years doing this in this same series, I've gotten to see those, and I've gotten to nurture some of those careers and watch them grow. And it's very rewarding from my point of view to continue to do that. My only desire in my career, beyond where I'm doing in Trans Am, because I love it here, is because I make a good living here and people treat me really, really well, is the Indianapolis 500. It's always been a goal. I grew up in Indianapolis. I grew up just outside of Indianapolis in Brownsburg. That was always something that was on my radar, and always something everything I've ever done in my career, it's been in hopes that I would get a shot there. And this is no different. You know, I'm surrounded by people that in this series that financially, if it came about and they got the seed planted and it wanted to grow a little bit, they could make something like that happen. So you never know what could happen in life. I know I'm not getting any younger, but I think as I get even older, being an Andretti, going to the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie, and in your mid 40s, I think there's a heck of a story in there, and a heck of an inspiring story, because I think something that's come to light here, especially here in the last 5 years, is men's mental health, and it really targets that age group, 40 to 50, where men are feeling lost, and if they can feel some inspiration from someone's story, and so trust me, I would have loved to have been there at 18 years old, and that was my goal, was to be at Indy, long before now. But if I got there at 46, 47, 40, I don't care. I'll get there and I'll be competitive, because I've got the desire, I've got the drive, I got the talent to go do it. So, but that's the only thing I have on my radar screen. Other than Indy 500, I don't have nothing on my radar screen.
I don't really think about what other guys are doing, but I've got more laps in a race car than anybody else in the field. Just through the NASCAR stuff, I've been in so many different situations and thousands of miles driven. So, it's very rare that I see something that I haven't seen before. But our whole field's very experienced too. Chris, Adam, Tommy, Amy, they've been around a long time. They've been doing this a long time. They know. They know when to push, when not to push, and I'm much newer to this style of racing than they are. But overall, I just have thousands more laps and miles than they do, and it kind of equals itself out. We can't be dumb. In order to race competitively, you can't let off the throttle. So obviously you have to do it in the right pick and choose your battles, right circumstances, be smart. But we're fully here to not run second, not run third. We want to win the race, and no reason why we can't.
Well, Lime Rock has always been home for me from a racing standpoint since the time I can remember. This is less than an hour away from my childhood home. It's really where the family kind of, I think, made its name in the sport. It's 40 years ago this weekend that my dad's team came out and made their IMSA GTP debut, won the race, kind of announced ourselves to the world as a racing organization. And as a 7-year-old kid, that's still a very bright memory. Obviously, with Trans Am coming back here and having such success, it's really satisfying to do it too with my own kids, and to kind of perpetuate and continue the family cycle. I'm still really grateful for the fact that I've recovered enough to get back in the car, because for a little while there it didn't look like it was going to be too likely. And I'd have to say that I'm probably most grateful for my family for just keeping the positive energy up. And actually, there were times where I just didn't feel like there was light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm thankful for all the people in my life that kept reinforcing the good stuff. And I think frankly, while I'm in that moment too, there's a retrospective thing that maybe goes on that you don't generally allow yourself. You're saying, look, I'm really grateful for everything that happened up to this point, and I think that's a good exercise that everybody should go through. One of the things that's most interesting about racing is how much absolute commitment it takes, and you get reminded of that when you see someone that actually goes a step further than you think you're going. And to me, this is a great way to kind of exercise your limits, and in an environment where it's encouraged. That's not everyday life. So for me, the motivation here is to push my personal boundaries, get outside my comfort zone, and test myself. And I think every proper racing driver is wired that way. It's really the last of the unbridled monsters of racing. You're looking at something that for 60 years has known what it is and apologizes for nothing. And I think there's a really strong place for that in this world that's trying to fit inside so many boxes, to have something that says, hang on a minute, we're going to be loud, we're going to be fast, we're going to belch flames. It's rock and roll. It's racing as a spectacle, and it's powerful, it's aggressive, it's give no quarter, none taken, and it's not going to say, sorry, I'm trying to be something else. It knows what it is, and it's a fight every single weekend. These are races that people want to win. This is still one of the most prestigious series in worldwide racing. You mentioned Trans Am racing. Everybody knows what you're talking about, probably to a greater extent than anything I ever raced in.
TA2 was my first opportunity into the Trans Am Series with ECC Motorsports and the Hendrickson family, and it was a very exciting class to come into and help build and be a part of, and that was really super special. But the target's always been on the TA class. The cars are just amazing to drive, and again, with ECC, I was fortunate enough that they bought more TA cars and the whole bit, and I won my first TA race with ECC Motorsports, and that was super, super special in the Dodge out at Circuit of the Americas at the end of the 2019 season. So, the TA cars have always been a target. It was from the time I was young. I wanted to drive TA cars because it was such a special car to drive. It was such a fantastically fun car to drive, and then you could see that. And for me personally, when I was young, IndyCar was of course a goal or a target, but I was a 6-foot-tall Andretti. And, my whole family was making fun of me. Like, if you want to drive race cars, you're better look at Trans Am. They're the only thing you're going to fit in. So it kind of inadvertently, it put it in my subconscious. But this is always a place I wanted to be, too, because no Andretti has ever competed in Trans Am. And it's very hard in my family to go ahead and kind of lay your own groundwork for yourself in a series. And the opportunity presented itself in this series. And I've had an awesome career here. So I find myself really, really blessed, and God put me right where He wanted me. I love the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This place will always have a special place in my heart. early on in my karting career, ran a go-kart race here. And then I had the awesome opportunity around 2007, I came here and spent 4 years as an instructor at the Mid-Ohio School. I still say it's the best driving school you're going to find in the country. Not only because the track is so technical, the instructors, the quality of instructors that they get here are absolutely amazing. And their teen school is really the teen school that everyone models their teen schools after. It was definitely a highlight of my life to spend 4 years here and work with the people at the school. They're all still my close friends. Sonny G, the general manager of the school, is one of my closest friends. Tommy Byrne, one of their instructors. Brian Till. I mean, the names go on and on. Aaron Quine is going to be running with us this weekend, and he's an instructor there. It's a quality place to go learn how to drive. So yeah, spent a lot of time on these grounds. They're beautiful grounds. They're well maintained. There's an energy about this place, and then when you drive it, it kind of falls into the theme of if you drive the country roads around here, it feels like you're on one of those old country roads, and you're the only one that knows the best place around it, and it's pretty special to be here. So yeah, we make our 100 start. I get to make my 100 start as a competitor in the Trans Am Series, and I would have never thought that I would have racked up 100 starts. I mean, that's a dream come true in a big way. And first and foremost, you think about all the people that got you here, and that's countless amount of people to thank. But as far as inside this series and inside this accomplishment, first and foremost, my wife Tabitha and the support that I get at home from her is second to none, and that's where it all starts. Like, if you don't have that support at home, it's really hard to come out here and even get any kind of longevity in something like this. So the Hendrickson family, ECC Motorsports, are the ones that brought me into Trans Am and gave me a lot of those starts. I would say I'm guessing, I haven't looked at the breakdown, about 50-60% of those starts have got to be with ECC Motorsports. But not just them. Dyson Racing, CD Racing has given me a couple of starts. Peterson Racing, I ran with them for a very long time. John Cloud, this is his last weekend as a team owner, and John Cloud gave me a lot of races as well to come out here. Ken Twaits, another guy. So I think about all these people, and then, obviously Claudio Burton and Burton Racing, and who I've been driving for the last 2 years. The only thing I ever prayed for as a kid growing up is I just want to make my living driving a race car, and God has certainly provided that, and all those people played a role in that, and I am eternally thankful for each and every one of them, and for getting me to this point in my career, because I would have never thought I'd hit a century mark with any series. My personal Am Andretti legacy is here in the Trans Am Series. And I'm 100% at peace with that. It's a wonderful place to leave a legacy. This is the oldest road racing series in the United States of America, founded in 1966. Anything that's got this kind of legs to it, you're blessed to be a part of that history. It was told to me today there's only 21 drivers in the history of Trans Am, and I got to think there's tens of thousands of drivers that have come through Trans Am over the history of it. Only 21 drivers have reached this milestone of 100 starts. So yeah, I'll just keep adding to that, and that'll continue to be my legacy. And as long as my phone keeps ringing to come drive these great race cars, I'm going to come drive these great race cars. But even after my time with the helmet is done in the Trans Am Series, I see myself being a part of this series for a long time. I love it. I believe in it. I think the people in it are very special, and I want to be a part of that no matter what. So I don't see me leaving anytime soon. The helmet may come off, but I'll still be here.
Hey there, I'm Matt Brabham. I'm driving here in the Jim Weed Ford Mustang for Chris Dyson Racing. I've done a couple races this year, and been racing other stuff as well, other series, but yeah, glad to be here. My story and how I got here is quite a bit different to most. I've raced almost every single series in the world except for Formula One. I've raced IndyCar, I've raced V8 supercars in Australia. I've raced sports cars, I've raced Baja or off-road, and then finally here, I have a home here in Trans Am with Chris Dyson Racing, and yeah, I mean, it's been an up and down path, but no, these beasts, out of all the cars that I've driven, are some of the most fun I've ever driven. I think what makes Trans Am the most fun out of everything I've driven before is just the raw mentality of it. There's no ABS, there's no traction control. We got 900 horsepower, we got flames spitting out the side, so it's just a raw, pure form of motorsport. It kind of reminds me of the old school stuff, especially listening to my dad talk about the old stories and my grandfather when they raced. And it's just pure motorsport, which is rare to find these days. I've been jumping in and out this year, so it's been a little bit of a challenge. But no, I'm used to that kind of stuff. I mean, I've always been that guy in reserve. I feel like my whole career I've always been on the sidelines, ready to go, and I'll do 1 or 2 races and do really well. So, I mean, I don't have to prove anything, but for me personally, I like to make the most of my chances, and yeah, especially all the guys give me a hard time. They're like, why are you pushing so hard in practice? Like, you're making us look bad. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know how many practice sessions I'm going to get. You know, I might have to jump out here and hand the car over to someone else. So, no, I love to go out there and lay it down on the line. And, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not trying to prove anything, but for sure I have that little bit of an added fire to get the most out of it when I do get a shot. Yeah, so obviously I got a little bit of a name. You know, there's some good names in the Trans Am series. So my family heritage obviously started with my grandfather. I grew up with him on the Gold Coast in Australia, so I got to spend a lot of time with him growing up. Definitely an old school, you know, rough on the edges kind of guy. But yeah, I mean, obviously he raced Formula One, won all the championships that he did. My dad. Racing here in the States in sports cars, and obviously my uncles that race as well. So yeah, a lot of family history. My mom, she races jet skis, and she was you know, obviously racing the World Finals and a factory rider. So yeah, I mean, even from my mom, my dad, everyone in our family races, and it's so cool to be a part of a racing family that understands how it all works.
All right, so we're here at Road America, and for years I've seen these kind of cars like this Mountain Dew car, basically the era of Trans Am I grew up in, at our SVRA events. And Colin's always on the top or on the podium with our SVRA events. Last year, Boris said, who raced in this era of Trans Am and in modern era. Boris, you were giving Colin like a hard time. Like, I remember at lunch you were like, Colin, your car qualifies in GT1, come run. How did you get him here?
Well, our friend Peter Cunningham, who's a legend here, and he's a board member at Road America, he always gets the glory here. And I'm like, you are better than Peter Cunningham. So take your car out and run it, and here he is on the pole.
Nice, yeah. Pole in GT1, Colin in this Mountain Dew car, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I mean, I'm glad after all these years of coaching Boris, I could finally get out here and show what I could do in a car almost as old as him.
I raced this car once. Actually, yes. Yeah, this is actually a Lions Pride car for a couple races.
No way.
Yep.
And then who's your spotter this weekend?
My spotter is Boris Said.
And what will you tell him?
Well, hopefully to go faster. But we have a problem because this is an older era Trans Am car, has a 31-gallon fuel cell. It doesn't have enough fuel to make the race, so we're going to have to do a pit stop here and there, else get lucky with a lot of yellow, so it should be interesting.
All right, yeah, so what's the strategy there? Do you know how many laps under yellow could get you to the finish?
Well, just judging by the fact we got a yellow on the outlap of the qualifying session, I feel pretty good about 25 laps, getting a yellow somewhere in there. So I think if we get 2 laps under yellow,
that changes things.
Or maybe a purple, slow everybody down a little bit, I think we can fuel in 5 minutes, and I can go back out there and try to work my way back up a little bit in GT1.
Luckily, we're at Road America, which is our longest lap of the season, so that at least works in your favor.
Finally, something does.
So now, last year, your son Briggs in the fan walk was cheering for Paul Menard, even did the Menards jingle. Do you think when I ask him tomorrow who he's cheering for, who do you think he's going to say?
Well, if that little bastard wants to sleep inside, he better say my name.
His go-kart to get taken away.
So I'm hearing from the producer. Everybody wants to know exactly how much money are you getting from Mountain Dew for this effort here?
Well, they give me all the prize money, so I'm expecting nothing.
Okay.
But that's okay. But I would like to thank Liberty Firearms Institute for sponsoring me this weekend because they made it possible for me to buy fuel and tires to come here and do this silliness.
Nice. I love that. I love that. But I want to show one more detail. Tell us about this 2.6 car here on the top. And then also as a designer, look at this. His name matches the Mountain Dew font. I love that.
Well, this is actually my true sponsor. This is my wife's race car. My wife Kane and her Bug-Eye Sprite. So I don't know if it's up there for good luck or to warn me if I don't do well or if I crash a car to not come home. I could maybe sleep outside with Briggs.
What's up, guys? It's Sam Corey here. We're here at Watkins Glen having some fun. It's really cool. I've never been here before, so this is my first time here. Obviously, rolling off. We're decently quick, so we got to find some pace, but it's all good. It's a driver's track for sure. There's high commitment zones. You know, it's a high commitment track. So, you know, it's got a lot of grip. it really likes when you're highly committed through the bus stop and getting through there and using the curbs. And, it's one of those tracks that you really just go all out and you really drive the crap out of these cars. And that's what's fun. It's just ragging these cars to the edge. So, but yeah, it's a really cool place. Ooh, favorite corner. The boot's fun. And, going up that hill because you can brake super late going into the heel of the boot. You brake super, super late, and you rip your downshifts, and then you can really crack power early because you're going uphill, so it slows you down, but it's super fun. I mean, the bus stop's fun because your minimum speed's 100 miles an hour. You're going fast. You're jumping curbs. It's just you're ragging it. So it's a really cool place, though. It's funny, I grew up kart racing, and I raced against Nitro, and we were against each other. We were rivals, and walking into the shop when I first signed with these guys, it's like, man, I never thought I'd ever be putting on a Nitro Motorsports t-shirt, but here we are. They're a great group of guys, a great team. I mean, they do a top job. They work harder than anybody I know. My guys Mark and Petey, Bird at home, I know you're not here this weekend, he got hurt, but, they're still here working after the day's been over for a couple hours now, and they're going to be here, working all night. So, this is where it really starts. I just get to drive it. I get to have the fun and go out there and drive the car, but these guys put in the hardest work, and they work as a team. They work together, and that's really where it starts is me and my crew chief, Mark Durgan. We call him Doc. Me and Doc, being able to come together and work on our race car and just get faster. Having that communication is key. But, yeah, these guys work harder than anybody I know. These gnats are going to kill me, though. Yeah, it's difficult because, well, one thing it's good because we have great data, right? We can look at each other's data. We can get faster. That's how we can beat some of these other teams, and we can help each other get quicker. It's also difficult when you're racing against each other for the win. You don't really think about, well, he's my teammate. I can't do this or that. You're just going for it. So, there's that level of understanding that, okay, he's my teammate, not going to do anything stupid here. But also at the same time, the gloves are off and you're going for it. So being able to balance that is good, but also it's helpful when you're struggling because you can look at each other's data, you can go through their video, and you can help each other out at the same time. So your teammates off the track and friends, it's all good. You're smiling at each other, but when that visor goes down, it's every man for himself. Yeah, so, with these things, we have a love-hate relationship, right? You're driving the crap out of them. You're using every inch of the racetrack. You're just going for it. And, but you got to take care of it. We're a 100-mile race. It's a long race. You got to take care of the tires. There's a little bit of fall off, especially if you're sliding them around and you're making them mad. You got to take care of them a little bit. But at the same time, you're 10/10. You're going for it. You're driving hard. You're trying to win. The thing about these race cars is they like to be driven hard. There's no, I'm going to baby it through here and save it. There's no saving. It's go, 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 go. So, I'm fortunate that I live 25 minutes from the shop, so I can go up there with the guys and, build that morale and kind of work with everybody. And, I don't know about these as much as some of these guys do. I come from totally different kinds of racing, but, especially being able to go to the shop and I can learn more about the race car, how everything works, how it's put together, that kind of stuff. So, it's just we drive the crap out of them, but especially when we win, it's always a good thing. Yeah, so I started, on the IndyCar path. I did USF Pro Championships, did USF Juniors, USF 2000 for 2 years. Dang near won the championship last year. So coming from that kind of world, you come over here and, I come to join these guys. I mean, Nick Tucker has it all, right? He's got the ARCA team. He's got all this stuff, and the opportunity is there, and the opportunity in NASCAR. So, in IndyCar, there's not seats. You don't find the seats, where in NASCAR you do, and the opportunity is here. It starts in Trans Am, and you kind of can build your way up, and there's still the manufacturer presence like Toyota. These guys have helped so much, especially with this new body and what they're doing with the team. So, you have that manufacturer presence to help as well. So I'm looking forward to just keep progressing up through the ranks and doing that kind of stuff. But, it all starts here.
All right, we're going to get in the weeds here from a technical standpoint. This is the Cool Box, the iceless driver cooling system. Very cool technology developed by two TA2 drivers. So we've got Victor Chopla here that competed in the Western Championship last year. So tell us about this box and why it was developed.
It was developed because you obviously cannot perform as well in a really hot race car just like the TA2 car when you're super hot. So, you have to lower your body temperature in order to compete at a better level.
But really, the emphasis that I love is it's iceless. You're not carrying around a bunch of weight in a cooler. It doesn't take up a lot of room, obviously, inside the car.
Yep, we try to make it as lightweight as possible, but as efficient as possible, where it still works at super high temperatures. And we designed this box to just be bulletproof and work under, all circumstances. If it's 110 outside, it's going to be 160 in the race car. And this box still needs to perform to a point where the driver of the car is not going to overheat and it's going to feel like he has ice cold water going through his vest. So we basically designed it originally for us because we know what it takes to be in a hot race car like that. So, that's basically the background of why we started the company in the first place.
A few years ago, we were at Indy, and Amy Ruman got out of the car. It was about 100 degrees outside. They put a laser in there. It was 175 after her cool-down lap inside the car, which is you could legally cook meat at 160. So driver comfort, you can concentrate a lot better when you're comfortable. If you're sweating, if you're irritated, you sort of get the red mist. So, Matt Rivkin, talk about the driver comforts when you're in the car.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to be comfortable inside the car, and it's not just the comfort aspect. It's also how you're functioning at such a high level when it comes to racing a car that you need to be on top of your game at the highest level. So if you're suffering from not necessarily heat exhaustion, but if you're overcooked in that sense, you're not going to be able to make the same types of decisions. And think about these races. They're 75 minutes long, right? So it's a long time to be in the car at, even if it's not 175, even if they're typically around 150 inside the cockpit of the car, it takes its toll. So when it matters the most at the end of the race, that's when you need to be your sharpest. And that's something that these units help you do, is they keep you cool and allow you to perform your best throughout the race and not have to worry about the heat aspect of it and focus on the driving.
Well, I noticed that last year, our Q3 Architecture TA2 Series champion, Rafa Matos, would get out, top step of the podium, hadn't even broken a sweat. It looks like he just got out of like an air-conditioned car, and that really does help mentally and physically in the car.
Absolutely, and Rafa will attest to this as well. He's been using Coolbox. He used it last year, loved it, said it's the only system that actually worked for him throughout the entire race, and it shows. Like, as you said, like, he gets out of the car, and it's like, obviously you're working hard inside the car, you're working physically, but if you can be cool and comfortable, it just allows you to perform that much better.
I would like to add that, it's not really only a comfort thing, it really is a safety thing, because your brain at some point just, doesn't make the same decisions that it would make when your body is actually at a state where, it's cool and functioning properly. Because once you start overheating, your brain goes into fight or flight, and it just doesn't work properly anymore. So I think it's more of a safety aspect having this unit than only a comfort. It's comfort when it's 70 degrees outside, but when it's a hot day out, it's more of a safety thing than anything else.
I know you guys race in all kinds of things. You got out of Audis and started running in TA2, but talk about the driver change aspect in sports car racing or endurance racing. It seems like you have the best system for that.
Absolutely, yeah. So, for obviously TA2 cars, it's open windows, open passenger windows, but it still gets incredibly hot because of how the exhaust is routed and just the nature of the cars themselves. But in other series where you have factory race cars with closed windows, it's even more important or as important because it's getting incredibly hot in there. There's no airflow, even with like the Cup cars, right? So they have factory AC. AC does not do much to cool off the driver. So a lot of times what we do with our systems is we'll actually hook up, instead of using a NACA duct for the outside air, we'll hook it up directly to the factory AC to get airflow into our system so that they can now use the vest and cool their body down to 40 degrees while they're in those cars.
Now, one more thing I want to bring up here is this Coolbox system is on Jared Odrick's car. There probably isn't anybody in this paddock that knows more about body conditioning and how important it is to keep your mental and your physical in check. Actually, come on in here, Jared. We were talking after Mid-Ohio, and we were talking about how important that is. So Jared Odrick, former NFL player, first-round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. I feel like you know more than anybody else in this paddock about body conditioning. So how important is this Coolbox for you?
No, I was just talking about it before coming over here. It's vital. I came into the TA2 series for high-level racing, and in order to do it, you need high-level equipment. And I think that's what the Cool Box is, and it's performed that way ever since they basically saved my ass over at Mid-Ohio. I think it was like a heat wave, and it was like a health warning that we got, like on the local news on the bottom of the health warning. And I look over at my fiance, and I'm like, I don't have a cool suit, right? And so then a few calls were made, and the Cool Box guys, came in and saved the day. And there was a unit sent, and I had never used that before, and I was amazed how actually cooling it was. Because I had tried a few other ones before in some of the amateur racing that I was doing, but since coming here, this has been in my car, and it's been awesome. And they've been with me every step of the way that I go further and further up the field.
Nice. Now, let's get a little bit technical too, because the intake on this thing is in a really cool area. We have several different cars here in the paddock. A lot of times it can be on like the passenger window mounted right there. A lot of people prefer that. But the Cool Box system really is such a cool piece of equipment. You can see Jared is putting on the vest that then just hooks up into the box. These little veins run through with cooling liquid inside. What kind of liquid is that?
It's just distilled water. So obviously there's a refrigerant for the AC compressor inside the unit, but we don't want any of that near the body. So it's just distilled water that runs on the body. So if it gets on you, it's no big deal.
And we have actually had in TA2 under different systems, not Cool Box systems, but people were getting burned because the water running through there, the ice would melt and then they'd burn. So having an iceless with a refrigerant is actually, just like you said, such a safety thing, because we've had some drivers get out and they've gotten marks on their bodies because their ice melted halfway through the race, and then it's just basically hot water running through. So I'm with Bob Accardo Jr., who is the longest, kind of the OG of Cool Box with the Make-A-Wish car. But talk about the importance of having a Cool Box in your car while you're driving in the heat.
Man, it gets like 150 degrees inside these cars during the race for an hour and 15 minutes. You die without it, so it's absolutely mandatory. I got one of their oldest ones in my car, and man, things never let me down. I think I've used 2 or 3 of the generations now at this point, and now they got a really tiny one out that doesn't add a ton of weight, even better. And yeah, these guys, they make a great product.
Nice. So if you want that kind of unfair advantage, the competitive advantage in a race car, make sure you check out Cool Box, the iceless cooling system. They're getting smaller, they're getting more efficient and lighter, but they're keeping drivers like Bob here alive. So check out Cool Box.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. Ralph Shaheen and Ben Sissel with you as we get to the end of this Saturday here with SpeedTour at Virginia International Raceway. And Ben, we're going to close out the day with the Ginetta Challenge, their first sprint race of the weekend.
Yeah, and good late afternoon. The sun is starting to go down. There's going to be some visibility with some of the drivers. But, Ralph, I'll go double or nothing. We had a bet earlier for an ice cream cone. I'll go double or nothing on you if you want.
What's your bet first before I lock in on it?
So you got me. Bet you a British car wins this race because it's the Ginetta Challenge. And I'm, as a British car guy, super excited about this. But we have 21 Ginettas out here. This series just keeps growing. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Position 1 is Henry Drury. Starting number 2, starting in second position, Jeremy Zumwalt. 3 is Andrew Heffring, who's joined us in the booth before. Richard Thomas is 4th. David Lecco, who's always up there mixing it up in the front, is 5th. William Ewald is 6th. Max Waithman is 7th. Eric Hagginson, 8th. Eric Arms, 9th. Bo Jones, 10th. Corey Deeds, 11th. Ralph Lindekers, 12th. Stephen Smith, 13th. Darrell Allen, 14th. Andreas Fuchs, 15th. John Rudolph, 16th. Mark Malzone, 17th. Lucy Hodgson, 18th. Philip Hakim, 19th. David Clark, 20th. And Sean Armstrong, 21st. In this light, this is the best place. That oak tree turns great light late in the afternoon
Ben,
for some great shots.
What do you attest the growth of this series to?
I think it's an economical, reliable car to buy. The parts are readily available. The racing is very good. The cars seem to be safe.
And the outstanding television commentary?
The outstanding television coverage, commentary, and they race at some fantastic circuits.
Yeah.
I think, what was the last time they were with us was Indy? I can't remember.
That sounds about right.
Did they do the Trans Am Watkins Glen? I wasn't at that.
No, I don't remember them being there.
Okay.
Or were they?
I thought they were, but
now
I can't remember.
Now you got me thinking.
But I like these
cars.
cars.
It feels like it's so far back.
The pace cars at Ginetta, all the cars have smiles on them. I've heard from drivers that they're just so much fun to drive, very well designed, and obviously it's a spec series. So Henry Drury is leading him down. Jeremy Zumwalt next to him. That's your front row. The Ginetta pace car lights are out. It's going to duck into pit lane, and we're going to get going with this beautiful Ginetta challenge.
Here we go. Out onto the front stretch. Looking for the green. Yes, they were with us at Watkins Glen. Road Atlanta, Indy, Watkins Glen, VIR, and they'll be with us at Barber.
So they're running some premier circuits.
Here we go. They're into the throttle. We are green and racing. Final race of the day. Drury on the inside. He's got a challenge coming up the inside. Drury fighting to hang on. It can get awful narrow down there. You get 2-3 wide. See if everybody gets through it okay. It's like Zumwalt hanging on to second here, Ben.
Looking good. I love once they kind of single file through this area, you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
So we love seeing that as they come through this Optima section. And the cars, like you can see, are very equally yoked. This is a driver class. When all the cars are prepared the same, and the car, not prepared the same, but when you're driving all the same cars, the mechanics can change some of the geometry and things like that.
Equally powered.
But yeah, this is a driver class.
Nobody's got more tire than the other guy.
No, they're all on. Oh, you know what? I don't know what kind of tires they're on. Oh, somebody's off.
I believe these guys are running on the Hoosier tire, aren't they?
I can't remember. For some reason, I thought Hancock, but maybe not. Somebody went off but came back on. So it's still Drury, Zumwalt, and I believe Heffring in third. We'll see when they come across. Now, Drury is still, look, he's still weaving back and forth down that back straight. As they come down the roller coaster section, got some great drone footage of it. As Henry Drury it's a big gap to second to Zumwalt. Jeremy Zumwalt now look for Heffring to try to make some kind of a move if he can get into the draft as they come down into turn one. Heffring looks to the inside. Thinks a little bit better of it. But trying to make Zumwalt drive in his mirrors. Then Waithman right behind him. Max Waithman came from 7th to now 4th. And he is right behind Heffring. Looks inside. Ooh, it's a little bit scary. Waithman looks very fast right now. So watch out, Heffring. You've got Waithman behind you. I do really like the look of these Ginettas, don't you?
Yeah, it's a good-looking race car. It's got a little bit of a lot of different things kind of morphed into it. Not that they were necessarily copying anybody, but you can see similar lines.
There's
got a
homages.
little Viperish on the front.
I've heard them called baby Vipers.
Yeah.
But they just look like so much fun to drive. And I've heard that from the competitors, that they just, most of the competitors have raced in other series, but they're like, this is just a really fun series, fun cars to drive.
It's a cool looking car. I wish there was a street version of it.
Okay, now Heffring looking outside again, but that's knocking him out of the draft. So this is the race for second. So you've got the lead car in this group is second, and Heffring is third. Waithman is fourth. But now they're going to be coming down into turn one, and Waithman's going to have a good draft on Heffring. What's he going to do here, Ralph?
He's going to want to get to the inside. He's going to have to go to the outside, and that is the long way around the horseshoe.
But if you can stick it, you're set up for the next couple turns. But he wisely just sat behind.
Wait for another opportunity. Keep the pressure on.
But now watch out, because they've got Lecco. He's going to sneak up. He's going to like seeing this group of three cars slowing themselves down. And that's going to put Lecco. This is going to soon be a group of four cars here.
Yeah, he's in the 89 at the tail end of this little group here in black. There's Drury, Zumwalt, Heffring, Waithman, Lecco right there, and then Arms behind that in 6. Thomas, Ewald, Hagensen, and Dees. That's your top 10.
This whole Ginetta Challenge kind of was born out of VIR with the Kaizen Autosport and the Heffrings, and it's really blown up. But I would say that this is the Ginetta Challenge home track. Yeah, look at this, Lecco. By the time they get to roller coaster, this is going to be a 4-car battle.
Yep, for sure. Looks a little bit like a Daytona coupe from the back end.
So there's Heffring. Zumwalt is the 21. Then Waithman is the red car. And just behind them in the darker car is David Lecco. David Lecco started 5th and is currently 5th. Then just behind this group, Arms, Thomas, Ewald, Hagensen, they're having a great battle.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when the cars are all basically the same, right? Very hard to get away from each other.
Waithman and Lecco seem to be the fastest cars on track. They're just struggling to get around.
Contact there between Heffring and Waithman. Just close racing, nobody being silly.
Yeah,
but Lecco's coming now. Looking inside. Not just yet.
I think these are the two fastest cars out there right now, is Waithman and Lecco, and now they're behind these other two white Ginettas of Heffring and Zumwalt. Something's going to have to give here.
Yeah, maybe on this back straightaway.
Somebody
got off, huh?
Oh, they've caught up to the lap traffic.
Got a handful of these packs stretched around the racetrack. Seems like there's more than 21 cars out there.
Yeah, I wonder if something happened with these cars. They shouldn't be meeting lap traffic this soon. And here they come. Zumwalt, Heffring, Waithman, Lecco. Now let's see what kind of off of hogpin Waithman or Lecco can pull. See if they can do anything to turn one, but it doesn't look like it. So there's your leader, Drury. Then this group of 4. Then the next
There's a move. That's the 84 there of Arms getting passed by Thomas.
Man, they're all moving and really trying to figure out where to pass. This is a tough track to pass, especially in equally yoked cars. But man, he was 4-wheel drift through there. Ooh, we've got a car off.
Yep.
It looks like in a safe location.
Inside of 13 minutes to go. There it is. It's the 19 car. That's Molzon.
Armstrong also in the pits. So here they come. Waithman. Look at that. I mean, they're so equally matched.
Caution.
Yep. We're going to have to go get Molzon.
Yeah, just not safe enough, right? Let's see if we can figure out what happened to him. Just looks like a mechanical.
And he did what he could do to pull off in a safe area.
It's just narrow right there, Ben. And, you know, it looks safe, and it is safe until it's not, right?
Yeah.
Something goes wrong.
No, it's better to err on the side of caution.
Always. Never have a problem with that, right?
Yep.
It's no different than when your flight gets delayed and they say it's mechanical. Okay, take your time.
Yeah.
I'll be over here.
Just make sure it's right.
Let me know when you're ready. Even if it's tomorrow.
And, you know, 1,000 times that's a safe location, but then that one time it isn't. And that's all that matters.
Yep.
The 08.
I remember a story about, this was before everybody put roll bar padding everywhere in a race car, no matter where. They just put it in there. And the King had a really nasty wreck. Might have been the one at Darlington. And they got the car back to the shop. And they're looking at the inside of the car, and there's a mark on the roll bar all the way across the other side by the passenger seat, far end. And they're like, where did that come from? And they looked at his helmet. There's a mark on his helmet. His body and his neck especially had stretched so far through the belts and everything. He got all the way over there. But nobody in their right mind would have ever thought he would reach that point. So they hadn't put any padding over there. Next race, of course, there's padding everywhere in there. You just never know. Safe bet in racing is if you think they can't get there, they probably can. Put a guardrail, throw up some tires, safer barrier, whatever you need.
So Sean Armstrong back out there in the number 37, the red or burgundy Ginetta. The Ginetta pace car is leading the field through. And I'm getting Henry Drury in first, Jeremy Zumwalt second, Andrew Heffring third, Max Waithman fourth, David Lecco fifth, Richard Thomas sixth, Eric Arms seventh, William Ewald eighth, ninth is Eric Hagginson, and 10th is Corey Deeds, Mr. Deeds. At number 33 is Stephen Smith, drummer of Journey.
Yeah, great drummer. Who's your favorite?
John Bonham.
Yeah.
I like John Bonham. I like John Bonham because most drummers, when they come into a song, they try to like lightly come into the song and be like, here come the drums. It's like he's kicking down the door and he's like, I'm here now.
Yeah, he's crashing
and
through
I
the
just
wall.
always love that about him. It's like, okay, here come the drums is what he's saying.
Yep.
And he doesn't apologize about it. I do really like these Ginettas. And it's not just because I love all British cars. They just are cool looking cars. It's the number 47 of Philip Hakim. That is a Ginetta G56 GTA. Okay, here they come, Ralph. I believe they're coming in.
Yep. And we got to be getting down to about inside 10 minutes here real soon, too, Ben, if we're not there already.
All right, let's see what Waithman and Lecco can do here on the start. Slow.
Boy, look at Zumwalt just creeping up the backside of him there, trying to. Oh, great move. Is that Lecco?
Mm-hmm.
Getting 1, 2. Oh, no. He almost got turned.
Yeah, and Heffring did a very good job of staying on that. He should have been pit maneuvered.
He's got issues now. He's creeping around the inside. He's going to be up. That might bring another safety car out. Might have popped the tire on that.
Maybe. And I'm guessing whatever this result is, Lecco might not be able to keep it.
Yeah. Yeah, we are inside of almost down to 7 minutes.
Cars look great through here. But David Lecco now up to third. Knocked Andrew Heffring out of the race. That's one of the things that the stewards will have to see, who put driver input into the other car.
Yeah.
Because Lecco might have held his line, and then he should be fine. Okay, well, Drury has just been the class of the field. And Zumwalt, Lecco, then Waithman, then Thomas. That's your top 5. I'm showing right now they're saying 6.5 minutes left. You going to take my bet that a British car will win this race?
No, I'll stick with what I got. If you were wagering a banana split, I might have gone for it.
Maybe. Oh, man, Waithman and Lecco.
Well, the sun isn't in the driver's eyes, Ben, but it officially is in ours.
Oh, yeah.
Right through the window. Perfect eye level. Oh, 2 off here. Is that the 11? That's Hagenson there?
Yeah.
In this silvery black car, and I couldn't see who the other one was. See it rolling away, but
so Hagenson was 8th. And look at this, Lecco challenging for 2nd. On the inside, white flag is out.
I'm going to bet that was Arms because he's dropping right with Hagenson.
Mm-hmm. Last lap, ladies and gentlemen. And Lecco now was side by side with Zumwalt. Not sure where they've ended up. But yeah, there we go. So Lecco now in 2nd place. Zumwalt trying to hold on to 3rd.
Look at Waithman.
I don't think.
Let's take a look at that restart. There's the contact right there, and it looked like Lecco was moving over right from that.
That stinks because Andrew Heffring was doing such a great battle keeping those 2 behind him.
There it is again.
Yep.
Now, I don't know. I think, Ben, I'm going to guess. I don't think it was intentional. It looked to me like he thought he was clear of him and was moving over to get to that inside line to protect. And there was another car there.
So now it's
because as soon as they made contact, he pulled the back left.
So there's your leader, Drury. Henry Drury. Then Lecco. Then Zumwalt. And then Waithman.
And then Waithman is anxious to get around, isn't he? He really wants another lap.
Yeah, but this is it. They're coming to the checkered.
Here they are, out onto the front stretch, final time. Drury takes the win. Zumwalt's going to hold on for second. Lecco gets second. Zumwalt gets third. Waithman gets fourth. And Thomas will take fifth.
That race had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, a little bit of fun. And a cool way to close out a Saturday.
So the Ginetta Challenge will be with us in a few weeks at the Barber Speed Tour at Barber Motorsports Park outside of Birmingham. That'll be a fun one. Ginettas will have a lot of fun on that circuit.
They should be really good on that circuit. Really good. Fun to watch. I don't think anybody will get away from anybody that day. There you go. Drury, Lecco, Zumwalt, Waithman, Thomas, Ewald, Deeds, Smith, Lindeckers, and Rudolph. That's your top 10. So we are going to be closing up here. We'll be headed down to the podium in a minute to hear from top 3. Mark Molzon will finish 21st. And we will be back here tomorrow for another full day of racing. The SVRA Speed Tour at Virginia International Raceway. And of course, right in the middle of the day, we will have the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. You will be able to see that race live and free on Speed Sport 1. That race will be going live at 12:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. See the hills off in the distance as you look off into the valleys around Virginia International Raceway. You can see how it sits up high on the hill. Lots of elevation around here. Paddock down below. Barbecues getting going. The cars making their way onto pit lane. If you want to stick around, we will have the coverage of the podium activities coming your way right here on our live feed. Otherwise, we thank you for joining us here today. For Ben Sissel, Ford Martin, who joined me earlier, all the guys that jumped in on the different open wheel formula shows today, I'm Ralph Shaheen. We will see you back here bright and early, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning on Sunday to get the race day underway here at VIR. Good night, everybody.
CEO. There he is, very shy, demure over there, hiding behind one of his race cars. All right, so we're happy to have all of you here to celebrate. Any words you'd like to start with for being here, Lewis, and your experience here at VIR to begin with?
Yeah, fantastic track. Good to be here and grateful to race. Great to see so many cars out and racing well.
It's a pretty nice group of race cars out here, I'd imagine. All right, let's get this show started. Michelle, you're ready with our hardware. Let's head up right on here, and I'll introduce first. Let's bring up Jeremy Zumwalt. Jeremy, come on up. Jeremy, a nice race for the weekend. It was a bit busy out there in the last couple of laps. Kind of give us your rundown on your race.
Well, it started around lunchtime when I stepped within the wall, and it was flat out working out of this thing. So I hit ties when they helped. Something got really helped, and its performance. They helped the car. We lost the parts and needed to get back on track. And so I hit on second. And I had nothing for him. He was lights out. And then from there to the restart, I can try and hold on to the short. Still solid, really.
Solid, especially for the championship. Let's put Jeremy Zumwalt off P3. Let's hear it for Jeremy. The other mic. Oh, you mean nobody can hear me right now? There's the thousands and thousands of people who are out there that need to hear all of this. So if you haven't heard this, this is Jeremy Zumwalt, everybody. So everybody out, say hi to everybody out in the internet land. All right, we'll try this another time. Let's talk David Lecco. Come on up, David. Some nice trophies, some nice hardware here from our friends at Ginetta. So tell us about that busy last few laps.
I qualified 5th, and then at the start on lap 1, I actually went off track at turn 10, and there was a big hole there. I didn't know that until now, but I was able to get back on track, lost 1 position, and then on the restart, I was able to gain 2 or 3 positions, just had a great start as soon as the green came out.
David, some folks you'd like to thank for being up here to P2.
Oh, absolutely. So I've got my lead tech, Susan Pfeiffer, and my driver coach, Derek Easty, and my team manager, Derek Easty, my data guy, Derek Easty. You guys kind of get the picture. And my parents also came out, so thanks to all of you guys.
Excellent. All right, let's hear it for David Lecco, P2 today. And he outlasted them and dueled them right down to the end. Let's hear it for Henry Drury. Climb up here, Henry. This is where you trip and fall, and there are thousands of fans are out there. Here, I got you covered. Ready? Rock and roll. All right, so let's talk about your race a little bit. From, the start, finish, you were dicing it up a lot out there.
Yeah, I mean, what's a car and what's a track? Not quite the way I expected to win my first race. I mean, for a start, I didn't go the right way coming out of pre-grid. And then coming to the start, I go to look in the mirrors, and all I can see is just sunlight. Yeah. So it's, there's a car there somewhere, but no idea where. So, yeah, I mean, the car was absolutely dialed. A massive thank you to the Ace Performance guys and to PT Autosport for giving me the opportunity to drive it. It's just so much fun. I'm just grinning under the helmet the whole time. Yeah.
It's a good time, and that's a good shout out to the cars out there, everybody. It sounds like everybody loves driving these cars. So keep making them. We'll keep racing them. Let's put you up P1. That's Henry Drury. Let's hear it for our Ginetta Challenge. Now, it's pretty tight out there. I think you heard. I'm not sure exactly where the standings are. We'll find out tomorrow. But let's get a couple more photos. And we appreciate all of you being here and racing with us. For that, we're probably going to end up the day. And it's been the sun's going down, so no longer in your rearview mirrors. All right? Have a great day, everybody. Be well.
See if we still got that.